What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Today, I'm gonna keep working on this game that I've been making. It is a game about being an alien invading Earth. I'm gonna be here for the next 8 hours, maybe more. So if you're watching this after the live stream, feel free to skip on around and see what I got up to. That's okay. But I'm gonna try to keep it somewhat engaging. I like to be engaged as I work on this. And yeah, I come here every Wednesday and Thursday. I take off every 4th week so I don't get burned out. But yeah, I'll be here. This is the intro of the game. There's actually going to be like a whole cutscene, but basically you are invading Earth, and these are the aliens leaving their home planet to go invade Earth. You pick your little alien. What's up, Frank? You pick your alien, and then what I want to work on today is actually what happens right between there and here. Because you can see we just, bam, became this alien who's in here. And what I want to see is an animation that when you pick a certain alien, an animation like an orb comes down and abducts that alien and brings it up, and then puts it down on Earth, which is where we are now, on Earth. Story, settings, credits, and quit menu, yay menu. Yeah, just kind of get some of that like stuff that games have in there, because I've really been working on like the main gameplay for the most part, and it just kind of felt like it would be nice to do, you know, some menu stuff, especially because the longer that I put off doing the menu stuff, the more it felt like it was more difficult to put it in, you know, like, because I wasn't building the game around having a menu be there, which was actually not smart. I'm finding, not that it wasn't smart, but I in the future I will probably do a menu a lot sooner. You thought the stream was tomorrow? There is a stream tomorrow, because I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I only do the Monday streams for members, but I do the Wednesday, Thursday streams working on this game, and then on Fridays we do a 1-hour game jam. So tomorrow I am streaming, but that's gonna be a 1-hour game jam, a really fun event. You're all welcome to come through and join in if you want, as long as I can play your game in the browser. You can try your hand at the chaos that is making a game in 1 hour. Good to see you, Synth Bite. We got Jaya in the house. You wanted to watch, but it's 11:40 p.m., so you'll be back tomorrow morning. All right, that sounds good. Honestly, I will be here. I will still be streaming by the time you come back. I am, unless you get up in less than 8 hours. Thanks for stopping in to say good night, Jaya. So yeah, so the game has you abducting things. Interestingly, right now, you can abduct cows. I'm actually gonna cut all the cows. Yeah, all the cows are gonna get cut from the game. That's been a new decision based on yesterday. So what did I do yesterday? Again, just to recap, today, the things I wanna do. The things I wanna do are, number one, I want to set up just start working on the system that has the player get abducted and added into the game. Put my game states for the intro, the menu, all that kind of just all the way together, and see if I can wedge in a nice animation. So I want to work on that. I also want to do a progress report. Yeah, because yesterday made me realize that it would just be good to maybe get my priorities straight again working on this project. I'll tell you more about that in a second. Other than that, I don't really know. So what happened yesterday? Yesterday, I did something that I've been working on for a while, but I actually put it together. And that thing that I was working on is a new player character. So this is the player character that has been in the game since the very beginning, and it took me a minute to get the walk and run cycles down, but there it is. That's the alien. And then when it runs, it looks like this. Now, you don't usually see it from that angle, right? Usually we see it from this angle. Very important. Very important. But there's a lot of things I'm not happy with about this. Namely, the legs are oddly shaped, and that just makes things a lot more difficult. For example, collisions, and even just the animation in general was a bit tough. I don't like the crinkle cut fry look, not really my intention. I mean, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I kind of thought I wanted like a higher quality design. I also didn't like the way the hands and the toes were drawn, but you know, that kind of stuff is more aesthetic and not the end of the world. And I thought that the animation could be better. So I had been working in the member streams every Monday. I do game asset Blender type stuff. I have been working on a new version of the player character, and this is what it looks like. I think it's definitely like an improvement, right? I mean, in a lot of ways, like from a certain design perspective, I think there's a lot of good growth here. I think that's hard to deny. Look at this. Look at that face compared to this face. This face has got some nice going for it, right? It looks kind of good. And I did a few more things. I made the belly rounder, which is more what I wanted. I made the legs look way more human, which makes sense because the alien is transforming into humans, and that's why it even has the arms and legs to begin with. Well, there was a problem, and let's see if you can tell what the problem is. It looks good, the animation is great, it works, but what's the problem? What is the problem? Coda says, I barely got anything to show for this week's community stream, but it's okay. Oh, that's all right. Yeah, we do a secret. So I said I do a game jam on Friday, but I actually do another secret stream on Fridays. If you are intrepid enough to find out how to do it, I'll leave something on the screen that maybe you're able to get past the sneaky nature of it and decode how to get there. But it's there. It's there on the screen. Don't ignore that top part. That top part is not important. Anyway, no, not that there's anything below right next to me on the left that could give you information about our secret live stream. No, it's secret. It's secret. There's nothing to know about that. But that's quite all right. That's quite all right, Coda, that you don't have anything to show. I'll still check out whatever you do got. Yeah, the cows are being removed. The cows are being removed, and I'll show you why, like right now, actually. I'll actually show you now, right now. Yeah, so the running, it's funny you mentioned that, Frank, because it's actually very similar to the problem. So look, here's our current character. Yesterday, I set up a way to swap between the old character and the new character. All right, so here's the old one, and this again, I've been working on this new character for months, okay? I mean, a couple months, right? And I hadn't seen it in the game yet. Didn't know what it looked like in the game. Well, today is that day where I find out what it looks like in the game. You ready? Yesterday was. You ready to see? That's what it looks like. There it is, the big reveal. Do you notice anything about it that is maybe not as, I don't know, good? Yeah, that's the new model. Let me show you. Maybe it'll punctuate it more if I show you the old one. You ready? We're gonna swap to the old one. Bam. Oh! Doosh, 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 doosh. Right? Oh, this big, strong alien, what's it doing? It's got business. It's here. It's got personality. And now, this one. Guys, it's just a little shrimpy. It's not giving big, exciting, scary, dangerous, cool personality alien. It's giving little shrimpy wimpy. As Coda said yesterday, it's giving Steve from Walmart. Okay? It doesn't look good. And look, when I look at the difference between how it looks right over here, right? Look at that versus that. I mean, I would say this one looks better when you look at it this way. But this isn't how the player freaking looks at it most of the time. This isn't what it looks like in the game. You don't look at it from this angle. You look at it from behind, not from the front. So I basically realized that I've been designing this character for the front and not the back. And I didn't know what it was going to actually look like in the game. So this has led to the realization that I have to remake the player character and the animations and the way that I did the animations, because I got a whole new fancy like animation rig and stuff. You know, these were simple armature bones that I set up myself, right? No inverse kinematics or anything. This has got the works, all the fanciest rig stuff. But you know what that rig also did? It imposed limitations. Limitations that made it not be able to have as many exaggerated cartoony movements as this. And so, you know, I just have to completely redo it. Which is unfortunate. Now, there are some upsides to this, or there's not upsides, but there's silver linings. One of the silver linings is I can use this animation for the humans that are going to be in the game. This will be great for the humans, because the humans should have a more restrained movement. They should look more human, but I think we need the alien to look more alien and goofy. So that's where that animation is going to end up going. It's not for nothing. Now here's the other part of it, the cow part of it. Why we're doing no more cows. So the idea was in level 1, well, just to be clear, the way this game works is aliens eat a certain animal or human, and they grow the limbs of that animal or human. That's like the premise of the whole game. And then you might notice that when we're playing, sometimes we get this damage to our limbs, and you can see those are hit points for each limb there that I just pulled up, like a debug button. You can see the head is super tiny. If limbs take damage, you lose hit points on those limbs, and they shrink down. And the idea is that makes the gameplay more difficult if you have a bunch of damaged limbs. And so part of justifying that whole limb damage thing is that you can transform into things, yeah, if you eat them. And so the idea was that level 1, you were going to be able to transform into a cow. And if you eat the cow, you look like a cow. Well, I had also been working on a cow design. Not only was I working on a human biped, but I had been working on a cow quadruped. And that cow quadruped also looks awesome from certain angles. Yeah, it's the same problem. So if we look at it from the side, oh, look at that. Look at that intrepid gallop. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Well, guess what? Don't look as good from behind. Now, luckily, some of y'all in the chat made some great suggestions on how I can still reuse this gallop. It does look amazing. It does look amazing. I agree. I agree. But where it looks less amazing is in the actual context of the game. So, ready for this? We're going to transform into the cow. That's what it looks like. There it is. Right there. Yep. Yeah. It looks like an armless supermodel. And it looks like a supermodel, and I forgot to add the arms on there. Right? It does not look like a cow at all, right? And we can, oh, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look like a cow. Like we can come up with ideas. Well, maybe we can make it look like a cow if we did this or did that. No, okay? It needs to look good from this angle. That was the task that I needed to do, was make sure that whatever I modeled looked good from this angle. And, you know what else this made me realize? It also made me realize how the frick am I going to animate or design the arm and limb damage stuff for this cow. Yeah, tail movement will help. Yes, tail movement will help. That's true. That's true. But I think it'll just look like an anthropomorphized, you know, tailed thing. I don't know. It'll just look weird. I disagree. I disagree, Dungeon Martian. I think it's way more than that. Also, welcome, Dungeon Martian. I'll sing you a song in a second. I sing songs to members, by the way. So here's the other thing. Notice how the arms and the limbs get damaged and they shrink, right? And that is supposed to affect your ability. And part of the game is that you can attack things and grab them and stuff. And so if I'm going to have this cow here, if I'm going to have this cow here, right? How the heck is it going to attack and grab things? There's ideas, right? We could have the head reach out and grab things. The head could toss stuff into the score dunk, right? But that's going to be such a pain to animate it to look like it's doing that. Logically, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Man, it made me realize that the whole thing about adding the cow transformation is itself a massive overscope. So I am cutting the cows because in the game, frog tongue, right? But then why can't they use the frog tongue when they're not a cow? It just doesn't. It introduces things that irritate me in terms of the game making sense in a way that I want it to. So here's the thing. When you eat a human, you gain the limbs of that human. That's how the game is supposed to work. That's the logic of the game. That's going to be the intro cutscene. That's the whole story of the game. And so I don't want to put any cows in there at all. So that way there's no option to eat them. There's no option to get them abducted, none of that. That's just all gone, it's all out. Which means everything, not everything, but a lot of the design that I've done for level 1 has to go, right? Because these are all, level 1 was supposed to be cattle farms. That was the whole thing for level 1, is that it's cattle farms. And so, well, now it's not going to be cattle farms. So I'm going to have to design, basically I'm going to have to do what level 2 was going to be, which after level 1, there weren't going to be any cows and it was going to be all humans. So it was going to be like farmhouses and stuff like that. So now level 1 has to be kind of redesigned, basically. So that's that. And you know, all of this is making me realize that I want to reevaluate where we're at and what I need to do to finish the game. Because, you know, I have to go back, I have to remake the player character, I'm cutting all of the cow transformation stuff, and I'm kind of not able to do some of the things that I need to do, like work on enemies and how they damage you and how you heal and power-ups. All that stuff requires that I have the player character in place in the ways that I need it to, for example, visually and stuff. So, because I need to worry about the collisions and how those work. So it's just giving me pause, and I want to do that. So the plan for today, I'll give you a rundown over and over again, don't worry. The plan for today is this. Number 1, I want to, actually I was going to do this number 2, but this is becoming number 1. Number 1, I'm going to reevaluate where I'm at, where I'm going, and how to get there. That's going to be the first thing I'm actually going to do. I've decided just now. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do something that is important, but not as important as, you know, the gameplay, but that's going to have to be okay. I am going to design how the game intro happens, or how you go into the game. And I can't even do this as much as I want because I don't have the player character designed. So here's how the game goes. We start out with the cutscene. It's going to explain the story. And then here we got all the aliens. Now, when we click on one of these aliens, this is something I want to work on today. When we click on one of these aliens, I want an animation of an orb to come down, abduct the alien that you chose, and then lift it up. And then it's going to deposit that alien down, and then you start playing as that alien. So that's what I want to set up today. That's what I'm going to spend most of my time today doing, is that. At least that's the plan. And then there might be other things that I work on as well, but I'm hoping by the end of this, I expect by the end of the stream, I will be able to have an abducted alien go up and come back down. So that is a plan that I want to work on. But I also want to reevaluate the game plan overall. A bit intimidating? I think it'll be okay. To me, the most intimidating part is that I don't have the actual, like, alien put together the way I need it to be. So, like, you know, I only have, the idea is that you start the game out as just a head and a body, and then you start gaining the limbs. But because I'm still redesigning the player character, I haven't quite set up the game to start with you only having a head and a body. So there's no way to gain the limbs. So that might be something I add too. I might even work on, so that's another thing I might work on today. Okay, another thing I might work on. Here, I'll put the tasks up on the screen. Another thing I might work on is make it so that we can start the game as this version without any arms or legs. And then we can acquire the arms and the legs. That's not a simple task, but and it's going to be a bit of a band-aid because, again, I don't have the actual player character in there, so the way that it's going to end up working is going to be different. But it could be nice to be able to see that. So, yeah, so it's going to abduct the alien, bring us down. To me, the hardest part will be, you know, when we put it down, is it going to blend into this guy in a way that makes sense? So we'll see. We'll get there. I'll do my best. We'll see what happens. Coda figured out your game's title. Wow, that is sick. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Justin, yeah, I did add my name to the description. Yeah, well, because after you asked that, it made me realize I don't put it anywhere, and I don't want to put it on the channel page in case anyone ever does work on this channel with me. I don't want it to just be about me. But you know, it is about me, this stream. I'm the one working on the game, so it makes sense to put it in the description. So yeah, thanks for that question, because that helped me know to do that. I'm glad you noticed it. Perfectly normal human alien walk animation. Yeah, it is. Not so good for an alien, though. Yeah, so the art is going to be in the secret stream. I make sure you check on the Discord, right? I put a link to where I'm going to check out your game, your art. So make sure you read that, okay? All right. Yes, we're eating humans all around the world. I'm about to die. Is the game supposed to start outside of the grass, or is that a bug for later? It's a bug for later. 100% a bug for later. 110% a bug for later. Yeah. Definitely a bug. Also, when you saw my art, was it good? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Welcome, Gab Games. Oh, I got some member songs to sing. The stream was on autoplay, but didn't automatically play. I guess it's because of my anti-GIF. You know, that might, maybe, it might be like if you have something that's blocking autoplays and stuff, it might be because of that, but it could also be YouTube just being weird. It could also just be YouTube. Secret stuff, I think that's a waste of time. All right, so, I say GIF wrong. I say it not my streamer. I say it the way the person who coined it said it was supposed to be said. Although you should say it however you want. A bug for later. A little bug, a little snack for later. Yeah. All right. So, I'm going to reevaluate. This is going to seem a little boring, but you know what? It's important. It's important. Oh, before I do that, let me just write down all the tasks so I can pop it up there and you can see what I'm planning to do today. All right, so I want to have it be visible on screen ideally, personally. That would be my desire. There it is. Quite large, a bit large there. So I want to say progress report, we're going to call it. And then I also want to do menu or intro or game start animation. Let's say that. And finally, I want to have legless or limbless start. So I want the game to start without the alien having any limbs. So those are my tasks today. Okay. Let's put it a little nice and centered and all that. Cool. All right, and let me just get a little music to like get me some energy. Play some music in the background. Put some vibes out there. You know how it is. Oh, we gotta do member songs. I gotta do member songs. We got some members in the house. Who came through? Dungeon Martian is here. So this is the thing. If you are a member of Hyper Game Dev, there's a join button under this video and on the channel page. Or you can also hit that join button, hit the 3 dots in the top right of the window that pops up, and check your gift settings to make sure you're allowed to get gift memberships. If you don't have that setting, don't worry about it. And yeah, you'll get an extra live stream, and I will sing you songs. All right, so Dungeon Martian, Frog Tongue. Yeah, all right, here we go. Dungeon Martian is out of the dungeon. Dungeon Martian is out of the dungeon. With a frog tongue, they be coming through here. With a frog tongue, they be coming through here. Dungeon Martian is out of the dungeon. With the frog tongue, they be coming through here. Dungeon Martian and Gab Games. And Gab Games says, good game to everyone. Oh, Gab, thank you for gabbing that we are gonna have a good game. Gonna have a good game. Gab Games, thank you for gabbing. Oh, Gab Games, thank you for gabbing. Oh, Gab Games, thank you for gabbing. That we're gonna have a good game. Gonna have a good game, yeah. Alright, there's your member song. I know, it's not a great song, but that's what you get. You're welcome. I'm also sorry, but also you're welcome. It's a little bit of both. Okay, alright, so, progress report, for real. So, if I want to get this game done in any you love the song, I'm glad you love it, because, you know, it's alright. It's alright. Woohoo! What's up, Weenu? Okay. So let's think of it this way. There are lots of components. What is the game? When I explain it, what's the game? It's an alien invasion game, right? So we want to have a player character, naturally, who is our alien. So I'm gonna make this, and we're gonna say player. But the player has a lot of things to it. We're cutting transformations. However, there are a couple transformations that the player can do. The player can become either limbless. There's limbless, smooth transition. Limbless. It's actually like a spectrum, right? Or 2 arms, 2 legs, and it's actually it is a spectrum. So the player can be either limbless, or the player can have 2 arms and 2 legs, or anything in between those two. So we'll kind of represent that this way. So how much of this is done, right? I mean, unfortunately, not a lot of it. We can lose limbs, but we currently can't gain limbs. I had begun to set up a process for gaining limbs, but it wasn't working well, and there's a lot of considerations that I need to make. And I've been putting a lot of that off because I don't have the player character finished yet. I thought I had the player character finished, and then I found out that I don't. So let's add one more thing on here. And that's going to be the, I don't know why, but I'm making that a square. It just feels right. We're gonna say player character, mesh, and animation. Okay? So there's that. And that is something that I very much need to finish, and I will work on this during the member streams, just not here in these public streams. Because the member streams I save for game asset stuff, so that seems like a good place. What happened to my hand? I was washing dishes today, and a bowl, I dropped a bowl, and the bowl, a shard, came up and stabbed me. So I have bandaged it up, and that's it. That's all that happened. ADHD stuff. Just some ADHD stuff. Coda says, I'm currently working on enemy ideas for my game, and I'm trying to figure out how I can make a mimic into like a real animal. What is a mimic? What does that mean? Like, isn't mimic a verb? Like chest filled with actual animal because it'd be cute. Okay, I assume that makes sense. Dungeon Meshy anime kind of does this. Okay. All right. It's a genuine rule of Chrome that on any web page, media shouldn't automatically play until the user confirms an input on the page. I guess YouTube is an exception. Strange. Interesting. I don't care if the song sounds any good. I just like how much fun people have seen. I do have fun doing it. It is a lot of fun to do. I'm glad that that's apparent. Sometimes I'm a little embarrassed when I'm like, oop, that was out of tune. But who cares? You know, it's my job isn't singer. I need to do a little planned flowchart for my ideas right now too. It helps. It helps. Yeah. Yeah, it sucked. It was frustrating. Mimics are just generally fantasy creatures that look like chests, but attack you. Oh, I see. Nice. Okay, so now knowing what you're talking about, working on an enemy, you want to make a mimic into like a real animal. Whoa, that sounds cool. That's awesome. That sounds like a nice, that's an unexplored thing that deserves to be explored. The other day, I spilled boiling hot noodle water on my hand. I don't think that makes you dumb. I personally, I don't think it's nice to call yourself that. But you did say like a, so I'll give you props for saying like a. Good for you on saying that instead of being like I am a. That's better. All right, so I need to make the player character mesh and animation, so that way I can make sure the player can go between being limbless, having 2 arms and 2 legs. All right, so that's an important part of it. What's another part of this game? Well, there's abductions, right? So we do have the ability to abduct things. So let's say abductees, right? Abductees. Now, historically, this had been cows. That's what I had been doing, were cows. But unfortunately, I'm cutting cows, right? So those, we're just gonna say, no more cows. Now I do have humans, but the humans haven't really been used and they're not really put anywhere. Also, they don't have animations and stuff. So I'm gonna want those to have animations, right? So we're gonna say, I do have the mesh, but it's not quite finished. So I'm just gonna say design and anim, because they're just naked. Right now, the humans that I have, I'll show you what they look like. They're naked, they're T-posed. They do have an armature. I just have to animate it. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm probably gonna remake the human, because if I want to repurpose the alien mesh that I made for this, design, then I'm just gonna have to redo it. So yeah, I don't think we're even gonna keep this human, but technically it's rigged up, so I could drop one of these humans into the game, like literally if I just drag one in here and put it someplace, probably not there, that's probably not a good place for it, but if I put it somewhere good, like right there, when I start the game, it will work if I've put it in view well enough. We'll be able to grab it and dunk it, so like functionally they work. But, they don't look as good as they should look and things like that. So there's still a lot to work on with regards to their design and animation and stuff. Hey, PT Jones. Rest in peace, cows. Yeah, I remember you once mentioned it was one of the first things you made in Blender. It was one of the first things I made in Blender. Yeah, totally. I know. And it was a great learning experience. I made it half in Blender and half in a different modeling software that made it a little easier to make stuff. But see, we can grab the human. Oh, I just dropped it. It's gone now. But in theory, I can pick it up and dunk it. So it functionally works, but it doesn't work in any other way visually, and it doesn't animate and stuff. So I will want to do that at some points for the humans. And then, I would say like the logic for it works. So I'm gonna actually do a bit of an adjustment here. Apparently circles, I don't know what it all means. It's kind of hard to say what these shapes mean at this point. I'm not gonna worry about it. I wanna say, function. We're just gonna say function. I know what it means. And I just moved away from everything. Okay, here we go. And let me just group these up so it's a little easier to move them. And we're going to put an arrow between this and that. All right. So the functionality of the... Oh, we can use shortcuts? Heck yeah, shortcuts. I love it. The functionality will go to the humans. Technically, we do have functionality on the cows, so I mean, whatever. I don't need the cow. We don't want this. Well, I don't want to put this on here. We just want to put what we need in the game. So abductees, the functionality, I would say, is there. I guess I should start representing this in a way that lets me know if things are done or not. That would be helpful. Can we add, like, emojis in here? That would be really nice if I could add an emoji. I could just do a, nice. Great, that works for me. So functionality of the abductees is definitely there. We have that. Things that are there over here, we do have 2 arms, 2 legs, to an extent. That's kind of a halfie. That's not a full, true statement that that one exists. But we'll put that there for now. Well, actually, it's more like the transition between the player having 2 arms and 2 legs. We can make the player have 2 arms and 2 legs at the start, right? And we can have it go from 2 arms to 2 legs to being limbless. What we can't do is go from being limbless to having 2 arms and 2 legs. And what we can't do is have the player start out as limbless. So maybe that's a little bit more specific. Okay, so the humans, I need to design those a little better. So what else do we want? Well, we need to be able to eat those things, right? So there's actually a couple different functions. So there's abductable. Let's say abductable as the function instead of what I was saying. Instead of just function, we'll say abductable, right? Coda says, I had my hand under the sieve for some reason. Like my brain didn't recognize the water would go through there. Oh, when you had boiling water? Dang. That's, man, oh, I can relate to like doing something like that. That's so real. Just danger is around us. Could be a good challenge for a hard mode to start limbless. Actually, that's going to be the game. That is, you're supposed to start the game out as limbless. That's how it's supposed to be. And then you earn the limbs. You gain them. So the game does start out on hard mode, if you think about it in that way. So I guess I actually need, this kind of doesn't flowchart as well as I want. Well, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. Group this. 0 perception of danger. Yeah. Yeah. I know. It do be like that. We want to say consumable, right? Not only abductable, but consumable. This is not set up whatsoever. This does not exist. It has not been made. And this is what will lead you to going from limbless to having 2 arms and 2 legs. If you eat a human, you'll regrow your limbs. That's how you get limbs in the first place when you start the game out as limbless. But currently, there is no way to consume humans. That's something I need to do very much. And then we'll just draw this arrow to there. Okay. So this is, for the reason I'm doing this is because since there's so many things getting changed and things aren't going exactly according to my plan, I feel like it's a good time to sort of reevaluate where we're at, where I'm going, and stuff like that. And yeah, this is definitely making obvious what's important, right? I need to get these humans set up and them to be consumable and stuff. That seems really important, actually. I should get on that. I should really get on that. Alright, good. So now what else is in the game? Enemies! Enemies! Let's talk about those. Those get to be blue. Making a hard game is difficult because if you're not skilled enough for your own game, you won't be able to prove if your game is actually possible. Yeah, so I mean, look, it's not actually going to be that hard. Level 1 is going to be the easiest level, right? So don't worry, don't worry. I hear what your suggestion, I guess, then was to start the game out optionally in a hard mode. I don't see the purpose of modes right now. I think that's kind of a waste of time. I need to get a base game before I start thinking about modes personally. That's what I think. With that said, I'm just riffing on the suggestion that you made, which is to start the game out with the character being limbless. You do start the game out being limbless, and so, you know, by your description, it's like a hard mode. But it's not really going to be that hard because level 1 is going to be considerably easier than the future levels. Yeah, it complicates stuff. I'm not interested. So we're going to say enemies. At least not at this stage, right? Like someday I might be interested, but I mean, there's so many gaps in the gameplay as this is illustrating, right? Like we can't even heal. The healing system isn't even set up. You know, which is incredibly, incredibly important. Chaos the Goose in the house. What's up? Yeah, it wouldn't even be the hard mode, exactly. Welcome, Chaos. All right, you got a membership, therefore we sing you a song. This is a weird song to sing to. It's not giving singable. What's the next one? Okay, it's singable, it's singable. Hey, what's up, Zombie Fish? Welcome back, good to see you. Yeah, there's been some progress. Whoop whoop, it's song time. Time for Lise to embarrass herself. All right. Oh, chaos. Chaos, you bring order to this world. Oh, chaos. Through the goose, you bring order. Oh, chaos. Oh, chaos. You bring order through the goose. Oh, chaos. Chaos. I'm so glad that you're a goose. So glad that you're a goose. Chaos, you bring order through the goose, 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 goose. All right, there's your song, Chaos. Welcome. What can I say? The goose brings order. That's all there is to it. Not the song! That's what you get. Maybe you shouldn't have gotten gifted a membership if you didn't want a song. That doesn't really make sense. Actually, you can turn off gift memberships, maybe. Some people can, some people can't. Myget says, okay, but how hard is hard? It would be good if skilled players as well as non-skilled players enjoy the game. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. This is a roguelike, all right? So the game gets harder. So if you're playing it at the beginning, it's going to be easier. If you're playing at the end, it's going to get harder. So it has built-in progression. So it doesn't need to be that. And the other thing is, I'm just making this game for fun. Like, it's not like I'm a game studio where, you know, there's thousands of people waiting anxiously to play the game, and they have $25, $60, $50, $40 expectations of what it's gonna be, and if they don't get their satisfaction about the difficulty, then I'm gonna get bad reviews on Steam. Like, this isn't that, right? So I hear you, but I don't think that's relevant. That's all. You're just in time, yeah. I'm so glad that you're a goose. I am! I'm glad you're a goose! You finally brought the order that we need to this world. If too hard, play more to get stronger. Good players will just do better earlier with less upgrades. That's showing the beauty of roguelikes. Yeah, right. It's like you can learn to craft your strategy as you keep dying or, you know, whatever, and you can get a better and better run every time. Like, it has kind of this built-in difficulty scaling, so I think it'll be okay. And again, I have no idea what any of that's gonna be like yet because I need to make these things. If these things don't exist, there's no game to make harder. Do you know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, it's not a game yet. So it's just not the time to decide that stuff. There will no more cows. The cows are gone. I've axed the cows. The cows are dead. Yeah, I hear you. I understand what you're saying, Maggots. So much work. Yeah. I'm completely done with the cows. The cows are gone. No more cows. We're cutting the cows. I mean, they're here right now. It's gonna take me, now I have to do work to remove the cows from the game. So it's like, yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of work to do. It's hard. I'm here trying to learn how to make a game in the way that I want to make it, and I want to see how that turns out. That's it. So, you know, if it takes the time it takes, if I make the mistakes I make, all the better. Because that means that I can take that and I can use it to grow for the future. And I want to have all that experience. I randomly put a human down in here for no particular reason, other than to demonstrate that they exist and that they're functional. But yeah, so something that I did yesterday was I implemented a way to swap between the new player character and the old player character, and I'll do that right there, and I realized that the new player character looks bad. It doesn't look good in the game. Thanks, zombie. I want to work on that a little more today. It doesn't look good at all. The old one looks better. The old one looks better. And this is not great news, because I need to remake it again, because this one has problems that need to be resolved, and this, while it solved some of them, it introduced others. Namely, the vibe of the game is wrong. And so I have to remake that, and because I have to remake that, it means that I can't continue with a lot of the work on the game that I need to, which is in regards to how the player takes damage and things like that. And then I also added a way to transform into the cow. So this is the cow, but you can't even tell it looks like a cow, can you? Yeah, because that's another problem, is that I didn't plan well with how they look from behind. And so even though I made this great cow that if we look at it from the side is like, oh yeah, that's a cow, oh, or a horse or whatever, you know, it looks like a quadruped, it looks like an animal. But it turns out that that's not the way the game looks 98% of the time. So yeah, so I'm cutting all the cows because putting this in here made me realize that it introduces a lot of mechanical challenges that are more work than it's worth to even try to resolve for the ambition that I have, which is not for this to be an amazing, incredible, beautiful game that people pay a ton of money for. And story-wise, it doesn't make sense that you can't transform into a cow if there are cows in the world, which means level 1 no longer is going to be about cattle farms. So I have to remake a bit what level 1 is. So there's a lot of work I have to backtrack and do, but this is still progress because I learned something and I got a way to swap between all of these, which is going to allow me to redesign the player character a lot more easily. And I think I'm going to use this same system today to set up, so you see on my tasks, I've got progress report, which I'm currently doing, start animation, which is something I'll show you in a second, and then limbless start. So I want to be able to start the game without any limbs. That's how you're supposed to start the game, is without limbs. And then you earn the limbs. But right now, you start with all of the limbs. So what I'll do is instead of having a toggle between, you know, the limbed one and the cow one, we'll have it be between having limbs and having no limbs. That'll be some effort for sure. And I'm not sure that's gonna be a tricky one, but it'll be fun probably. And yeah. So the intro, the start animation I want to do is not the intro cutscene. The intro cutscene is a bit different. Not ready to do that yet. I need to make a couple more assets and things. But the intro cutscene will have a capsule. I made this in the member stream last Monday. How do you earn the limbs? You eat humans. You eat humans. That's how you get your limbs. So this is a capsule that is going to land on the alien spaceship, and a mouse is going to crawl out. We're going to put a window on there and an Earth decal, and then when the alien finds that mouse, they're going to eat it, and they're going to grow mouse limbs. And then they're going to look at the Earth logo on there, and they're going to command all of their fellow aliens to go invade Earth so they can get more limbs to build a great civilization. And so this is them rushing around to go to Earth on their. This is them on their alien planet, and they're gonna go. Grab some humans and get some limbs for themselves. Let me just get rid of this human in here. And what I want to do with the start animation is when you choose an alien, that alien that you choose, I want an orb to descend from the sky, grab that alien, and abduct the alien up, and then deposit that alien down in the middle here, so you start the game as that alien. Now, you might notice right now that the alien has all of the limbs. It should not have the limbs. And so then we'll work on that limbless start thing. So that's the stuff that I'm planning on. I'm going to go back to the progress report. So we've got a player in there. Yes, we do technically have a player, but it's not quite done correctly all the way yet. I need to finish we need to redo the mesh and the animation, which is just not my favorite fact, but it is true. We are able to start the game with 2 arms and 2 legs, and we are able to go from 2 arms to 2 legs to limbless. However, we are not able to go from limbless to having 2 arms and 2 legs. Now, I might be able to put like a workaround solution to just press a button and bam, we get 2 arms, 2 legs, but that's not the same as healing our way into those arms and legs. And that comes with a lot of considerations, like how many hit points do I want to have for the limbs and stuff like that. No, I'm not making the capsule animation today. I'm not doing that today, no. Today I am doing the animation when you start the game. So if you choose an alien and something comes down and abducts it and then puts it down on the earth, that's what I'm doing. That is to say, what happens right before you start the game, not the intro. So that's the intro cutscene, that's the story. I am not doing that today. I am doing this part where after that cutscene, you click on an alien, that's when it does it. That's what I'm doing today. Alright, so, yeah, so I need to figure out this. This is a whole thing. I'll get like a very basic workaround way to do this, to go from limbless, 2 arms, 2 legs, but it's not going to be the official thing. And then for the abductees, we can abduct humans. That is possible. We cannot consume them, which is a very important mechanic that I need to implement at some point soon. The reason why I still haven't implemented it is because it is very much dependent on how we go from limbless to 2 arms and 2 legs, which is dependent on me getting the player character mesh and animation set up. So a lot of that stuff is kind of stuck right now, unfortunately. And I also would like to continue designing and animating the humans a little better, so that's something also just in general to work on. Alright, then we have enemies, which I have made a little bit of enemies in the game, believe it or not. Yeah, they are doodles. And, welcome glitched code. And so, if I add something, we can actually get some enemies in here. I haven't shown this, a lot of you probably haven't even seen this before, because I haven't put it in here in a long time. Hopefully it still works. Oh man, honestly, it's probably gonna be broken. I haven't used, wow, I haven't done, maybe I can look for an old exe that I've exported that has it, because this is something that I implemented before the time of a main menu, so they're probably gonna fly in on the main menu. Oh, it's just gonna crash, yeah. That just doesn't work. Well, looks like we don't have any kinds of enemies. Invalid get index area entered. Really? On the copter. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. Okay. Cool. What is that about? Why would that be the case? Why would it not be able to... Oh, probably because I know why. Because player is different. Wow. Wait, what is player set as here? Yeah, we've changed this now. So it's no longer player, it's player slash alien slash, it's player slash, wait, let me see, I don't remember what it is. Okay, we can fix this pretty easy. I made this change the other day. Player slash alien v1, that's what it is. Player slash alien v1. Player slash alien B1. Oh, okay, so I'll start using the word freeze. That's a great point. Crash is a much more fun word to use, so I might keep using it because I like fun. But yeah, okay, yeah, it stops. Maybe, I mean, is freeze even the most accurate if you want to be accurate, if you want to do a well, actually? Like, maybe it's like more that it just pauses the game, right? Alright, So as you can see, the helicopters are coming in here, right in the main menu, because, well, I haven't set up conditions for them to not come in on the main menu, because the main menu only recently started existing in the first place. I'm noticing a couple problems. If Freeze crashed the game, I love that. So I don't know why the arrows aren't appearing, but I am able to attack them. They cannot attack you, but I've set up a way for them to animate and crash, and they should actually hurt you if you run into them. Oh, that may not be working currently. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be working currently. That's okay. In theory, while they're flying through the air, they can hurt you. But that's the helicopters. So they don't attack you. They're not really enemies. They're just something that you can pummel if you want. But I would say barely enemies have been set up at all. So that's a whole thing to set up. And what do I need enemies to do? Well, naturally, I need them to be able to attack, right? They can't do that. So let's say can attack, which they cannot. They can get destroyed, however. There's something else that I want to have, is that I want humans to be inside of the helicopters, and you can get them out. Don't really know how that's gonna work, but we'll figure it out. Maybe they just appear when it crashes. Enemies give the hurdy juice to player. Right, precisely, exactly. See, you understand. You understand. If the OS would crash, you get the blue screen of death. Yeah, that's true. So I think, I think in this context of Godot, though, that it's not referring to the operating system of the computer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's referring to the game operating system itself. So, yeah. Can attack. That is not done. The other thing I would like is can die. That we have set up pretty much. So let's make this a little bigger. It's a little extra to say this is a check mark, but we'll say it's a check mark, because you know what's the worst that happens at this point. At this point, yeah. Can you bring it to the front? Thank you. And then we're gonna put an arrow to that. For now, we'll say yes. Enemies can, generally speaking, die. We have basically we have a system for them to be able to die, pretty much. So if I make a new enemy, I will be able to apply that same system to that new enemy, and they'll be able to die just the same. So yeah, so that's pretty important. And then the other thing is has humans, or rather can have humans inside. And this is only true for some things, right? Like if it's an infantry unit, obviously it is a human. But if it is the type of enemy that needs humans inside, then that needs to be figured out as well. Like how they get deposited. Is it like it crashes and then a few humans just appear at the bottom? Is it that you can break the windows and then get the humans out? Currently we can break the windows, but then like how do we select the humans versus attacking the helicopter? It gets a little messy. So that's some stuff to still figured out. And then let's put this in a nice little group. Oh, I thought it automatically grouped it. Well, that would have been nice. Yeah. Okay, cool. Have you heard of the language, Arnold? That sounds like something. Yeah, I feel like you mentioned memory leaks a lot. You really like memory leaks, or you really dislike them. Glitched Code asks if, I don't know if you're asking me, have I ever heard of Arnold C? You must be asking my guess. Okay. So, enemies, what else do enemies need to be able to do? Oh, so this is another thing, is the karma system. Ooh, I don't even know where to put that in here. I mean, I think I do know where we can put that. We can put that with scoring. All right, another section. We'll make this section that color. And we'll call it scoring. Okay. So we actually do have a lot done here. We can do abductions, advance levels. That works really well. We can go all the way to the end of the game right now. There's nothing there, but technically we can advance through all of the levels. So that much is in place, which is great. At least there's that. Hey, what's up, Monkey? Monkey? Monkey of Wisdoms, welcome. So I'll put a check mark next to that one. You enjoy talking about memory leaks. You had a blast when your computer crashed by one. Okay. I assume that that's some form of sarcasm, but it's... I don't know that it's landing. Okay, so I'll put this here. Maybe you mean it. Maybe you really mean it, you know? What do I know? Let's put this in a group. This works. Now what is not quite working... Oh, and then there's also like power-ups, I guess. Right, power-ups. Let's say score and leveling. Let's say score and progression. No leveling. Okay. And then we're gonna make another little orb here. And in here, I wanna say karma system. This is not implemented almost whatsoever. Well, Monkey, I am doing a little reevaluation of things I need in my game, how many things I have done, and how many things I haven't. And then I'm gonna do some stuff working on a kind of a cutscene in my game, and then I'll work on an aspect of my game that allows the player to lose limbs or get limbs back. So yeah, mostly right now I'm just, for the next several minutes, I'm just gonna be doing more of like a game dev planning document kind of work, which is very important. And then I'm gonna work a little bit on some like code and animation things. So yeah. So the karma system, it kind of is set up a little bit. Like I do have, and I think we're calling it empathy. I'm certain we are. And so I do have some things set up where, you know, it'll check to see. It is a bit of a big project. It is a bit of a big project. And you know, part of my intention of doing this project is to learn scope, is to come up with an idea and try to execute it the best I can, and find out how much of a scope did it end up being compared to my original idea. And then just sort of learn stuff about that from there. It's not the biggest, it's not a huge project, but it's not a small project. To me, it's a medium project. That's how I think of it. And I'm also kind of new to doing a lot of this, so there's a lot to learn and a lot of mistakes that I'm gonna make that when I work on my next project, I won't make, or I'll try not to make those same mistakes, or I'll try to make them less hard. So that'll make it faster in the future, in theory. So I do have some things around that check to see if, you know, so if, for example, empathy, okay. I'm not sure why colliding with a body, oh, on abductee detected. I'm a little confused why this, and what script are we on right now, pray tell? We are on the body part script. If the body, I don't know. I'm a little confused about what this code is doing. But it looks like it's saying if, oh, I know what this is. I know what this is. I see. So, Originally, the way that the karma system was going to work is when you eat a human, you apply that human to either your left arm, either your right arm, or your left leg, or your right leg. And depending on which limb you apply it to, that's the one that heals. I actually still think that's a good idea. I said originally, but I think that's still a good idea. I don't see why I shouldn't do that. Yeah. And then, so what this is saying is when you drag it over the body part, it's going to check which one are you colliding with, and is the thing that you're consuming, is it something that makes your empathy go down, or is it something that makes your empathy not go down, basically? And so that's what it's checking for. So there's some very cursory stuff added in that's checking to see if something is okay with empathy or not. And then back on that human that I made, I do have like a little export variable Boolean about whether or not this is an empathy okay human. You know, that is to say, is this an evil human? i.e., does it come from an enemy or a helicopter, right? So if we are talking about enemies, a helicopter that crashes and there's enemies in there, those you can eat without a penalty to your karma. Whereas humans that are just living in a house, oh, we gotta talk about obstacles. That's actually all very well set up. Obstacles are extremely well set up. So like, you know, humans that are empathy okay, those would be the ones, or empathy not okay, those would be ones who just live in a house who aren't attacking you. So I do have some cursory things, but for the most part, it's definitely not set up. So we're gonna go ahead and not put a check mark next to that. The other aspect of this is, what was I saying? Was it leveling? Stuff like that? You weren't being sarcastic. If you own a software for the first time that advertised to be really good, I'm gonna make fun of every flaw of the software. Okay. Alright, that's fair. That's fair. Someone's gotta hold it accountable. It's you. Scoring and leveling. I guess we could say, yeah, I mean, we can do abductions, we can advance levels. What was the other thing I was gonna add in here? Besides karma, I guess I'll think of it. Okay. Oh, power-ups. Let's do power-ups. So, power-ups is kind of its whole own thing. I don't even know if that counts with score and leveling. It kind of does. For now, we'll group it up as such, but I don't know that that makes the most sense. So, power-ups kind of are set up like the framework exists, right? I guess I'll keep this as a circle. I don't really know why I'm doing circles. Framework is there, totally. That is to say, when we play the game, if we increase our level to, or our number of abductions or our score to the requisite number to advance the level, a power-ups menu will drop down. We can choose from those power-ups, and it randomly picks out of a pool of, I think, 14. And when you pick one, it removes it from that pool, so it can't be chosen again. There's a way to add in icons. Let me just artificially level us up here. All right, we're all leveled up. So right there. So we can hover over these, we can put in an icon. These are just placeholder icons, placeholder text, stuff like that. But technically it's all there. So the framework is all good. So now that smiley face one will never appear again now that I've chosen it. And it just keeps popping up every single time we level up. So that all is somewhat there, even though functionally it doesn't actually give you any power-ups yet. Which is pretty important, but that's something that's kind of dependent on me getting the enemies set up, me getting this limb damage healing system set up, the consumables set up. I need to get a lot of the, to me, I want to get the general gameplay in place before I start thinking about how I can alter that gameplay. And I think in the future I might approach power-ups differently, but that's my plan for this particular game. And the reason why I might approach it differently is because I think it's going to be challenging to wedge in mechanics when the game is already made. instead of making the game with those mechanics being added in mind. But that's okay. These are the kind of mistakes I do want to make, so I can learn in the future, well, how do I want to prepare for wedging in such mechanics in the future? I don't know yet, because I've never done it. And I want to learn that by doing, more so than other methods. So, the framework is a big green checkbox for sure. We've got that, no problem. Let's try to group that if it doesn't mind, please. Let's copy this, paste a check mark, and say the framework exists. It feels nice to put the check marks. Oh, it feels good. I love the check marks. However, in terms of the actual functionality, not only functionality of the power-ups, but even kind of deciding what the power-ups are, right? That's kind of its own entire task. And even though you guys have given a lot of suggestions that I've written down, and that most of them I think will be implementable, there still is going to be a process of getting together exactly how they're going to work in the game. So, deciding on them is what I'll call this little section. Deciding on them. Still to be done. To be decided. Okay. Alright. What else needs to be in the game? We got the player, we can attack things, we can lose damage. Oh, obstacles. Yes, that's its own entire section. And this is largely done. I don't know if I want this to kind of interface with like karma or not. I haven't really decided. There can be an achievement for playing limbless for a long time. Yeah, I don't want to do achievements. I think that's unnecessary, overscoping, too much work. But, you know, if you think about it, when you make like a Steam game, right? Achievements are really important for Steam games, or even console games. So maybe achievements are something that I should think about more. I think that it's kind of overscoping for this project because the final place for this is going to be on itch.io. If it ever ends up in Steam, it'll be a complete remake of the game. So, you know, to me, achievements aren't worth really thinking about, but that, as a fun idea, is definitely fun. That would be a good one, for sure. And, you know, I feel like often, you know, that's something that isn't necessarily thought about, I don't know, right away. Alright, so we're gonna say obstacles. These do a lot already, and so, you know, I feel like you've all pretty much seen the obstacle system. It's the most robust part of the game that's been actually made. Not that it really does much other than things be destroyed. It can also hurt you, and things like that. And then the good thing about it is it's got a good framework. That is to say, I can easily create new obstacles and put them in the game. So it's a good framework that exists, but that includes a lot of things. There are these cornfields. These don't hurt you. They have 1 hit point. They die really easily. I can click on them and they go away. We can hover over obstacles. Well, let me get moving again. We can run into things. We can take damage on our limbs. The limbs flash when we take damage. And we can attack obstacles and they fall apart in sections over time with particle effects and all that good stuff. So, I mean, obstacles are very much set up in this game. They are one of the most complete parts of this game. So I don't think we have to worry about that at this stage, which is, thank goodness, something. So I see, it's nice to see, okay, yeah, something's been worked on. I know it has been. I mean, I've been here for the last, like, almost a year now working on this. Things exist, but it's nice to map it out and see it for sure. So, let's just be kind of simple about this. Destructible do damage. I don't even know. I don't even really need to do much. I'm not even gonna put a bunch of stuff on this. I mean, it is kind of nice to see. Maybe I will do it. Thinking about making a very small chess game in Godot to get familiar with turn-based and grid movement, mayhaps. I mean, yeah, that sounds nice. You know, starting with small games is good. It's easy to get, you know, especially when you're starting on a big project, it can be easy to get distracted from that and start working on something else. So keep that in mind. But on the other hand, making something small, I would say if you're going to pivot and work on something else small, commit to it, right? Like don't just do it a little bit and then come back to your other thing and do that a little bit. My personal advice. That little chess game, make it all the way. Make the whole thing, right? Or work on your other game and make the whole thing. That's just my opinion. Yeah. No, I gotcha. I get that. I get that. You know, and then the whole thing can be small, but you know, it's like it's a common trap to be spreading yourself out to a bunch of different game dev projects and then never finishing it. Yeah. I get you. I understand. My opinion remains the same. Destructible, do damage. Yeah, all that is there. All that works. What else? What else about it? It's hard to say. I mean, it already works. It already does everything. I don't really miss much, so I'm just gonna... I guess I could say, like, framework for making more. The big problem with not just doing it in the main file is that I don't want to clutter the files or break something. I'm a little confused what you're saying. So you're talking about making a mini game that would go in your game anyway? I mean, if that's the case, I would think you definitely want to make it inside of your game file since it's for that game. Otherwise, I think it makes sense to make it separate. Okay, group that. Great. So we're just gonna say for now, obstacles, super done, nothing to worry about. That is a thing. Okay, am I missing something here? I feel like I am. I mean, there's still cutscenes and menu stuff, right? That's a part of it. We got player, we got abductees, scoring and leveling. Karma system needs work, for sure. Power-ups functionality and deciding on them needs work. Synthbyte is working on a simple 2D RPG using SFML and C++, making good progress. Nice. I don't know what SFML is. I'm a noob. But that sounds impressive. I'm pretty sure that what you said is impressive. That's really cool. I'm glad progress is going well. A simple 2D RPG. Simple and RPG, those seem a little conflicting to me, but I believe you. Sounds cool. Main game's loop is you explore dungeons. They are grid and turn-based. I don't want to jump into that. Instead, I want to basically prototype in another file so I don't clutter. Mess up my main game file so I know what I'm doing. Okay. Honestly, I don't really follow, but I hear you. Like, if you're making a prototype, yeah, I guess that makes sense if you want to make a prototype separate. Yeah, okay. So you would remake it. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, yeah, okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. You want a prototype outside of it. All right. Okay. Sounds like you're very convicted, or you have a lot of conviction. And don't let me get in the way of that. Maybe it's helpful to assert that conviction. So obstacles, enemies, player, scoring and leveling. The enemies need to be able to attack. They need to be able to have humans inside. We need a karma system. We need to make the functionality of power-ups and decide on them. Consumable humans, design and animate them. What am I missing? I am missing... Yeah. I get what you're saying. It's just like, it sounds like you're avoiding making a game to me a little bit. But you should do what you want to do. Like learn. To me, it and this is just my opinion, right? So that's just my opinion. My opinion is that learning to make games is best done making games, not learning little bits here, bits there, and this and that. And so that's just my opinion, right? That's it, whatever that's worth. And, you know, if you make a little chess game off to the side that's playable, right? It doesn't have to be like shippable, right? But like, you know, you open the game, there's a start menu, you start the game, it puts the pieces on, the black pieces, the white pieces, and you can play them against each other, and it's got the rules of chess and things like that. And then there can be a checkmate and a winner and all that crap, right? You know, do that. If you want to make something that's like, you know, like exploring a little, like, you know, you want to do a kind of a variation on that makes more sense with your game, you could do that too. Or if you're making a prototype for your game, it's like, I don't know, it seems like it could be just this distracting dead end. But maybe it's fine. You know, why not why not start working on the system for your game? You know, like, what's the point of making something separate if it's not your game? I'm also just bad explaining. Yeah, it's probably hard to explain. Yeah, you don't sound upset. You don't sound upset. Sounds more like go. Alright, what am I missing here? What am I missing here? Definitely something. But honestly, this makes it seem less bad than it is, if I'm being honest. I kind of like this. To me, one of the more important things is definitely enemies. And that's something that I could actually work on sooner than later. Well, the problem with the enemies is, again, I kind of need to get the limb stuff set up. So I'm actually missing a couple things in here. Namely, what I'm missing is... Oh, that didn't group that at all. Namely, what I'm missing is... Oh, geez. Don't be grouped if you're gonna be like that. What I'm missing is... Let's put this as green naturally. Stuff you'll be doing in the chess game, you directly be able to put into your main game. Okay. Good luck. I wish you luck. I do. I wish you luck. I'll be interested to see how that works out. My guess is... We'll see. You know, do what you're gonna do. Do what you're gonna do. My opinion remains that you should, if you're gonna make that separate thing, you should make it all the way. That's all I'm saying. And you should do what your plan is. Ignore me. Ignore me. If you want. But I make my opinion known. I'm gonna say limb collisions and resize behavior, because they're supposed to like be able to shrink. And not only that, but like how many hit points do they have? There's actually a lot here. Limb collisions, resize behavior. I guess I should make these their own little things. And then all of this is dependent on me getting the mesh and animation done. 100%, it's dependent on that. And the reason why this is so important is because I can't do like enemies attacking in the way that I want to, because I don't know how the limb collisions are gonna work. At least, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I believe. Limb collisions, or the healing, right? Because that's what feeds into the resize behavior. And then as well, the what? Limb health or like hit points. Stuff like, not hit pointer, hit points. So all of that is something that needs to be dealt with, that is currently not being dealt with. Okay. Oh, menu stuff. Yes, menu stuff. I would almost put that in like scoring and leveling. No, I guess that's more like structure. I think I'm out of colors. It only gives me those many colors. We can just make another white section. We'll put that over here. So structure, or structure, structure. Okay, make that a little larger, if it wouldn't mind. Hey, Pierogi Gum. Let's get you a member song, yeah? It's going pretty okay. I'm doing a little progress support on my game. Alright, I can jam to this. Oh, oh. Pierogi Gun's not gone. Pierogi Gun's not gone. Pierogi Gun's right there. Oh, Pierogi Gun's not gone. Pierogi Gun's not gone. Pierogi Gun's right there. Welcome, Pierogi. Welcome, Pierogi Gun, gone. Pierogi Gun's not gone. Pierogi Gun's not gone. Pierogi Gun's right there. Pierogi Gun's not gone now. Pierogi Gun's not gone now. Pierogi Gun's not gone now. Alright, there's your member song. Thank you so much, Pierogi, for supporting for so long here on Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. Whoop whoop. Yeah, so it's going pretty well. I have realized that my player character, the redesign that I've been doing, is not good. Yeah, that it's almost entirely bad. Yeah, it's pretty much all bad. So I mean, it looks good. It looks good, like this. Like when you look at it like this, it looks great. It looks really, really good like that. Like wow, it looks super good. Like wow, cute, good, wonderful. Like this, like oh, less good. All right, I get it. I gotcha. And so yesterday I set up a system to allow me to be able to swap between the old player character, this one, and the new player character. So I can now swap between them and see what they look like. This has made it quite clear that the new one does not look as good as the old one. So here's the old one, and I'm gonna swap it. That's the new one. So yeah, here it is running. Let's switch to the other one, the old one. Oh, look at that personality. Look at those long arms. It looks fun, it looks exciting, it looks scary, it looks animated, it looks delightful. This one looks, yeah, downright flaccid. Not so strong. Very strong, very powerful. Love to see it. Wimpy. Sad. Not good. So that's been interesting. And so I also set up to be able to switch to the quadruped. The quadruped looks really, really good from let's say an angle like let's see if I can get it. There we go. An angle like this. Let's swap to the quadruped. Wow, look at that. It looks great. It looks so intrepid and beautiful galloping along the landscape. Yeah. Sorry, I just broke the legs off, so it sunk down, so I gotta replay it. Spoiler alert, it doesn't look so good from behind. And so this has led me to the decision to ultimately completely cut cows out of the game. No cows in the game whatsoever. What's up, Jar Plays? They're gone. Cows are out. I don't want them in the game. They're gone. So that means all of level 1 is no longer going to have cows in it. Which means I have to do a lot of work to redo that. Let me show you what this looks like. Yeah, there it is. That's what the cow looks like from behind. Yeah. Looks like a runway model, but I forgot to model the arms on. So, not giving cow. And it also made me realize some of the more, how do you say, mechanical difficulties that are going to come along with getting it to be able to reach out and destroy things and abduct things, and how we're going to handle limbs breaking off versus, you know, a body that has arms on it versus a body that doesn't have arms. So yeah, you know what? Forget it. I am done with cows, and so this is just a lot of stuff. So one thing I will do is I'm gonna have the cows be there, or the cow quadruped transformation exist as a power-up. So there will be like a power-up where you summon a bunch of your alien comrades who have eaten cows to do a stampede, and they'll horizontally come across the screen so you can clearly see that they're a stampede. And they'll destroy things in front of them. So it won't all be lost. And then I'll reuse the player character biped design for humans. So the humans that are going to be in the game, which are going to be everything that you abduct, not cows, we'll use this body and animation and stuff for that. So that way it's not all lost, but it is forcing me to have to rethink and reconsider where I'm at. And so I just want to reevaluate, do a progress report to see what progress I have made. You haven't watched much of your current project. I did just go over everything. So I encourage you to rewind just like literally 2 minutes if you want, or I'm always happy to explain things, but usually people file in a way that makes it so I can do a little bit of a gap in between. But technically I literally just went over some stuff. Welcome Gary Big Toes, it's good to see you. Yeah, the core concept. What's the core concept? Yeah, you know what, Gary? I guess you have. I'll explain a little bit, because you're asking a bit of a different question. What I did just explain. Yeah, take a look. What I did just explain was my recent progress. So Gary is someone who's been coming through our game jams, and we do that every Friday. That's tomorrow, by the way. It's a 1-hour game jam. If you can export your game as an HTML version, you can participate in this jam. And so I realized that you haven't actually seen me play my game or seen anything about my game at all. So yeah, so the idea is you are an alien who is invading Earth, and you are tasked with abducting creatures and sending them back to your home planet. So every level, you're going to have a minimum number of abductions you have to meet. You have to find right now there's cows, but I'm actually going to be cutting the cows out of the game, and it's going to be only humans. So yeah, and you can destroy obstacles, things can hurt you. Other parts of the concept are that you get these limbs. So if you eat a human, you get human limbs. And that's kind of the whole point of the game, is the aliens are trying to abduct as many humans as they can, so that way they can have human limbs. But those limbs can break off. So if I run into some obstacles here, you'll see my leg is flashing red, and we can hurt other limbs as well, including our head. If the head shrinks all the way down, you die. This is going to affect how well you play the game. It'll change like how the controls feel and stuff. Right now we can fall down to the ground if we don't have legs. And then the idea will be that if you eat instead of abduct one of these creatures, you will regrow your limbs and re-heal them. But there's a bit of a twist on that, in that some of things are going to be good karma and some are bad karma. So if you eat an animal or a human who is innocent, then your karma is going to go down when you eat it. If you eat a human who is, or abduct a human who is evil, then your karma won't go down, and that'll have other impacts on the gameplay as well. So if you reach the minimum number of abductions, it's going to be like a roguelike. You'll level up, and you will get to pick a power-up when you do that. And these power-ups, you know, will be a way you can build your character and get stronger or whatever throughout the game. And then you'll just keep going. So that's if you die, you start over again. It's always good to take the time to think things through. Yeah, for sure. I like it. Very interesting. What's your target platform? I'm gonna put this on itch.io. So the first thing I'm gonna do is once I get all of the main components down, without necessarily building out every single level, I am going to put a free demo on itch.io, and then I'm going to get feedback from people who play it, and I am going to iterate on that demo and finish the rest of the levels and release it for $5 or so on itch.io, and that's its final destination. I'm not putting this on Steam. I'm not putting this on consoles or anything like that. That's not the intention for it. That isn't to say that someday I won't come back and consider remaking it or souping it up considerably to be released on Steam and or consoles. But that's not my ambition right now. My ambition right now is to learn and to aggressively prototype this concept. So yeah, game jams do rock. I agree. And then today I want to do some work on a cutscene. I want to do a little bit of this and that. But first, I'm doing a little plan over. I'm just kind of looking over the aspects of the game that are supposed to be in here and what I've completed and what I haven't. Just to check in. Since this last stream revealed that I'm going to have to redo a lot, it just made me want to have a better overview of where my priorities are and stuff like that. Sounds like a good plan. Looks like a fairly easy port to mobile in the future. Yeah, potentially, totally. At least Android. Yeah, I totally see that. Definitely a possibility. Yeah, I think the hardest thing about that is that I haven't been making this in compatibility mode. It's in forward plus, so I have a feeling that I switch this to compatibility mode, I'm gonna get a rude awakening about a lot of things, especially the fog. There's a lot of fog in this game. I'm pretty sure that is not gonna be very good for mobile and stuff. So there's a few considerations to make there, and I don't have any intention of porting it to mobile anytime soon. But yeah, I know what you're saying gameplay wise, and then it's kind of got some like simple graphics, so I totally see what you mean. All right, so in terms of planning it all out, structure wise, we do have some main menu stuff put together. So let's put that down here. I did just improve the state machine a lot. Port it to cool math games. Okay. Okay. Nice. Yeah, coolmathgames.com. That seems correct. Seems like the right choice. I know some people who might want to do that. Looking at you, Pierogigon. But not. I don't know. 10 out of 10 cool math games. Yeah. I'm gonna say menu. Let's just say game states. I did just set this up yesterday where pretty nicely we can switch between game states. This is I wouldn't say this is like completely done. This is like a half check mark. I don't really have a half check mark, so it's gonna get a full check mark. But generally this system exists, and if I need to build on it, it's ready to be built on. So I feel comfortable enough saying, okay, good enough, it exists. And that includes like main menu. We do have a main menu that kind of works. It's like there. I do need to work on like opening cutscene stuff, right? That's not done. Opening cutscene still needs some work. Then there's gonna be like other cutscenes maybe throughout. I don't know if we need that anymore. If we're cutting out the cows, I kind of don't need the other cutscenes. Well, then there's the karma system. I don't know that we need any of that stuff, if I'm being honest. Have I told you about... You've told me about support for transparency in WebGL. If I can fix it for mobile too, hopefully I can share that as a script. Yeah, share it with me. Yeah, you were mentioning that. Yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know how any of that works. I just know that I got a rude awakening in a game jam when I found out that transparency was not working well when I exported it. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm interested. Not right this second, but at some point, I'm definitely interested. Let me know. Okay, so I want to say, end cutscene, right? End cutscenes, right? Those could be different. I feel like there's even some, like, I don't really want to do tutorial stuff, but I think there are some places where we could benefit from a few explanations to the player. Maybe. I don't want to worry about that too much right now. Opening cutscene, ending cutscenes, main menu. You know, there's a lot of other things there, like credits, right? That's not done. Settings. Dear God, settings. Something else that I want to do is have a pause menu. That would be nice. Don't have that yet. Pause menu. And then, what did I say? Settings. Some of this is kind of main menu stuff, actually. Wow, this section is large. I mean, literally, everything is really big. Buttons, layout screen. Yeah, totally. Yep. We're gonna say that's a subsection of settings that I'll cross a bridge when I get there. that is a nice feature to have. Yeah, I mean, accessibility. I mean, here's the thing. Like, again, this is not a game that I plan to release on a mass level, right? So there's a lot of things that I think I can get away with not doing and it be okay. But that is I think accessibility settings are really nice to have, and I think a game like this could benefit from being able to change the controls for sure. So yeah, I do want to do something like that, you know. But that's a complicated one for sure. Okay, credits, pause menu would be nice. I'm just gonna change the size of some of this stuff. I kinda got the scale a little wonky on this one. Kinda wonkified the scale. And not in the willy way. Shrink that down so it's similar to the rest of them. So that's all structure stuff, game states. Main menu, which has settings. And it will have credits. I still kind of don't have a good way to even honestly, I still really can't reset the game. Restarting the game, that doesn't really work correctly, believe it or not. I've been running into some bugs with that. So I'm actually gonna put that branching off of here. Sometimes restarting the game works, sometimes it doesn't. It's like it'll work, and then I'll make a change, and then it stops working. It seems to be a very breakable thing, and I gotta figure out why I keep doing that. This is a state, so I guess I'll want to make like a section for cutscenes. Whoops. Cutscenes. It's nice to have this. It'll be very helpful to have this to reference in the future. I think I'm going to be coming back to this a lot. I don't even realize it, how familiar I'm going to be getting with this. I'm probably going to pull this up like every stream, actually. This is actually a legendary thing in the making. I'm just saying. Like, I'm going to use it forever. Well, until this game is done. And then I'll probably even use it for other games as well. And actually, this goes here to cutscenes, like that. Pause menu is a whole separate kind of thing. Probably a game state. I would say that's definitely a game state. I think that fits in that category for sure. Pretty much all of this is game states. You know, and then whatever things come off of the pause menu. Which might be like, it's a different settings menu, right? Settings, I don't even know, dude. Is that the same settings? I have no idea. You know, it's just not something I've ever really done. So we'll see. I like how I have a check mark on that, and then everything that branches off to it has nothing. But it's different, it's different. You know, because I am able to do states. This actually would come from the pause menu, right? The main menu should be able to restart the game, things like that. All right. Wow. Wow. So this is probably a decent enough overview of everything that needs to be in the game. If I'm forgetting a little something, I can always add it in. But generally speaking, this is it. So with that in mind, what is a priority? Well, I still maintain that a priority is getting, I think the biggest thing I need to do is I need to get the player character mesh and animation sorted out. Which, the way I've structured these live streams means that I'm not gonna get to work on this until Monday. Which means, what do I need to do today? Well, my plan is to just pick something, right? And that is going to be, well, it's actually not even on here, is it? It's a game state thing, and it's a type of cutscene. So we're actually going to pull off of this, and we're gonna say, starting animation is what I'll call it. And this will end up bleeding over a little bit. Let's just adjust it so it looks okay, since I'm going to be using this a lot for a long time. Okay, so this is what I'm going to work on today. And then the limbless start is going to be kind of doing this stuff, but it's more workaroundy debug kind of things, which is still important and useful. So yeah, so that's where we're at. That's it. I mean, looking at this, you know, it makes it look like I have like half of the game done. And I guess something else that is missing from this list, actually, if I'm being honest, is level design. There's nothing for all the level design, right? So we're just gonna say, I'm gonna say level design as an offshoot of scoring and leveling. And then from that, I'm gonna make two sections. One section is demo levels, and then the next section is all levels, right? Just to like break it up a little bit here. All right. There we go. Now I would say this is probably a more complete look at everything that needs to be in the game that isn't yet, and is as well. Need to get enemies attacking, make sure we have humans inside. The humans need to be consumable. We do have a main menu. I suppose I could be generous enough to put a check mark next to that. Technically, we do have a main menu. We can start the game. I might as well be generous enough to myself about that. That is a thing that exists, is starting the game. You know, I guess to some extent, I want it to at least make sense that if I look at this map, I can kind of see that the game works. And if we've got restarting the game on here, well, what about starting the game? We do have quitting the game. Quitting the game works. Humans need to be consumable. Lee's on a content. Well, the humans must be consumable. It's like an evil, it sounds like an evil plan. Yeah, I am, this is actually not a game, it's my plan for being an evil mastermind. And it's just, you guys don't even realize it, but actually what I'm planning is taking over the world. All right. I don't know why consuming humans is equivalent to taking over the world, but here we are. All right, there it is. That's that. That is that. Can you make these like shareable? Export as a read-only link. Invite people to collaborate. Right, but I'm probably gonna need to like log in or whatever, right? No? Nice. Wait, but then people can change it. I can't like make them not able to change it. Shareable link. Read only. Okay, I guess that's what we want. Alright, so I'll at least like keep this. I'll put this on like the GitHub or something, so if anybody for whatever reason wants to like see it, I don't know why, but it's nice to be able to say like, hey, if you want to see this, technically you can. So I'm gonna put it on the GitHub because this seems like a core important document. So we have, we're gonna say project roadmap. That's what we're calling it, baby. That's what we're calling it. See a rough sketch of the game's progress here. Or we'll say, click here to see a rough sketch of the game's progress. And then we'll just drop that link in there. And there's probably like, we got emojis. Give me a map emoji. What's wrong with emojis? Whoa, oh, that emoji doesn't work. Boo. Okay, whatever. Commit changes. Added roadmap. I like how I didn't even preview it first. I just said it's fine. It is fine. Alright, so now if anybody, for whatever reason, wants to actually go look at this, you can! You can look at this drawing, and as I update it, it will also update. So, enjoy. There you go. The link is in the description box. I'll put it in the chat as well to this GitHub repo. It is public, and now it's got the roadmap on it as well. Okay, jeez, don't yell at me. God. I'm gonna open it as a, I wanna see what it looks like. Incognito. There we go. That's what it looks like. Oh, it's light mode if you open it for the first time. So be ready for that. Shield your eyes. Okay. All right. So what now? Now that I've got the progress report done, we'll take that off the task list. Start animation. Yay, something fun. Yeah, let's do something fun. So what is it that I'm talking about? Let's go over it again. Recap. Take a look at what that's gonna be, how it's gonna go. Take a bite of a snack, you know, important things like that. So I'm not talking about the opening cutscene. The opening cutscene will have a capsule crash landing on the alien planet, and you will see a little mouse come out of that capsule. An alien will eat it, will grow the limbs, and will command other aliens to go invade Earth. And then it comes to here. And what I want to work on is when we click on one of these aliens, I want them all to stop. We already have them all stopping, and they all get a little exclamation point above their head. And then I want an orb to descend, pick it up, carry it away. Then we cut to the gameplay. The orb comes down, deposits the alien, and the player starts playing as that alien. So here's how that's going to work. Each of these aliens are an instanced scene. That is to say, one alien, it's the same alien repeated over and over again here. So if I add an animation with an orb that comes down and picks one up, right, I can have that happen on all of these. But I can tell it to only happen on one of them. So what I'm saying is, any one of these can have that same animation built into it. And whichever one we click on, we can tell only that one to play that animation. So I'm going to set up that animation that will play on the one that the player clicks on. So that's the first step in my mind, is to get an animation that comes down while they're all stopped. And grabs the alien. So how is it going to grab it? My plan for it grabbing it is that it's going to actually just, you know, clip through it. And then the one that was there maybe could disappear and a new one could appear inside of the orb. Or we could just run a script that tells it to move along with it. Or we could just animate it along with the orb. Either of those work. I don't know which one. Maybe I'll try the animation one first, because that'll be the simplest one. And then if for some reason that's weird, I won't do that. And then when that animation goes up and disappears, that'll be the end of that step. So that's the first step that I'm going to do. Now I can already click on these and they all stop. Now, what I'm not sure of, I don't think I have a way to detect which one got clicked on. So let's figure out how we can get it to know which one is clicked on, and then tell us which one is clicked on. So, there is an area 3D on this alien. Let's go up here. There's an alien 3D on here. An alien 3D? An area 3D on the alien. And that is what we use to detect the mouse hovering over it. The area 3D has its own collision layer. This kind of doesn't matter. I set it in code anyway. Let's look at that code. The code connects... Let's see. Where do we do the area entered stuff? Oh, so actually we don't even have an area entered thing, which is fine. Okay, I see. We don't even need that. Interesting. Got it. Right. So the way that this is working, if I come to the raycast script, so there's a camera, right, that is looking at the game, and from that we are shooting a bunch of raycasts. And one of those raycasts, when we're on the main menu, so there's the camera right there. Let's look at the camera script. One of those raycasts is the menu alien raycast. And really what it's doing is it's shooting another raycast looking for a very certain collision layer. This collision layer is the 15 that we saw earlier, but this is in like a bit value. So this is saying use the hover ray, but only look for things on this layer. So it's going to emit that. And then it's going to return whatever it sees, as long as that thing is not empty. So if that thing is not empty, that's what the exclamation point means. If raycast result is not empty, then assign the variable hover target, which is evidently a global variable, which I guess makes sense, so that way there's not multiple things that can be hovered at once. That actually seems like a pretty good idea. So we have a global hover target variable. Let me get back to here. Boop. Okay. So assign the hover target variable if the raycast result, the thing that it sees, is empty. Or is not empty, sorry. If it's not empty, assign hover target to be the thing that the raycast result has collided with. Okay. And then we want to check to see if the grab button has been pressed. That is to say, not only check to see if we're hovering over something, and the only thing it's going to see is stuff on this layer, which is going to be the menu alien. Check to see if we're hovering over that alien, and if the grab button has been pressed. And if both of those things are true, then it's going to emit a signal for swapping the game state to the preload game state. So I need to go look at the preload game state. So on my game states script, which I just made yesterday, we have the preload function here. So when the preload function runs, it is going to play a main menu animation. So this animation looks like. Let's come out here. There's the main menu. You can kind of see it if I can get in the right spot. There's the main menu, title screen, and credits. And if we look at that animation player, right here, you can see the exit. Zoop. So it plays that, which makes the main menu go away. So that's the first thing that that function does when we click on the alien in the menu. The next thing that it does is it emits game preload. So what this is doing is this is sending out a signal to a bunch of other scripts like, hey, it's time for you all to do things because it's preload time. Now, something that I've been thinking about is refactoring this so it isn't just this mysterious signal that doesn't tell me what's all happening here. I might want to set this up so it's actually all happening from this script, so it's all in one place. But I'm not sure. So here's how I'm going to check to see what all these things are that are happening. So because I've used consistent naming conventions, I can search all the files for on-game preload. And then I'll put a little function parenthesis. So if I go to find everywhere there's the on-game preload function, I can see every place, every script that on-game preload, that this signal here that's emitting, everywhere this is making a function run. So it's happening on the alien itself, right? The aliens that we're gonna be animating to get abducted. It's happening there. And it does quite a lot. So it's going to play like that exclamation point that appears above their head. It's going to make them no longer hoverable, so we can't click on them anymore. It's going to turn off their collision layer to just further say you cannot be clicked on. And it's going to put them in a stop animation, so they're not moving anymore. It's going to freeze them in place. I think this is nice to not have on the game state script. I think that it just is going to be a really cluttered function otherwise. So I kind of like that this is separate. Make this animation that runs a function at the end. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So then we have the exclamation point that appears above their heads, and then that exclamation point goes away after 1 second. This is actually a really good idea because we can take that animation when that exclamation point ends and then trigger the next animation that has the alien get abducted. So I have a feeling that's where we want to put that. But let's look at the other things that happen too, just to like understand what's going on. So on the terrain controller, that is to say, that which moves the level towards the player, we're just making it stop because all the aliens suddenly stop when we click on it. So that makes sense. Kind of seems a little unnecessary, if I'm being honest, to put this here. I think this would be okay to put on the game state script. I don't know, it just kind of seems a little silly. I think I'm going to put this, I'm going to refactor this and put this on the game state script. I don't know, it seems like a waste to put it all the way on there for that one little thing. And we have the terrain controller already referenced on here. So let's do that. So I'm going to say terrain controller, and then terrain velocity becomes 0.0. Or let me spell controller correctly. There we go. And then I can just remove this from here, and everything should work the same. Oh, I do have to also disconnect that signal. Okay. Now on the HUD, it's doing a little bit more. It's waiting a second, and then it's playing a loading text to let the player know that things are happening. I might actually want to move this so that way we can do the abduction animation. I might want to say that after the abduction animation happens, then it loads. I'm not sure when I want to have the loading occur, but that's something to keep in mind that that's happening on the HUD. It kind of feels like a weird place to put this, but I've got the game begin state happening after a timeout. I don't think this is good. I think this should be based on the end of an animation, right? When that alien gets abducted. And even then, right? Like, it's a little tricky because the game is gonna begin and then it's gonna put us on level 1, right? We'll be on level 1 after the game begins. And, like, I'm gonna want a little bit more to happen. I'm gonna want the orb to descend and deposit the player onto the level. So we want the game to begin, but we actually kind of have another state, a pre-begin state. and I feel like preload is kind of a misnomer because we're not really preloading. It's like it's getting hard to name these states a little bit. You know, we could say like player selection, like choose your player. It's kind of long. I'm not sure. It gets a little weird to name these things. We could say post menu, post menu, and then pre-begin. Honestly, that's not too bad. I actually kind of like post menu and pre-begin. I think that kind of makes some sense. I kind of like that. Because technically, we are kind of in the begin phase. We do want it to kind of begin. We just don't want the player to be in control while the orb descends. So I'm going to need to make some adjustments so that's possible. So what do I want to do in the meantime? Obviously, I'm about to break the game by doing this. That's just kind of the way it has to be. So, how do I want to do this? Something that would be nice, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a detour for a second. I'm gonna make some debug buttons. Because right now, I'm making the state changing dependent on, what I'm like making modifications on. But what would be nice is if I had some debug buttons to be able to manually advance the states, right? Like that would be pretty useful. So I'm gonna make some buttons for that. Now, how do I want to design that in this? I guess we'll add another column in here. Now I don't really need, well, there are some states, it's tough because some states I wouldn't want to go back to. So like if I go to my progress report, my roadmap here, obviously on the main menu, or, you know, if we're doing the opening cutscene, if the opening cutscene leads into the main menu, it's a little, it's a little wacky, isn't it? It's all very wacky. Let me just adjust this. I love this. I'm so glad I made this. This is one of the best design decisions I've ever made. I have to do this for every game ever. It's hard though. It's hard to know what this is gonna look like. At least it was hard for me until I started working on it a little more. But maybe in the future this will be easier. But technically, the opening cutscene leads to the main menu, right? Not the other way around. So, and then the main menu starts the game, which then starting the game would lead to a pause menu, right? I don't know, I'm just trying to make it make more sense, and I think it's helpful to do. You know, because otherwise I'm just sort of doing this without a guide. And I don't enjoy that. So the pause menu, actually, is something, I bet if you guys were looking at this, I bet you could see it change live. That'd be wild. I mean, you can just look at the screen, but, but it's still kind of cool. So if we start the game, then we can go to the pause menu and access things like the settings and restarting the game. Or we can restart the game from the main menu. Also, playing the game, we can restart the game if we die, technically. So I'd wanna, if I wanted to set this up in a way that, because I think for this, the game states, it really benefits from a roadmap, because literally it's also giving me an idea of how everything is gonna, what order things happen in, which is really important. It looks very complicated. It does, doesn't it? I would like to, for my own sake, have it visually look less complicated, but I don't think there's much getting around it being complicated. I think that's just the way it has to be. I'd love if like arrows weren't crossing as much, but I think, again, it's just kind of a necessity to some extent. So this is me just kind of reorganizing the game states specifically in a way that actually logically makes sense. I don't think restarting the game needs to come from game states. It's a little arbitrary to say structure in game states, but technically, the first game state, technically, let's see if I can get that in here. The first game state is the cutscene. Right? You start the game seeing the cutscene. Imagine a teacher showing a graph like this. Yeah, I mean, I would hope that the teacher would explain the graph, you know. I'm sure teachers have shown more complicated things than this. Borderline, you're complimenting me. Okay. Imagine me being a teacher. Okay. Put this here. And so the opening cutscene is what starts the main menu. Click all of these. Adjust it like that. Just to like make it make a little bit more sense. Yeah, it's funny. This just kind of gets complicated by its very nature. Attach that arrow. Ending cutscenes. This is what I'm working on right now, is this starting animation here. So it probably would help me to break that down more too. Right? So this should decomplicate it a little bit. So the game starts out with an opening cutscene, and in fact, we could even say this starting I really don't even... We could take this, start the game, then we get the starting animation, right? That's when that plays, is right here. So the game starts with an opening cutscene, then it takes you to the main menu. From the main menu, you can either you can either just restart the game, you can open the credits, you can open the settings, or you can start the game. I don't mean to keep right-clicking, but I do keep, no, don't do that. What does that mean? From the main menu, you can either restart the game, open the settings, open the credits, or start the game. if you start the game, you'll be able to potentially pause the game. You could also, from the pause menu, be able to restart the game. Right? At least this graph doesn't have distracting rainbow colors like your teacher has. I like how this added to library message is still there. Okay, it was like, nuh-uh. Making a graph look presentable is not easy. So if you start the game, you can do the pause menu. From the pause menu, you can restart the game or access those settings, as mentioned earlier. If you start the game, we're gonna do the starting animation. Okay. So what do we do from that? So starting the game, we actually have a couple things here that aren't being represented. We have the post menu animation, right? That's what I'm kind of gonna work on most specifically right now, is the post menu animation. So that's actually the first thing that happens when you start the game. And then we want to do the pre-begin animation. But actually what that is, technically what's happening in here is we're loading level 1. So this is actually a true loading that's gonna happen. And that's why these have to be separate in part. So the post menu animation plays, then it's gonna load level 1, and then it's gonna do the pre-begin animation. So this is what I'm working on right now. Okay. Right, so I wanted to set up some debug buttons so I could scrub through things. But if I'm in level 1, right? It may not always work as easy as it seems, but it works really well for planning object-oriented programming in databases. Okay. All right. Oops. Okay. All right. When the let's keep going. When the pre-begin animation starts, we have begin game. So actually, this isn't really start the game. This is choose character. Technically, that's what that is. Choose character, post menu animation, loading level 1, pre-begin animation, then it's going to begin the game. And really, it's from beginning the game that we then have things like the pause menu and stuff like that. Now, if I've begun the game, I don't want to come through here and be pressing the main menu state. So I just have to be a little careful with setting up these buttons, because I could accidentally break things if I press the wrong button. So I don't want to really put every state in here per se. But let's do it anyway, and it'll just be a risk that I take. So I'm gonna call this, on the label, game states. For this button, we're gonna call it, I don't really need to do, I mean, it would be interesting otherwise. It's quite silent. Where's the rest of the chat? I don't know where the rest of the chat is. Lurking. You know, sometimes we lurk. You know, sometimes people are working on their own games. Sometimes people aren't here. I love the lurkers. Busy lurk. A lot of us are co-working along together, right? But it's good to check in. It's nice of you to check in with everybody. All right, so I want to say, intro. I don't know that I really use that button, to be honest. But technically, that is one of the states. Chromatic Adventures is playing your first game. Wait, okay, so I could interpret that in like a couple different ways, right? I could interpret that as you're saying you've never played a game before, and you're playing the first one you've ever played. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that's not what you mean. What I think you mean is you're playing the first game you've ever made. And maybe you've made more games since that first game. But you're playing the first one that you made. Maybe you've only made one game and you just finished it and now you get to play it. Whichever it is, that's pretty cool. Don't forget to leave a like. That's true. That's true. If you are here and you haven't pressed that thumbs up button, pressing the like button will help more people know that we're live streaming and help it after the live stream ends. So thank you if you do hit that like button. Very nice, very good reminder, Pierogigon. Very good reminder. Planning their game? Is that what they said? Oh my god. Dude, my reading comprehension skills are not great. That's an N! That's an N, not a Y. I was like, you're playing your first game? You're planning your first game. Yay! That's honestly even more exciting. I love that. Nice, good work. Let's go. Make you a roadmap. Make you a roadmap. It will help. It will help. Put the ideas that you want and figure out how they go together. It helps so much. MyGet says, I've been gone for a second for some AI help. My trial is expired. Oh no. Dude, them AI prices be pretty high. Alright, intro. So let me rename this button. On button, I'm gonna say intro state. Let's make another button. This will be button, what's the next state? I don't remember. I don't remember, I already forgot. So I'm gonna come to my game state script. Oh, there's a shortcut for opening this. What's the shortcut for opening that? Control backslash? That's not what backslash is. Whoa. You can comment things out by pressing Control /. Or Control K. Wow. Okay, interesting. Game state. So I want to pull up that script real quick. We're already on it. And just remind me what all my states are. Oh, there's a pre-intro. I knew I was forgetting something. There's a pre-intro. Okay. So we want to name this button pre-intro state. Name this one intro state. And then we've got menu state. And then preload state. Oh, we're renaming that. We're gonna call that post menu state. Pre-begin state. And then begin state. So I'll also want to have some other states. These states are fundamentally different than some of the others that are gonna exist. So like all of these have to happen in sequence. We can't go back. They're not like dynamic states. They're kind of static. When we start the post menu animation, it's always going to then load level 1, which is always then going to do the pre-begin animation, which is always then going to begin the game. However, when we've begun the game and it's time to go to the pause menu, we can then go back to the game playing state or game begin, which I guess will be like different than beginning the game. There will be like beginning the game and then like playing the game. Might want another state there. So those are like two different states to swap between, which is not the same. We don't swap between pre-begin and loading, right? And then, you know, restarting the game, we can go there. So it's just, there's some things to keep in mind. So if I'm pressing these debug buttons, I have to be careful that I don't try to go back somewhere that cannot be gone back to. I mean, it'd be fun to see what happens, but generally it's not gonna be good. All right, so those are those states. Let's go back to the menu and make sure they're labeled correct. I'm gonna say pre-intro, intro, menu, post menu, which is what I'll be soon working on, pre-begin, and begin. Oh, whoa, and begin. Okay. I'm gonna make them all accessible as unique names. And then we're gonna come into the script for the debug menu. And chaotically enough, I am going to connect every single one of those buttons one by one. Yup, that's how we do it here. Hopefully I can do it a little faster than not. Button underscore pre-intro state. Oh, I probably should have done state. You know, I'm gonna rename these real quick. I'm gonna refactor these names. I'm gonna put state first, and then what kind of button it is, or what kind of state it is. It's just, I think it's just gonna make it easier to type here. So button underscore state underscore type. That's just like generally the syntax I like to use, is like the sort of categorical descriptor of the thing if it shares a category with other things. And then I basically get more general from the left to the right. Or wait, I get more specific. It's like a spectrum. More general on the left, more specific on the right. And for example, to me, it just makes it easier to type here, because now I can say button state I don't know why I think it makes it easier to type, but you can see, I mean, well, it's gonna auto-complete them all, right? So now we got pre-intro here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. It's fine. It's for the best. Pre-intro dot pressed dot connect. It just feels wrong not to do it this way. On state pre-intro. Now you'll see often I do like capitalization in here. I'm kind of experimenting with that. It's debug, so we're allowed to experiment. So I'm gonna copy, I guess what makes it fast is I can copy all this ahead of time, paste it in, type intro pressed, whatever. State intro, button menu, pressed, connect, on state menu, button state, pressed, connect, on state, oh, I forgot to even say what it is. Post menu, on state, post menu, button state, pre-begin, pressed, connect, on state, pre-begin, paste it, then begin, pressed, connect, on state, begin. All right, now I gotta create every single one of those functions. Yep. Func on state pre-intro. I'm just gonna make them all. Func on state intro, func, on, state, menu. I've tried connecting a signal to a built-in function, like animation finish to delete. It works, but if you try it out in the editor, it can crash Godot. Interesting. Connecting a signal like animation finished. I haven't had good success with connecting animation finished, but maybe that's just a me problem. But I've had success with other types of signals. In terms of what does trying it out in the editor mean? You mean with like a tool script? I don't know what that means. Connecting a signal to a built-in function. I don't know. It's a pretty fundamental feature of Godot. I would hope that it works for you. On state post menu. Func on state pre-begin. Func on state begin. All right, now we just have to make them do stuff. That will be very simple, because all we gotta do is do this messenger right here. And then it'll run the function that will start each thing. Now this should only be used for advancing to the next state. So something that would be helpful is to be able to track what state we're currently on. So that way I know what to advance to next. I do currently have a way to track what level we're currently on. So maybe I can adapt that, maybe, to kind of help with this. Also, that's more indents than we need. Maybe if I use a connect method, it works even better. Oh, yeah. But I thought of a little trick to use an object without a script. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't mess with the... If maybe that's what you mean by in the editor. I do not mess with node right-clicking and connecting. I hate it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't do it. I never do it. I do it sometimes in the game jams, actually. If I'm really pressed for time. But if I'm not pressed for time, I will always type out connect. Way more flexibility. That's just my preference. Okay. So we got post menu. Oh, this needs to be typed as post menu. Which I haven't created that, so I actually need to go rename those states. Pre-begin. And then begin. And I'm going to want to try to track the states as well. Expected indented block after function declaration. What do you want about? Oh, I guess I didn't have enough indents. It's confusing. What? Why do I need 2 for this one? Okay, it's I see. I was getting rid of the enter. I see, or something. Yeah. So I need to make post menu and pre-begin. So let's do that. Can choose some other functions. Yeah, they're similar, but I find it's less reliable. I think there's a lot of other advantages too, namely that you can see it better To me, it's easier to visualize all of the code. To me, it hides things that aren't immediately searchable and visible all within the code that you have in the script. And yeah, it gives you some more flexibility. Obviously, you should do whatever you want. Personally, and I will stand by this, I will never use this if I don't have to, connecting it this way. I despise it. I actually hate it, genuinely. I feel like it's just there to be like easier, but I think it comes at a cost. It also lets you, it just doesn't give as much information. I just don't like it. Anyway, I don't feel like defending it. It's what I believe. Now, I need to set up post menu and pre-begin. So this is going to be in our messenger script. So let me pull that up. Messenger. So instead of preload, I want pre-begin. Well, I actually want this to be post-menu, is what I'm transforming this one into. Signal game pre-begin. Oh, I don't even have a pre-intro thing. So I gotta rename that. I also need to find everywhere we did game preload. This is gonna be tricky. Wedging in new states is kind of messy. And I need to rename this to, instead of being preload, to be post menu. I'm just gonna type it in. I'm not gonna use replace. I just don't feel like it. Put all this in here. Oh, and then I would want to rename this to be on game post menu. Actually, I probably could have benefited from replace. And now that I'm realizing all these things, that's okay. Paste that in there. Then we gotta come down to the function that's in here and rename that as well. Come over here, do the same thing. It's fair that you don't use it. I also think the connect method is better, even though I do it in the editor a lot of times. Yeah. It's understandable. Like, and it's not like I don't think it's a valid method. It's just started causing me more frustration than not when I used it. So I stopped. But that's the nice thing about Godot, is that you do have those options to do things in different ways. Another example is like adding things to groups. So, setting collisions. I basically try to do everything in code if I can. So often, or every chance I mean only pretty much, when I'm adding something to a group, I put it in the ready function and tell it to get added to a group. As opposed to selecting the node, over here, again, going to the node tab, clicking on groups, manage groups, because I just don't like this interface. Again, it feels like there are things that are secrets that I can't Control-Shift-F to search through all my code to find. And I want to be able to glance at everything without having to realize, oh, okay, right, I forgot I added that into a group. Even though it puts a little icon over here, it just feels too secret for my taste. And then even I feel the same way about collisions. So I'll assign collision values manually in code as well, instead of of course. You know, or, you know, visual instances, things like that. I actually haven't done it with my visual instances, but I'd like to. Okay, there's a collision. There's a collision. Okay. Oh, right. Here we go. Collision layers. So actually, this is a good example because this one doesn't even have... I've literally set no collisions on this thing, but it needs collisions. So instead of doing it in the interface, I'll have it set right here in the ready function. Because I just don't trust that I'm going to be able to keep track and remember this and click this. And I feel like I've run into problems where it was confusing whether the instance version of it was the one that was being chosen or the one that was in the instance. I don't know. It got more confusing than it needed to be if I just set it right here in the code. Then I don't ever have to worry about it or think about it. And it just, you know, it overrides whatever's in here. So yeah, I tend not to set things in here if I can avoid it, personally. Okay, so we're updating these messenger signals. I renamed all the preloads to post menu. I've wedged in a new pre-begin thing that doesn't technically do anything yet. I need to go to the game states script. But I love that Godot lets you do these things, right, in both places. I'm all for that. And I like that it kind of ends up coming down to, like, personal preference in a lot of ways. Welcome back, Chaos. It should have that kind of flexibility. Or it's nice that it does. So now I am working on the animation that plays before you start playing the game, which I'm calling post-menu animation and pre-begin animation. So that is to say, when you choose a character, the orb that comes down grabs the character, teleports it up away, and then brings it back down on Earth. And the way that I'm doing that is I'm adding a couple new states into my state machine, and so I have to refactor a couple things and sort of use the state machine that I made yesterday to the best effect that I can, refactoring it along the way. And in doing that, I have to kind of break the order that the states advance in. So I'm also setting up a debug menu right now that will let me choose between the states. So that way, if I break it, I can still click through these states manually and advance to the next one. So yeah. And I need to go to my game states script. And we need to create something that does not exist yet. Oh, but I also need to go to globals, because in globals we have preload, but preload we've gotten rid of. So instead of preload, what I need is post menu and pre-begin are the new states that I'm adding in here. The set collision mask value method is new for you? Let's go! I used the collision mask variable instead, which requires some knowledge about binary. Oh yeah, that works too. Yeah. It's nice that there's also a way to do it without knowledge about binary. Yeah. So, to be honest, the knowledge about binary is really good. Because on my raycasts, so I have this hover ray. And I use this same raycast for different things. So for example, for picking a menu option on the main menu, for attacking enemies, for abducting creatures. I use the same raycast, but that raycast is being called with a different mask depending on what I need it to look for. And so by doing that, I can say, okay, hover ray, look for things that only are on this layer, right? Unfortunately, the way that it works, I have to do it with the binary because it won't. Where do we do that? Right here. So ray query collision mask, it only is able to check the collision mask based on the bit mask. So I still needed to, even though I would love to use, you know, the collision or layer numbers, I have to use the bit mask for it. So anyway, all that to say, it's good to know that. Not that you were doubting that it was good to know, but I certainly wish I knew it before I tried to figure this out. And it took me a while, but we got there. So there's definitely some places where you still have to use that binary bit mask value. You know, and then so if I have something looking for multiple things, like this attack ray can look for a bunch of different stuff, I have it set to 2 + 4 + 8 + 16384, which is ridiculous, right? Why not just type 2 + 4 + 8? Like, actually, why not solve that myself and put it in there? But I do it that way, so that way I can read it and know, okay, this is looking for 2 for things on bitmask 2, for bitmask 4, for bitmask 8, and bitmask 16384. So unfortunately, it doesn't work everywhere. But yeah, you can do the layers and the masks that way by just saying set collision layer value true or false, the number true or false, and then you can swap that with mask as well. Very, very handy. And anywhere I can do stuff like that, I do. I should do it for visual instance and call mask stuff. I don't know that I have everywhere I can, but I'm sure I'll get to it eventually. All right, so I'm setting up these states. Whoops, let's pull up the global script. I believe I've added them in, but maybe I didn't save it. Oh, why did you zoom? Dang it. I hate when it zooms. At least on my machine, on this one, it's very, very slow to reloading when I zoom in or out. It takes a long time for it to reset it. And it's just, I don't like waiting. That's all. If I can give you a tip about binary, you can use the hexadecimal value of a number using the 0x prefix. For example, 16384 in binary would be 0x4000. All right. I don't know that that feels like a tip more than a fun fact, because the reason why I would prefer to use this 16384 number is really a convenience thing, because if I like hover over in Godot one of these collision numbers, it'll actually pop up that bit mask value, right? But like what you're saying, I have to like either be able to figure out how to do that in my head, or B, look it up every time. Whereas this, if I need to know what layer 15 is, I can just see right there the bit mask value is 16384. So from a convenience standpoint, it's actually easier for me to use the bit mask. But that's very interesting. I'm interested. I'm just not going to use it. Okay, so I need to actually update everywhere this preload is referenced in the scripts. We don't actually want that anymore because I've now refactored that. So we're going to replace it here with post menu. And here as well. That should be all the places. I think that should be fully refactored for all intents and purposes. Now what I am missing is a reference to the new state that I made. So let's wedge that in. So we have match game state. If we're in pre-intro, it does on game state pre-intro function, right? The on game state pre-intro function does some things. And then it swaps the game state. A part of me wants this to be a little bit different than it is, if I'm being honest. Part of me wants that to be a little different. I might want to put some of these things in where they belong, actually. Because, you know, something that would be nice for the states is that we have all of the state swapping be occurring within this function and not outside of this script. Now, that's true for this state, but it's not true for all of them. And then I do keep getting a bug where this doesn't work right if I restart the game. And this is a pretty easy one to just do somewhere else. Because if we do game intro emit, okay, I'm just gonna, basically something else that I'm working on right now is I'm also like cleaning up, fixing, and working on my game state machine. I think is like a main thing that I'm doing here. So I'm gonna come to the world environment script. We do have the sun set up here. I'm gonna connect a signal. We have game begin, but let's add in messenger game pre-intro or pre... Oh, right, because we're not even doing a pre-intro. Right. I don't even have a signal for that yet, actually. Haven't even made that signal. But I think that would be valuable to make. So I'm going to. Oh, there's a shortcut for searching your scripts too, isn't there? What is that shortcut? I saw someone do it once and I already forgot it. Godot search script list. What is that shortcut? No, not that. Switch script filter. I saw someone do it in a video. I don't remember what it was. And what it did was it let you, with a hotkey, search all of these names. It was awesome. It was so useful. But I don't remember how to do it. Go to function. Go to line. That's pretty cool. Man, that was such a great... And that person wasn't telling me it like a tip. They just did it. And I had to like pause to see how they did it. In my experience with Java, I use binary to optimize math. But the thing is that binary is still hard for even certified programmers. So I can get a lot of criticism using binary. Wow. I mean, it seems fun to do if you like want to, if you're interested in that. Maybe there's, you know what I should probably look at is, like, look at the hotkeys. Script editor, find, replace, open script editor, quick open script, Control-Alt-O. Control-Alt-O. Yeah, that's what I want. Heck yeah, dude. Whoa, I don't even need this anymore. Hold on. Control-Alt-O. And then if I say, like, globals, oh, yeah! That's speed. Where do I want to go? The game state script, Control-Alt-O, game states. Bam. Where do I want to go? The raycast script, we're going to type in camera. Bam. I want to go to the body part script, body part. Bam. Oh, oh, this is nice. Control-Alt-O is life for me right now. I love it. 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 Oh my god. I would even love to make that an easier hotkey, but holy crap. That is the most useful hotkey I have ever found. Okay. So what am I actually doing besides being excited about a hotkey? What did you do today? I found a hotkey. I want to make sure these states exist. I'm wedging in the... Oh, I wanted to move to the world environment script. Oh yeah, so I was gonna open up the messenger script. Oh, it's so fast. Signal game pre-intro. And then we're gonna come to, you know, it's list. No, it's awesome, dude, it's awesome. And then we're going to do, because it's not even that unreadable for you, because you can see this pop up and me search for the script. It's awesome. Where am I going now? From the messenger to the world environment. Oh, I should probably save the messenger script so it actually updates. On game pre-intro, not declare. Oh yeah, let's declare it. Now this is still gonna run at a time that is a bit inconvenient. But that's okay. And then we just want to say sun visible equals false at this stage. I guess I'll move this here so it just makes a little more sense. And I love this because now I can keep this code area so much wider and I don't need that script filter thing. Now if I wanted to go to a function, that's kind of what makes the script filter nice too, is that you can choose the functions. I did find a shortcut for popping open that, but it seems like there might even be the go to function, which is also nice. And that's Control-Alt-F. So that can do the same thing where I'm searching for functions within here, which is also nice. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to, it's a little, what makes this hard is it does kind of take it out of my visual view. So here I can see the list and that kind of like triggers my memory of like, oh yeah, I want to go here. So I think that they both have their place, but it's nice to be able to quickly get there without popping that open all the time. And here we would remove the sun being visible from that. Then all of this is affecting the blackout. You know what I usually do in programs? Try every hotkey. What can possibly go wrong? Yeah, that's risky. That's risky. Man, oh, that's scary. Because like if you don't know, you know, you could like permanently toggle a setting that you don't even know how to untoggle. That's scary. That's hardcore. Rogi says, I spent way too long trying to find the simple math operations in Godot docs. Turns out, they're found in the @global scope page? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Why would that be where that is? Because it's just so global. Apparently, I've been here to the global scope page. I guess because it's just, it's fundamental, it's global. Therefore, simple math functions belong there. I wanted to write a function that gets the butt value for you. There's a butt value? Wait, the butt value? Oh, the bit value. I was just, okay, the bit value. You know, it's like an and, an if, an or, and a but. Here it is if you want it. Function get bit value, call mask, return power 2.0, call mask -1. It's horrifying. But you know who I bet is interested in that? Mygits. Mygits probably likes that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm impressed that you found a function that can do that. Nice job. I could never want that. I mean, I will say, I mean, the reason why I don't want that is I guess because I'm used to already doing it this way. And I find it very easy, but then again, maybe, Rogi, maybe I do want it. Maybe I do like it. I mean, if it works, it's just, you know, I guess it's hard to say what compromises readability more, especially for like one where there's multiple. That's gonna look nuts, right? Because I'm gonna have to put that in every single spot, right? Get bit value, call mask, return pow 2.0, call mask -1. Get bit value, call mask, return pow 2.0, call mask -1. Get value, call mask, you know? And so what, I'm going to create a bunch of variables so I can plug, it's like, it gets a little chaotic. But it's actually really cool that that's possible. But this would just, this is, at some point, this is just more readable to me. Even though, you know, it's not as simple as putting in the call mask. At least it doesn't look like chaos. But I'm glad to know that. And a part of me wants to like how am I going to remember? Someday, I might really want to know that. If there would be something wrong, it would be bad design. Because I could also just accidentally have pressed the hotkey trying to press another hotkey. Oh, for a program? Okay. So, I mean, obviously, I think it's safe to assume that every program has bad design in it somewhere. But I know you said you enjoy finding out what's bad about programs in design. But man, I don't want to tempt the bad design if I don't have to. You already did the function. It just took a long time to write it because you forgot how the power function works in Godot. I guess for small ones you wouldn't have to if you remember them. Oh, yeah. So that this one looks more readable. I just don't even think that that's more readable because 2, 4, and 8 are still, because then we're just not being consistent anymore, you know? And I hate that because it already is. I mean, 2 is the same, 4 is the same, 8 is different. So I'd have to do it for 8 and 16384. And then 2 and 4 would be, it feels a little inconsistent. But I really want to like capture this and remember that someday. I don't know where I'm gonna put it or ever find it again. But because it's nice to know it's possible. Maybe I'll just have to ask you. Use a shift operator to generate a power of 2. So your get bit value function would look like something else. Alright, anyway. Anyway. What am I doing? Game states? Oh, yeah. Right, so maybe I'll put all of this code on the blackout. Whoa. Shift operator to generate a power of 2. What? That's wild. That looks nice. I like the way that looks. I don't know what a shift operator is either. Sounds kind of cool though. So I'm gonna move this all to the blackout. That's where I want it. So I'm gonna connect, I'm gonna say messenger. Your math trading has you read that as 1 is much lesser than the coal mask. Messenger. Oh yeah, then the -1. Game pre-intro connect. You guys talking about this makes me wish I had live streams where we just mess around and do stuff for fun. But I don't have that yet. Maybe when this game is finished. Pre-intro. Then I'll put all this in here, and we don't have to say blackout. Well, we do, but we just want to on ready, variable blackout. As this, it is a, what is it? Erect a panel equals that. So hopefully that works. And then it's just gonna look a little better in my code here. This didn't make any difference, so we're not gonna put that in there. Okay. So on game state pre-intro, we wanted to swap the state to intro. So that's all it does. Well, no, that's not all it does, right? Because we want to say messenger game pre-intro emit. We want to emit that. Yeah, but then we have a problem because now, so we kind of need like another signal. Oh no. We need like signals for when the state begins and when the state ends. Oh dear. That would probably be... Wow. I mean, refactoring game states is really what I'm up to today. Apparently, that's also largely what I'm working on. What did I say that I'm working on today? I said I was working on, in the title, game start animation. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let me just adjust it. Let me just adjust it a little. Game start animation, game states, and more. I just feel like it's important to just say that. Is there a difference between a percentage and a money sign when you're dragging a node to the script? There is. Welcome, Solon. So, here's the difference. The percent is the path, the full path, relative to the node that you're on. right? The percent is the unique name of it. Now, not everything has a unique name. You have to choose for something to have a unique name. And not everything can have a unique name. So, for example, for this, let's see, let's look at the main scene, right? For the main scene, if I want to reference main menu, I can do that. We say onReady menu, onReady variable menu equals $ main menu. That'll be okay. Because since it's one level below, all we need to say is $. Right? So let's even revoke the unique name and drag it in. And it'll just say $ main menu. Now if I come right click on this and hit access as unique name, it's now going to have a % next to it. And now if I click it and drag it in, it'll have the %, which makes it look like exactly the same thing. And let me show you why it's not the same thing. So let's look at something within the main menu. For example, this animation, well, we shouldn't do that. I'll tell you why in a second. Let's do this node here. Title harvest earth _1. If I drag this in there, it's gonna say $ main menu title /title harvest earth, right? And it's got the double quotes because there's like a dash in here, and so it's making it a little more clear that this is one unit. That's what the $ does there. Now, if I right click on that same node and instead say access as unique name, now it's going to have a little % next to it. And if I drag it in, look what happens. Bam. All it is just the % and then title harvest earth, the name of it. So what the % is doing is it's omitting the need for the full path. And it's allowing me to only have to reference a node by its name. Now, this doesn't always work. So for example, here's the animation player that's nested in here. If I drag this in, it's gonna have a $ main menu /title /animation player. And let's say I want to access that as a unique name. So if I right click this and try to set it to be accessible as a unique name, it actually did work, which is a little surprising. Because, oh, I'll tell you why it worked. Okay, so that did work, right? Now I can drag this in here, it's % animation player. Here's where it won't work. So there's another animation player, and you're probably going to have multiple animation players, unless you rename them to be unique. But let's say you don't. So if I right click on this animation player and I try to access it as a unique name, now we're gonna get this error, right? That's gonna say unique names already used by another node in the scene. And I'll tell you what node it is. So that kind of, I think, gives you a good idea of what the % does. It says that whatever the name of that node is, allow this to be accessed by that unique name without having to type the full path. But you can't have multiple unique names with the same name, naturally. So some things you can do it with, some things you can't if they have the same name as other things. So you can only do it with stuff that has unique names already. And then once you assign that %, it will access it differently. Now you can still reference something that has a unique name with the $, right? So like this one that this title harvest earth that I accessed as a unique name here, I don't actually have to keep it that way. So let's just, if I revoke it, drag it in, and I give it a unique name, it'll still work as a $ full path. But I can also make it a %, and therefore it'll be a little shorter and easier to reference. So it's kind of ignoring also the hierarchy, which is sometimes convenient. So that's the difference. Hope that helped. I didn't explain it the best, but I'm glad I got some practice, because maybe I could make a little short about that, because it's definitely a useful tip. Yeah, it's great for organization, right? Thanks for asking about it. The most important thing is that the unique scope is predefined and the full path scope isn't. So unique names are better for performance. Okay. 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 I bet those words make sense. I do. It was just a little confusing, but I feel like it makes sense. Right, so I was adding the blackout thing. Okay, so that should be... Oh, right. So now I'm thinking I need to add new signals. And this is... I hope this isn't ridiculous, but I think I need game pre-intro start signal game pre-intro end, and then game intro start, game intro end. Or I could have it call with a argument, but then Godot's not going to be happy in some ways if I don't use the arguments every time. I'm pretty sure that MyGats is saying Godot saves a variable behind the scenes for the node path with unique names, so since that already exists, it doesn't need to find it every single time. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. That's interesting. Because I figured there is no reason not to use XS as a unique name. But I never thought that it might actually be better to use access as a unique name. That's really interesting. Thank you, Rogi, for rewording that for me. Wow, that's really cool. Well, I guess I should use it where I can, maybe. So why do I want this pre-intro end and pre-intro start? Are we quite sure that I need that? Because then what happens in between something ending and something else starting? Right, well, the issue I'm having here is we start the pre-intro, and then we need to wait. Well, then just, well, right, but we want to signal when the pre-intro is complete. That's why we had the awaits in here. Otherwise, I have to remember between this script and the environment script, it becomes a little magic numbery. I mean, you could make it not magic numbery. Oh, not here, the blackout. Wait, where is that? Wait, where's the blackout code? Did I not paste that in? Oh, I never pasted it in. Whoops. Better do that. Are we quite sure that I didn't? I could have sworn I pasted that in. I remember naming it panel. I guess I Control-Z'd it and I didn't realize it. Disturbing. Huh. Okay. Alright. Sure. Whatever. So now we're going to be awaiting 2 seconds, doing a tween. Is this, Am I doing this the way that I want to? It gets very confusing, all of this. So what was it before? That is what it was before. Oh, we want sun visible to be true. Okay, that makes more sense. I see. Dude, I'm like, why would I hide the sun after? I wouldn't. Why would I hide the sun after fading in? Sun visible true. That's what we want here. We want it to become visible at that point. What do you mean sun not declared? What? No, I just put it in here. Oh, that's on world environment. Oh. Right. I see. I'm looking at the wrong script. Man, this does get confusing. Oh God, and I just put this in here. And I defined blackout there. Oh God, that's why I was feeling confused. Wow, and we want, oh, so we can't, oh, wait, oh. Wow. I can't be separating this because the timing's gonna be off. Okay, so I actually just made a big mistake. I need to undo all of this. Undo, 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 undo. Get rid of this. Don't put this in here. Some things need to be in there. Who cares if it's messy? It's where it belongs. Oh God, and I just zoomed in too. To make it worse. Wow. It's difficult. It's a little difficult. Okay, so we don't want to be moving this out of here. I know it's gotta all be so confusing, but it is confusing. It is fundamentally confusing. So I really don't want to put this on here, which is kind of for the best. Recognizable problem. Okay. I'm not sure I understand the context of the words that you say, but I respect that you say them. So what I need to do over here is put all that mess back. Put it on here. This has to, the timing needs to be happening from this, period. That's where this belongs. All of this, because this is a timing-based state transition. Really, we're making a transition, right? And it's important that that transition is clearly communicated when going between states, which means that this is important to me to put on this game state script, is the transition between two things. And therefore, if it is a transition between two things, I think it should be a little clear that that's what's happening. So first of all, let me make sure I haven't left any pre-intro stuff lying around that doesn't belong. Debug menu is fine. World environment. Oh, it's not updated. Save it. Refresh this. Okay. Globals, yes, that's fine. Messenger, we shouldn't actually need it, but let me make sure I've gotten rid of it everywhere. In the main menu, we still have a past pre-intro boolean, but we're not using that boolean, or this one for that matter. So these should be removed. And then swap game state. This is okay, although I want to put forth the possibility that this doesn't belong here. No, it does. Swap game. So the swap game state signals absolutely belong throughout the code. That is where they belong, is within the code. That is good. That is acceptable. And then I can get rid of this signal here. It is so confusing. You open the main scene thinking that you edit its script, but you're actually in another script. The current scene and the current script are two different things. It's weird. That is weird. That is true. And that's a recognizable problem. Yeah. So I don't need a pre-intro signal anywhere. Come to the game states. On game state pre-intro. This happens right at the beginning. Ready function. This one fires. Waits 2 seconds. Fades out the blackout. I guess I could, you know, do a code region or something. We could say region, fade in the game. And then do end region. I typed it wrong. Here we go. Then we do, after that stuff happens, very time dependent, then we emit. I'm actually gonna put the await outside of here. Then we do the swap game state to intro. Okay, all right. And then we emit the game intro message signal. Okay. And then that is going to switch to this function, and this function is going to play. And this function is going to give us another blackout briefly before loading the menu. But it does more than that because the game intro is doing stuff throughout. Game intro right here. Animation message, that just keeps going. Oh, but that's looking for that input. Oh, and then, right, so that's checking to see. It's very tricky. So, on the main menu, if the game state is intro and we press this, then it will start Oh, because it's looking for the word intro. Wow, I wish that was easier. I wish that was easier to search. Is game states intro? This is a little challenging. It kind of is dividing things a little more than I want. Do I need this on the main menu script though? Why put this on the main menu script? I mean, because we want the input event, right? So this is I mean, I could put this on game states. Maybe I should put this on game states instead of main menu. Then I would be able to find this a lot more easily. This is kind of hard. It's kind of wacky. It's kind of a lot. I guess what I would search for is when the swap game state occurs for the menu. It almost makes me want to refactor this as game_intro and refactor this as game_menu. Just so it matches the signal, which would just make it easier. I mean, I know this is just such a wild rabbit hole that I'm like going into. More like a hamster wheel. But I want this to make sense. On game state pre-intro, it waits 2 seconds, it fades in the game, and then it's going to change the state to intro. And then what isn't visible here is that on the main menu, it's currently looking for an input as long as we're in the state intro. And if we're in the state intro, it's then going to, well, but all of this is happening, right? So it switches to the state intro, it emits the game intro message or signal. Then we're in this function, and at this time, after it fades in the cutscene, or fades out, why would it fade out? Oh, that's the pre-intro. I'm so confused. The pre-intro tweens it to 0. Fade in the game. The alpha becomes 0 at a speed of 1. For when the intro happens, the blackout goes to 1? Wouldn't that be fading out the game? If the alpha is becoming 1? Right, and then it goes here. Why does the pre-intro have it tweening? I guess because what it's doing is it's doing a... I see. It's fading in the game. It's fading in the game. Showing the cutscene. And overloading the problem. The numbers need to be floats. Is this a real problem or like a theoretical problem? Also, does anything work? Have I broken everything? Oh man. This is difficult. Just because it's such like a mental brain twister. I kind of like it. If it doesn't work, you know why. It does work. It does work. I need to have, like I have like an FPS debug, I need to have a state debug so I can see what state we're currently in. I can do output too, but I'd rather it be on screen, personally. It's like right here, it fades in from black. So that's fading in. That's the pre-intro fading into the intro. And now we're in the intro. And then if I press any key to skip, I mean, it doesn't do anything. I'm very confused. What is this doing? I'm commenting this out. What the heck is this doing? Just get rid of that. What happens? So it's gonna await 2 seconds. I see, so it starts out black, so it's gonna stay black. Press any key to skip, nothing fades in. Now if I press any key to skip, it never faded in. Okay, so that is important for fading into the cutscene, which is the intro. Now when the intro starts, it does all of this. Now what's the point of all this? What if I cut this out? And we just do a pass. It's tricky, but it's important. And I enjoy it. I enjoy it. I do. So this is the pre-intro. Now it's the intro. Press any key to skip. That's not doing anything. This is doing nothing right here. That's why it's confusing. So what I want to happen is that when this function starts, it's going to black everything out and then fade it back in, and we see this. That's what's supposed to be happening, but it isn't happening. It's skipping this for some reason. I don't know why. That function is definitely gonna run. Whenever we swap game state, this function definitely runs. Alright, so before I continue with this problem solving, I want to finish setting up the debug buttons and a way to preview what the current state we're on is. So for the debug buttons, for them to work, they actually should work. Actually, now that I look at this, it actually should work pretty well. In theory. Good. If I want to preview what state we're currently on, color 111 could either be white or it could be extremely dark gray, depending on how it handles the overload. Okay. Alright. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because in some places I mean, here you can even see I've mixed float and integer. But what you're saying is maybe don't mix float and integer. And just come in here and refactor it all. I'll do that. I'll give you a credit for that. That's a good idea. This seems like a nice practice to have. I haven't even given you a credit yet. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and a lot of appreciation from me. Yeah, I can refactor that. If they're all integers, it might handle them in the scale from 0 to 2. Yeah. I get what you're saying. And me, I'm interpreting as always make it a float as a rule. Probably could do the same thing with the time as well, the duration, you know, just as like a general rule. Just always set all of these as floats. Could I do 0.0 instead of 0.0? It just like looks better. I think I can. I'd be surprised if I couldn't. And by the way, I think that it's fine. I haven't had any problems setting it as an integer. But I have a feeling that it actually probably is better for performance if I don't force it to have to figure out how to make it, whether it's a float or an integer. Since, you know, even the tooltip that pops up, the autocomplete, suggests that it be a float. Or the documentation will say to make it a float. So it just makes sense to make sure that it is that. And that sounds like a good idea to me. Oh, I guess I can make it more readable if I want to space these out a bit. Which, you know, whatever. Bit of a sidetrack. But I like it. So I'm gonna do it. We got a lot of colors. A lot of colors. I'm not sure that I think the problem that you're specifically describing is a problem, but I'm sure it's better to do it this way. Let me just save all real quick. So that updates everywhere it needs to. It's nice to take a break from the brain twisting But now we go back to twisting the brain. Okay. Right, I want to have the game states be visible on screen as a debug. I'm going to put that on the debug menu script, even though it's, well, where do we do the FPS? Actually, I should put it wherever that is. Here. Debug canvas layer, information margin container. Information. That's probably where I should put it. Is in there. And then I've got like an H box in there. Oh, the blackout is covering it up, so I can't even see it. Annoying. That's very annoying. I'm gonna set that to become visible in the ready function, so I don't have to have it be covering everything up, because that's super annoying. It's information time. It's information time, Frank. You know it. Hope you're doing well, Frank, by the way. Always a pleasure. Thanks for being an awesome mod, too. You too, Rogie. You too. Of course. Okay. So, now I'm gonna finish setting that up. Go back to 2D. Now that's not visible, which is nice. And I'm gonna add in the information of what state we're currently on, which will be handy. We've got this H box. Let's add a new label in here. What's its complaint? Changing the Z index only affects the draw order. Okay. Great. So we're gonna call this show state. And we'll just say state. Would be nice if it was a bit more spaced out. Horizontal alignment, vertical. Okay. Maybe we want to do theme overrides and constants over here. Separation. There we go. Okay. So this will actually come up alongside the FPS. That's fine. I think, unless I have that, I should. Oh, I do, because percent. So let's just say more info. Instead of HBox container, I'm just gonna say container more info. And I'm gonna have this accessible as a unique name. Come to my debug script. And instead of having it make the FPS thing be visible. Oh, that's, oh, okay, here. I see. Oh. It doesn't even update the text unless we're showing it. That makes sense. So that way it's doing it all the time. Okay. But let's change this to container more info, visible true. And then this will make it false. So we'll get the state as well when we're checking FPS, which is kind of silly, but I don't care. And then for actually changing the text of the state, I think it probably makes sense. I mean, I could handle that here in the debug. Probably easier if I don't do that. I'm not going to pad the FPS with zeros. That way it's more consistent instead of the potential constant movement of the second label. Oh. Do you have an easy way to tell me how to do that? That's a good point. Is that an easy way, or is that guidance? All right, I'll take guidance. I'll do guidance. Pad zeros function. Formats the string representing a number to have an exact number of digits before the decimal point. Oh, so then we say how many digits. That's pretty, all right, I can do that. I think I can do that. Well, wait, how do I put it in here? Where do I, oh, like this string right here? Do I wrap it in string? So if you have, yeah, I gotcha, I get you. But like, where do I put that function? Like in here? Pad zeros. Search. It returns a string. Just not sure how I use it, you know? I could look it up. At the end of the FPS line, outside of the string conversion. Oh, I see. Do I see? Like that. Nice. Cool. Thanks. That's pretty helpful. I'll give you a debug tools credit for that one. Nice. I kind of hate it, but it's too useful since I have it all in one. If I really hated it, I would make a separate container for it. So that's a me problem. Dope. Debug tools, glitched code. Where you at on here? Hop, hop, hop. They do a lot of hopping, actually. You used to do it the horrible way for timers. If number is less than 10, 0 plus number, instead of padding it. Oof. Yeah, it makes for bad UI. I think it's great for like file systems and stuff, but for UI, it's pretty hideous. Probably, maybe faster. You can very much download this game and build it. And check it. Also, you know, you should build it first. Because it runs slower in the editor than when it's built. But unlike my other computer, it runs like twice as fast. On this one, not so much. Not so much. I increased my bitrate, by the way. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I increased the bitrate for my internet, which is gonna drop sometimes because I'm kind of pushing it beyond what it can often do. But it should mean that there's not as much pixel soup when I do this, that YouTube compression doesn't hit it as hard. It's not gonna be perfect, but the screen should look better now than it used to. By a little bit. Not a lot, by a little bit. The code takes some time to compile. Yeah. Okay. So now I need to actually have that state, you know, do something. And I should do it the same way as I do this, pretty much. The same adding a thing on. But I'm gonna set that up in the game states. It feels a little weird to set it up there, but I think it makes the most sense since we have all the state functions right there. You know, you know what might be easier, actually? This is an autoload script. I should give it a class name. Class name, game states. Oh wait, it's an autoload. Duh. We don't have to we don't have to give it a class name. If it would be coded in C#, for example, it would be a lot faster. Yeah. The problem with C# and Godot is that there's less documentation and tutorials. Yeah. Very true. You're speaking truth. It's very true. And GDScript is more fun. I was like, why do we need a class name? It's probably the same as the auto. It is. I just forget until Godot is like, you don't need to do that. So what I'm thinking is we just have a variable current state. But wait, we do have an enum. Can we get a name from an enum? Well, actually, exactly. Is it possible to actually extract the name, the text word from an enum and then plop that into a string? Godot enum, the text, yeah, it is. Godot enum text as string. Translate an enum into string. Yeah. Use string and keys or values. What a bad explanation. If you have an enum value, enum val, and you want it as a string, just do enum name dot keys, and then in brackets enum val. Why am I still confused? Oh, they're referring to theirs. Right, so this is the same as mine. Game states, state idle, state this, state that. AI state values, AI state keys. What the heck am I looking at right here? Print E. What the frick am I looking at? What kind of answer is that? This is confusing. I'm very confused. I feel like this should be much more easy to understand. Oh my god. Why can't I find an answer to this easily? Yeah, what you're saying sounds really true, my guess. god. Like, what is this saying? So this is just giving me like a bunch of different options to do the same thing. I think that's what this is doing. So, I mean, maybe I'll just do this. This looks like the easiest and the most readable to me. Like, if that'll work, let's go. So I don't need to create a variable then. In fact, I could come back to the debug script and say label show state text equals state plus state colon plus, and then we go to game states dot, oh, but I think we're doing that on globals. Globals is game state. I didn't even need to reference game state. Well, I thought I might, but I didn't end up needing to. So that'll just work. Did I forget to put something? I don't know. That was easier than I thought it would be. I was just very confusing. I like words explaining things sometimes. Okay. State 2. No, but that's a number. That's not the enum. I want the word. You know about it, but it's not necessary. Yeah. Call it node-oriented programming in Godot. That's kind of cool. So maybe we want to say dot keys. But no, because can I call a function on enum value? State as a string. String. Oh. I did see that current state thing around, but then I saw some like cautions like against it sometimes. Wait, what is current? Oh, I see what you're saying. Is game state. Like that. Wait, what? What the heck is game state? Oh, I would do like globals is game state. Like that? Maybe that's what you mean. I see. That makes more sense. That was confusing. Nice. Thank you. Let's go. Dope. And it crashes. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Glitched. I gotta give you another debug tool credit for that. Racking them up. Hooray, broken stuff. Yeah, hooray. Invalid get index game preload on base messenger. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. That makes sense. No, that's totally gone now. I see why you wouldn't be able to find that. Oh wow, I still haven't named preload in so many places. I mean, we basically need to refactor that everywhere. So we're gonna say find preload and replace it with post menu is what we're replacing it with. Not there. Not there. Another reason not to use preload is because it's already used in other contexts. We do want to replace it here. We do want to replace it there. We do want to replace it there. We do not want to replace it there. Alright. Replace them. Now let's try it. And then one more thing. I would like to set an export variable to be able to have that state information and the FPS information show right away. So as soon as the game starts, I want that information being fed to me. If Godot would be designed by JetBrains, whatever that means, it would be a lot easier to refactor code. What is JetBrains? That sounds like a disease, like a comical disease, where your brains get jettisoned out of your ears. Oh yeah, I got JetBrains currently. Oh, my brains. I assume it's real. Not the disease. Okay, so let's add an export variable on here. You could write Godot code in a JetBrains IDE. I've done it in PyCharm and ran the program from there without Godot being open. That sounds cool. Whatever you're talking about sounds cool. What am I doing? Oh, I'm adding an export variable. Show FPS false. We don't even, it's not even really show FPS anymore. I should refactor that. Speaking of refactor. Instead of calling it show FPS, I want it to be show info. So let's just replace that everywhere. And I'm just gonna make this an export variable. So that way we can mark it as being visible all the time. I don't know how well the GDScript plugin is maintained and how up to date it stays, but it is there. JetBrains is a very popular software development company for designing IDEs, integrated development environments. Nice. Oh right, it's not gonna show on top of the blackout. Right. And that's where I've done that Z index change. I needed it to be 1,000. It yells at me for doing this. No. 1,000,000. Oh, I can't do it to 1,000,000. I can only do it to 4,096. Yeah, that one. 4,096. But what is the UI top on? Knowing me, I put that one in the same place. The blackout. No, I did not. Clion, PyCharm, WebStorm, Rider, RubyMine, and more. Rider I've heard of. Don't some people use that when they're doing Unreal Engine? Oh, it's still not on top. There must be some setting that's overriding on the blackout. Or maybe it's the canvas layer. Layer 3. Oh, that's what it is. So the Z index actually isn't even the most important thing. It's this. Yeah, the debug layer is below that. Debug layer on top. Debug layer number 1. So wait, if I do that, then maybe I don't need to even change the Z index of these, and I can get rid of this warning. If we're just gonna say always draw above all the other canvas layers, then that resolves that. It's a weird error, because it doesn't seem like an error that is necessary. Alright, pre-intro, intro, very useful. Now I can see that stuff. Menu. So that menu swap is too fast. It should transition into the menu. See if we can begin the game. Post menu. Begin. So I want to wedge a new state in there. Oh, it's nice to see it work. I love the state report. That's very useful. I want to wedge a state in there that says that we're in pre-begin after post menu. Looks like I'm going to be doing mostly this today. It's not all the fun animation stuff that the task seems like I'll be doing. But that's okay. It'll be a nice reward for setting all this up. To get to animate it. What was I gonna do next? You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna make a GitHub commit. Because this is kind of a nice stage. What have I done? What have I achieved today? So far. You really do gotta do what you gotta do. I'm not gonna come in here and animate this stuff and have nowhere to put it. I have to be able to wedge it in somehow. And I'm still kind of trying to figure out how I want to get the game states organized. Really, that's what I've been doing. All of this is not important stuff. So I'm just gonna say, game state machine. Dude, so useful. I'm so glad to be affirmed about that. Game state, thank you. Game state machine. Honestly, I'm gonna give you a freaking moral support credit for that one. That's a moral support. I appreciate it. Truly. Just give me that boost of like, yeah, okay, alright. Feels good. That's the unfortunate part of dev. Spend a month or two doing behind the scenes stuff. Update drops. Players complain about no new content. And a pointless update that does nothing. Wow. Wow. That's so real. Like, I've been that player. Because you get excited. And there's a patch. It's like, oh, what's the patch notes? I'm just looking at the patch notes like... like nothing is interesting. Those credits are gonna be long. Yeah, they are. Yes. Yes, that is correct. I know, dude, there's almost 100. I mean, there's 80. It's wild. Yeah, it's pretty obnoxious. I'm lucky that you guys come through here. Very grateful. Game state machine improvements. I would say that's what we have done. That's it. That's really all that I've done. Yeah, because I did the progress report. All right. I mean, what more do I need to say? Game state machine stuff is more centralized to the game state script. I guess added a couple new states. One hasn't been implemented. Probably something else. Adjusted the layers. Adjusted the layers of debug versus of the debug. Adjusted the layer of the debug canvas layer. All right, that's enough. We get it. If you were to drop an update, priority 1 is new content. Priority 2 is optimization. That's probably super good advice. That sounds like really solid advice. Oh, pull origin? Oh yeah, because I updated the readme. Well, that won't conflict. Pull origin terrifies me. When I see pull origin and I have an update to add, that makes my heart just like start freaking out a little. Because it's like, oh my god, have I been working on an old version? No, I have not. That was just the README. I don't know if I mentioned it here, but that goes along with why I wanted to at least dip myself into all aspects of game dev and get a better appreciation for things, in addition to how to know the amount of work that may have gone into one or two new features. Nice. So you can just appreciate like your favorite games and the work that goes into them. That's pretty cool. That's noble. If only every player did that, nobody would spend any time playing games. And they'd all have respect for the game devs. Could you imagine? Cool. So now that that's set up, I want to figure out what's going on between and why there is no transition between the game intro and the game menu. And I know, I'm trying to work on wedging in that animation. So pre-intro to intro has a nice fade in, as I would like. But when I do the press any key to skip, it just boof, does right into menu. But what I want is for it to fade out and then fade in. That's what it should be doing. Appreciate instead of complain. I know people that complain about the dumbest things, I know. Or think something would be super easy, but may involve rewriting an entire chunk of the game. Something that an entire chunk that the game depends on. Yeah, totally. It's easy to do that. Like, if you don't know what goes into it, it's easy to assume those things. Pepe says, I appreciate lots of games. Doesn't mean the devs are good devs. Oh, jeez. I was going to sing you a member song, but now I want to be like naughty Pepe. All right, but I will sing you a member song. I don't know how I feel about that attitude, but, it's a fair attitude. Oh, this is a weird song. The next song is a weird one? I'm not gonna sing to that. See, the last song was singable. Alright, we'll try it. We'll try it. Alright, Pepe. Oh, Pepe. Pepe paying us a visit. Pepe is paying us a visit. Welcome, Pepe, I appreciate you. Even if you don't appreciate all game devs. Pepe paying us a visit. Pepe paying us a visit. I appreciate that you're coming on through. Even if you don't appreciate what game devs do. Oh, Pepe, I appreciate you, yeah. Oh, Pepe, I appreciate you. Oh, Pepe, I appreciate you. Thank you for paying us a visit. Oh, Pepe. Oh, Pepe. Oh, Pepe. Oh, Pepe. Alright, there's your member song. Thank you, Pepe, for being such an ardent supporter of this channel for a long time. In multiple ways. On Patreon and right here on YouTube. I appreciate it. Even if you don't appreciate it. No, it's fine. How they have their code set up. Yeah. Mygot says, we're all in the same world. We're all ambitious kids with creative minds. I love that. Gotta love these songs. I'm delighted. I'm delighted that my bad singing can bring anyone else joy. Okay. Alright, so what's going on with that friggin' transition? What is the issue? Why is that not beautiful for me? So in the pre-intro, we don't really care about the pre-intro, do we? The pre-intro is fine. Pre-intro does have a fade in to the game via an await 2 seconds and then tween for the blackout, going from 1 to 0. The sun becomes visible and that's that. Then it swaps to the intro state. then the intro state from blackout, well, actually, it goes to a blackout, right? So as soon as the intro begins, we get another tween, and it fades it out to black, right? And that takes 1 second. And then it waits a second, naturally. Probably should make that 1.0. It waits a second, and then it fades it back in, or in other words, the blackout fades out to 0. And that's good, and that works fine. Now, when we need to find where we switch from the intro to the game menu, and that's going to be at swap game state. So we do know where now. So we're going to look at swap game state, specifically intro. It's in a lot of places. Right here. To menu. Sorry, swap game state menu. It's so confusing. Swap game state menu right there. So this happens when we press a key, because you press any key to continue. So that's going to swap us to the main menu. So that happens. When that happens, it should bring us to this. Oh. Now wait a minute. Oh, there is no blackout there. I'm bugging. The reason why it doesn't fade in is because I'm not friggin' telling it to. That's the most obvious thing ever. Wow. Well, now I know. Ah, okay. Right, and this is probably why it'd be good to refactor it to an animation player, because then I don't have to type this code out every time. Or I could make this a function that runs that does this every time. We can have, because all this is doing is it's blackout, fade in. Fade out, fade in, right? We could just have a fade out, fade in function, and it just runs. The only problem with that is then we have to like check when it finishes, right? And the tween is kind of nice because we can actually check to see when tween in is finished or tween fade in is finished, and then we can do stuff based on that, which is actually probably what I should. Well, we don't need to do that for the intro, right? Because the intro is playing a cutscene, and we can click out of this at any point. When we start the game menu, however, that's a little different. So I think what I want to do is I want to grab this right here. Now, where do I want the game menu signal to emit? I'm not sure. I might want that to be before or after this. I'm going to say before. That's my inclination. Main menu visible true. Because I kind of like seeing it all jump in place. It's kind of nice. We could do some things right away, like we could start the terrain controller, like have the ground moving right away. That could be nice. We could have the menu become visible right away. That would be fine. Since it's a blackout, it shouldn't matter. And we could even say after the blackout, right? So none of that stuff is happening right away. Tween fade out, wedge that in here. And then it's gonna wait 1 second to fade it back in. I kind of like seeing the camera move. I think it looks really nice, that transition. So I'm gonna keep that switching at that point. It's kind of nice to like better understand what's going on here and be able to like craft this as I want it to be. I enjoy that quite a bit. Rogi says, I think I see what Pepe is saying, but I think the problem, in my opinion, isn't that he's wrong, but more so that it reduces game dev into a single aspect of it. Like, game dev can be kind of bad at one thing, but still make a great game. So overall, I'd still call them a good dev while being able to recognize weaknesses, which I think is healthy to be able to do. Yeah, it's fair. Very fair take. My most played game, Pepe says, is Team Fortress 2, which was dropped by Valve for them to revive CSGO, and we have been fighting the Valve for 4 years to fix, and even then, Counter-Strike 2 has lost lots of content from Counter-Strike 1, when this was supposed to just be an upgrade from Source 1 to Source 2 with no way to play the Source 1 version, so I don't think Valve should be praised as good devs. Yeah, but Valve isn't a dev, is it? Valve is a studio or a company, right? So it sounds like your frustration isn't at game devs, your frustration is at like management or like, people who, which you could say are part of game development, but you know, when I think of like game devs, I think of the people who actually, the labor, the proletariat, right? It sounds like you're talking about, you know, the people who are in charge, the bourgeoisie, those who are hiring people, who are making decisions from the boardroom, as opposed to the people who are on the ground actually building the game and making sure the game works, right? I feel like so yes, we should be critical of studios and companies and boardrooms and all of that, but you know, and if you're saying like some people who are hired to be the builders are bad at building, like, okay, I guess, but like, you know, they're doing their best, I'm sure. So yeah, it sounds like, in my opinion, I would think that what you're describing isn't a game dev. What you're describing is people who make decisions for game devs. And so it makes the game devs look bad. And then I think often a lot of gamers, maybe even you, misdirect their anger at the developers instead of at the higher ups who actually make those decisions that frustrate you so much. Plays many companies and devs where they do one good thing in a pile of bad choices and people forget the bad stuff. Yeah, I really feel like you're not talking about developers. I feel like you're talking about companies. And I think it's an important distinction to make, you know, because the generalities that you're talking about, I don't think make sense for game developers. I think they make sense for companies. Okay. So we've got the fade out, fade to black, when the main menu starts. That takes a whole second, which is a little long, but we'll see what it's like. The main menu becomes visible behind the scenes. The terrain controller starts moving behind the scenes. And then we're going to fade back in after a second, which I could, instead of doing an await, I could actually, you know what I'll do instead? We can await the tween finished. I think I commented that code out. One of you guys told me how to do it, but I forgot how to do it. But I think I already deleted that code, unfortunately. So I actually need to look it up in my old code base or something. G-script tween finished. Oh, I guess I've looked it up. Okay, wow. So amazing to realize what I've looked up before. Wow. Oh, okay, great. Await tween dot finished. Ah, simple. I would rather do that than create a timer, you know? So we'll say tween fade out finished. Just like doesn't make sense not to do that, right? So I'm gonna do the same thing here actually. Await tween fade out finish, same thing. Right, we can even copy that code over. Good, good, good. Beautiful. Then we're gonna fade in. And we could even wait to emit it, but I kind of like the idea of it fading into those things happening. So we'll see how that works. All right. Do I get my fade in? What have I broken? Is it not good? Or is it pretty good? Time will tell. Stay pre-intro. Fades into the intro. Press any key to skip. If it, oh, you saw the menu in the background there. Okay, that's strange. I'm a little disappointed that happened. Really, we don't need it. I mean, first of all, it doesn't need to take a second to do that. Like, we can make that much shorter, for one thing. Number one, that can be shorter. And we would want to wait until the fade out is finished before it makes that stuff visible. That actually makes a ton of sense now that I think about it. Right? We don't want it to be as it's fading out, that stuff becomes visible. We want it to fade out, and then that stuff can become visible while it's faded out. And one thing to consider is that the sun is still visible. I think that's fine, but before we were turning the sun on and off, which, you know, may have changed how the effect was. That's a little better. It's a little better. It still seemed a bit fast. Because I guess I would like to... Oh, we have the fade-in happening really quickly. That's at 0.1. So let's make that... Let's make the fade-in a lot slower. Right? So we just get, like, more of a nice ease in or something. At least that's what I imagine. We'll see how it actually goes, though. There's something about this that feels very quick. Oh, that was much nicer. Oh, I liked that. That was good. I'm going to make this a little longer. Great. Okay, cool. So I feel like much more in control of everything now, which makes me very happy. I can probably get rid of these outputs down here that are outputting what state we're in now, that because I was just using that just as a way to like check. I don't like that it's numbers. I love that it's on screen. It's much easier. So I'm probably going to get rid of those prints while I'm thinking about it too. All right, press any key to skip. That looks awesome. And now we're going to wedge in stuff. So we click on this. We're in post menu. Now I want it to actually just wait. So let's keep looking at how the states progress. We're in game state menu. It does the fade out stuff. It moves the camera, puts it in position. And as you can see, there is no advance to the next state on here. So we need to figure out where that lives. So we're going to search up swap. And something I kind of want to do is I want to add like a little note in here that just says search files for swap game state to find other transition points between states. I think that would help me a lot. Just I know I'm gonna forget that sometimes. Swap game state. And specifically, the swap game state that I want to find is the one that takes us into post menu. Not from the debug, but camera 3D. Right, so when we click, that takes into post menu. And actually not that, we want it to be when it goes into begin, right? Begin, right, that's on the HUD. So in post menu, it waits a second, it plays an animation, loading text becomes visible. So this is, yeah, this is where I need to make some changes. Okay, got it. So instead of it doing a lot of this, we want to, I don't even know that I want loading to happen, and I don't want it to begin the game yet. So this is why I created the buttons to manually advance it. So I'm gonna actually comment all of this out. We're not gonna get loading, and it's not gonna begin. Instead, it's gonna wait a second, and that's for the exclamation point to pop up. I don't even know that we need that. Really, what I could do as well is I could, on the Alien 4 menu here, is in game post menu, we play an animation. Where's the, oh here, exclaim begin, right here. So the exclamation points appear above their heads. And looks like we're doing in a wait timer. For what? I don't know. It's things are in my way. Get them out of my way. We create a timer for 1 second and then we play exclaim end. That's I don't want to do that anymore. That's let's not do that. I would rather set up some functions, you know, maybe wait, why not just put this, wonder why I did it this way. Why not just have that be in the animation, the exclaim end? I don't know. I'm not sure why I did that, but I did. So now when I click the exclaim, it's going to continue. So the exclaim ends. We're still in the post menu. It's never going to begin. And the exclaim ends. I would rather this be in the animation. Very strange that I didn't do it that way. I'm sure I had a reason, but I don't know that it matters. And then right here is where the orb is finally going to come down to abduct it. Now, once that abduction happens, that animation will finish, and I would like it to kick off our pre-begin section, which is what's going to drop off the alien. So 4.5 hours in, I've got a place to start doing this, even though I'm still going to be doing some code stuff. Where do you go to find out what some of the codes mean? Oh, Psychedelic Kitten got a membership, so we gotta give some love to Psychedelic with a song. Where some of the codes, when you say codes, do you just mean like functions and stuff? Yeah. A couple different places. So it depends on like what function it is for me, like, and like where I'm doing it. So, yeah, there's different ways to do it, but one of my preferred first things to do is this search help right up here. See that at the top? There's online docs, and then there's search help. Both are good. You could do either. Search help is kind of the first place I sometimes go. So I'll click on search help. And whatever. Let's say I want to look up, someone just told me about pad zeros earlier. Was a function they told me about. And so if I type that in, it'll show me everything that's related to that. Yeah, super helpful. And like, whatever, what's another word? Is, if I want to know things about ising, I'll type in is, and then it'll show me everything is empty, is custom, is null, is standard, right? And so I'll search through here. Let's look at on a packed color array, is empty, right? It'll tell you what it's for. And this is an important thing to learn how to read, and it's tough. I'm still learning how to read it, but it's pretty good as far as, you know, documentations go. This is one of the nicer ones. So what was I just looking for? Is something. I don't even know where it is in here. Is empty. There we go. So it's a Boolean. So this thing on the left here, ooh, I should make a short about how to read documentation. You guys have helped me learn that. I should pass that on. So this on the left is what this function returns. That is to say, this function will return a Boolean, or it will be true or false. So it returns true if the array is empty. So you can read more about a Boolean by like clicking on that. Some of these other things will tell you arguments that come along with it. So if you're using push back, whatever that means here, it'll append a value to an array. So the value, you would want to put a color into here. And then it will return true or false. Is that color value that you put in here the thing? So that's one way. So here's another way, psychedelic, that you can find things. So let's say you have a something already typed. So here I've got set collision layer value in here, right? If I press the control key on my keyboard, that's not the control key. If I press the control key on my keyboard and hover the mouse over that function and I left click, it'll open right to that part in the documentation. And then I can read this to find out what that does. So sometimes this can help me a lot if I see a function and I want to learn more about it. The play function. Control left click on that, and then it'll take me right to where that goes. So I find this really helpful as well. And then another thing too is just searching on ye old Google too, right? Like just now, I just searched for how to say that when a tween is finished, or an animation that's something that's animating between two properties is kind of like what a tween is, sort of. And so I just searched for GDScript and then described the thing that I'm looking for. And then, you know, I found like a forum post But sometimes you'll even find documentation. So like there's the docs. That's the same thing in the top right here that online docs takes you to right there. And so on here, it's very similar to what's in the in the editor built in, but it's got like more colors and, you know, it's online. I tend to stay in the editor if I can, but this can also be a nice way to look at things. But then in here, I could maybe, so I was looking for tween finished. I'll Control F in here, finished, and then there it is. Emitted when the tween is finished all tweening, never emitted when the tween is set to infinite. So there's some information. It's a little less helpful to me than the other thing, but, you know, than, you know, what I found before, which was this Stack Overflow post. Then I come on down here and I look at the answer, and this gave me exactly what I needed right there. Fancy keyboard? Oh yeah. Yeah, this is my preferred keyboard for streaming, although it has turned out to not be an ideal keyboard for gaming, as I found out playing people's games on stream. But yeah, it's the Logitech K600. It is made for televisions, for controlling televisions, but I swear by it personally because I like having a keyboard that has a touchpad built into it, so I don't have to have a separate mouse. That's one part about it that I like. The other thing about it that I like are these 3 buttons at the top that you can barely see. You can barely see it, but there's a 1, a 2, and a 3 here. And this lets me switch between 3 different devices. But not just does it let me switch between 3 different devices, because I use different devices while I'm streaming. Not only does it let me switch, but one of those devices can be hooked up from a USB dongle. So that way, because my streaming PC doesn't have Bluetooth. I built it and I didn't want to pay for Bluetooth, and I don't find the Bluetooth dongles to be very good. So I don't want to use Bluetooth to hook this up, but I want to be able to swap between things. This is the only keyboard. There's actually one other keyboard, but it sucks. It's like, you know, some cheap, you know, thing that isn't very well made. But this is the only keyboard that I could find that is decent, that has a touchpad built into the keyboard, lets me switch between devices, and one of those devices doesn't have to be Bluetooth. That's why I use this keyboard, and I swear by it. I've got like 3 of them, and I love it. But it's not the best keyboard, because if I'm playing games, for some reason I can't hold down the arrow keys at the same time. So if I need to run diagonally, I can't press up and right at the same time. It'll just like, it won't work. So I have to swap to another keyboard when I'm playing games that require pressing multiple arrow keys. I don't know why, but it's the truth. But other than that, yeah, I like this keyboard. Rogi says, the more I understand where things are in the online docs, the more useful it becomes. Yeah, totally. The online docs are something that I just want to study more in general, because they're really useful. The biggest challenge is often finding stuff on the online docs. Yeah. I generally find information to be more helpful in the online docs and more likely to have examples and things, but harder to find. Yeah. And you mean the online docs versus in here? I don't know. I haven't found one to be easier than the other myself, other than this loads quicker and is built in. Alright, so we've got the animation. This is where the exclamation point above the aliens' heads appears. I don't really agree that this needs to be a separate animation. Like, why do that? I don't exactly know why I've done this. Why do we have this? What is this alien exclaim animation player? Why does that exist? That's not being used by anything. At all. I don't know why this exists. Why I would never put a pound sign. I don't know. I believe this is garbage. I'm just going to confirm that that's garbage by playing the game real quick, but I'm pretty sure that's garbage. Rogi says, yeah, I generally find search help to be easier as an initial lookup if I'm not very confused about something, but if I'm more serious about looking something up, I go to the online docs. That's fair. Yeah, that makes sense. I see that. Yeah. Okay, that breaks nothing. The calculus is if it's worth it to find it on the online docs. Yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. Oh, Psychedelic Kitten! I forgot to sing a song. I forgot. You got a membership. You need your song. We don't know if they're still here, but we'll sing it anyway. Oh, this is a tough one to sing to. There's not really a good rhythm on this one. Was the last one rhythmic? Oh, heck yeah. Absolutely. Here we go. Oh, you're tripping me out, psychedelic kitten, meow. Psychedelic kitten, you're tripping me out, meow. Psychedelic kitten, welcome to the stream. You're tripping me out, meow. Oh, psychedelic kitten, you're so trippy with your psychedelia. You're tripping me out, meow. Oh, yeah. You're a psychedelic kitten and you're tripping me out. Psychedelic kitten and you're tripping me out. Psychedelic kitten, welcome to the stream. Alright, there we go. I kinda like that, tripping me out. That one works. Do. How do you do that? How do you do what? How do I do what? Me? Someone else? Oh, think these things up? I don't know. Improvisation? Improv classes. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It just works. I mean, yeah, it's a free association of ideas. That kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm not going to take too much credit as being that good at it, but creative writing skills, things like that. Myget says, I bought a mechanical keyboard with red switches. A gaming keyboard can be very expensive, especially if you want it to have a numpad. Yeah, totally. I wish I had a numpad on this. Yeah, mechanical keyboards seem cool. I definitely will freely admit that keyboards like this are incredibly unpleasant to use in a lot of ways. Whereas like a mechanical keyboard, you know, you can have really nice ones with nice switches and keys and buttons and stuff like that. It's not really my priority. My priority is like more convenience above all else. It sounds like you're into some like nice keyboards that feel nice to use and stuff. That's fancy. That's what I consider fancy. Rogi says, I guess I don't really want to do that, but I do appreciate it as a really good skill to have. Okay. Your keyboard came with your computer. That's a very practical approach, I would say. Especially if you like it and if it serves you well. Why change it? Alright, so I found the animation that we didn't need. The animation player for the exclaim, I feel like we can consolidate exclaim begin and exclaim end. So we're saying that after a second, so the exclamation mark appears, and then after 1 second it goes away. So it's at, wow, we're actually animating now. Wow, I thought it never happened. I did think it would ever happen. So let's zoom in just a wee bit then. And that's happening on 1.15. Okay. Let's not do it like that. Let's just say it's at 0.2. And so we'll do 1.2. So I'm going to extend this quite a bit. Let's just do 2 for now. At 1.2, I want the position and scale that it has. Oops. Oh geez. What have I done? Okay. I did terrible things. Okay, click on this. I tried to copy and paste it, but that's not how that works here. We have to right click it and do duplicate keys. Then we can move out here. And however long we want it to take to go away, we duplicate these keys. Little things like that would be really nice, Godot, if I could copy and paste keyframes. But it's okay. Good night, Chaos. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Get some sleep. Sleep well. Thanks for your moral support today. Appreciate it. Alright, so I'm gonna play this. That looks fine to me. That looks fine to me. Zoop. Alright, great. No idea why that needs to be in a separate animation. So we're gonna save that as such. Mygot says, I just needed a keyboard that makes me better at gaming. Oh, okay. And it works. After a few weeks, I got a skill spike. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. That's a valid reason to get a certain keyboard for sure. Boing, 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 boing. It's hyper. Very appropriate. Okay, so I want to say that on the script, we don't do any of this exclaim end thing, but we do want something to happen after the exclaim ends, right? So I'm gonna put a new function over here. Func on exclaim end. I'd rather name these with more consistency. Animation exclaim finished. I don't usually name them this way, but I'd kind of like to in the future. Animation exclaim finished, and then we obviously need to do something. Let's just say not that. Let's say pass for now. And then let's add a new track on here. So I'm gonna hit add track and do call method. Click on the script, say okay, and we're gonna insert a key that, oh, we gotta save it first so it appears as an option. Insert key, animation exclaim finished. Pop that right on there, and now this function will run when that animation is done. Rogi says, it's kind of in between the gentle rocking I do when hyper-focused and a more hyper bounce. It kind of expresses both. Yeah, you know, I mean, there is kind of a confusing mess. Not that we were saying, but there's kind of a confusing message coming from this, because it's like, oh, but then it's also like, it's towing a weird line there, actually. It's giving a mixed expression. You like Glitched Code's name? Hooray, I'm liked! The alien is very happy, I know. I like it to be happy. Your leg likes to go boing. Mine too. Mine is currently going boing boing as it happens, truth be told. That is literally my life right now. You can see it now. Look, this is me. Boing, boing. I don't know if that's the same. Maybe you're talking more like one of these kind of moves. All valid stims. All stims are valid. All right. So that's good. That's good. Now what happens after that? He's very boing boing. Yeah, he's very boing boing boing. They gotta be. Technically, they're actually walking, but it's kind of funny to see them isolated. So next, we want the orb to come down. So this is where things get a little interesting. So they're actually gonna stop animating at that moment, technically. And the orb is gonna descend to pick it up. So I need to add an orb in here. I have been using another orb, which I'm starting to think maybe I want to instance. Your leg goes up and down, boing, get some kind of muscle activity if you're sitting all the time. Yeah, that I believe they call that stimming. I think that's literally the definition of stimming. Power, score, dunk. So I have these orbs right here, and currently they do, like, I think reference each other, maybe? I don't know. Maybe in some way. Maybe the material? Well, that's just a standard material. Really? Oh no, see, they're all linked. We don't even have it, the material saved? Jeez. Well, I guess I should do that. What do we call that? Is that UI? UI, fonts, health, menus, power-ups. Oh gosh, I don't even know. Orbs? Orbs? Or is that like objects? Objects, buildings, fences, foliage, miscellaneous rock, space. I guess this is UI technically. And we'll say orbs. And this is orb texture 1. It's really a material, not a texture. So, but that's fine. Okay. And then obviously they have unique sizes, otherwise they'd all change at the same time. So it's kind of hard to know what to instance there. So really just use the material, because everything else, yeah, all you really need is the material. We don't have to instance everything. Just get the material. So I'm gonna add a mesh in here. All it is a equilateral sphere. I don't know. Somebody knows. One of y'all knows. I don't know. It's a sphere that's equivalent on all sides. A non-ellipsoid sphere. It's equal. It's even. It's balanced. And then we'll add that material on there for the orbs. Now we got the orb texture. If I ever want to change that texture, it'll all be the same. We can just call that an orb. All spheres have the property you're describing. Oh, it just is a sphere. That just is a sphere. Oh. Oh. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Today I learned I knew. Technically, any sphere that is not like an, it is not like that is an ellipsoid. Oh. Any sphere, right? I'm like, but you're calling it a sphere. Okay. Now that's obviously not big enough to contain the whole thing. It's a little hard since it's not sitting still. So I'm gonna need to change it to stopping, so it stops moving. But I need to make sure that it isn't stopped when the game starts. So I'm gonna need to come in here and in the ready function tell it to be animated. Oh, it is! Great! Good, wonderful, beautiful. Cool. So now I can make this orb the right size so it actually encompasses our friend here. Godot annoyingly doesn't automatically keep it a sphere shape for me, so I'll have to adjust that. That's a bit large, isn't it? Let's say 0.7 maybe, and then 1.4. That looks pretty snug. So that's kind of where we're going with the sphere, ultimately. We want to end at that position. And we want it to descend from the heavens. So I'm not really sure how high is going to be off screen. We'll have to figure that out. Obviously, I'm probably just going to guess. So I need a new animation player, actually, for the orb. I'll just add an animation player as a child to the orb. And we're gonna call this descend. This is where it's gonna end up. So let's keyframe that mesh position where it is. Just like that. And then we wanna get it up higher. How high? I don't know. I guess I could look on the main scene since things are generally about the same. We know this is off screen. Unless it's being moved by code. Its position is 4.5. These other things, this power-up menu is at 1.5? That doesn't make any sense. Or the meshes are up higher, I guess, then? That's confusing. Let's just say 5. Let's just go with a 5. I'm gonna say that. So Y position 5. Come back to the animation player, keyframe that position down as such. Oops, it moved back down. Put it at 5, keyframe that. So then it's gonna animate down a little rapid there. So let's adjust the easing. Not like that. It's a little fast even with the easing. So we're gonna draw that out. Nice. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Something like that. Oh gosh. Okay. Ease in, out. Yeah, maybe. Ugh, I duplicated it on accident. What other easing functions do they give me? Ease out in. No, please don't do that. Yeah, I think I want to ease out. I think that looks pretty good. And I think I'd like it to be even slower. We want it to kind of be a little dramatic. Okay, good. That's at 1.7. Great. And then we wanted to bring our friend back up. Now I wanted to move the alien as well. So even though this animation player is a child of the orb, I am gonna have it affect the alien, which is maybe a little messy. That's okay. So actually I don't need to shorten this. We want it to be kind of one whole thing, right? So let's make it a longer even. And we'll say it's gonna hold that position for a bit until it starts going back up. Not too long, just a little bit. Maybe like there. So we'll duplicate this keyframe there. And then we want it to go back up. I'd like it to be maybe about as slow as it was. So that's at about 2. So let's say we took 1.7 seconds. We'll say 3.7 at least. But let's drag this out to 3.7 and duplicate the starting position off screen. Over there. See what that looks like. Boink. It's a little slower than I'd like it to be, if I'm being honest. So let's make this longer. And you know, I might want it to be snappier so the player doesn't have to wait too long. You know, at some point it can be a little annoying. I might even want to allow the player to skip it if they want to. So they don't have to sit here and wait for it to happen every time. Especially after you just die, you might want to like rage play again. Boink. Okay. Boink. Now this easing is linear. I think I might want that to not be linear. Boink. Yeah. Let's see what its default ease in. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, cool. Now I wanted to also take our alien on a ride. So there's our alien. And let's keyframe its position. And then we also want to take it up higher and keyframe that. Now I don't know if it's gonna move side by side. It may not. Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of. So you know what I think I might rather do? Well, I mean, I could still keep trying to figure it out. Maybe I'll move the alien manually down instead of doing it like that. Okay, let's come back here. Let's get rid of that keyframe. I might want to try to do it in code or something. We'll see. Hopefully I don't have to. I mean, it's not a big deal if I have to, but... And maybe if I just drag it up like that and then insert it, it'll like make more sense. Nope. Oh, maybe because I didn't put the easing function on here. Let's see if that's better. Nice. Nice. Good, good, good. Okay. Makes sense, but, you know. Just took a second to figure it out. It looks like it kind of gets a little off timing. It's really hard to tell. I think it looks great. It looks fine. Boink. That's pretty funny. Boink. It's kind of weird. Like, wait, where are they running to if they're just going to get picked up? I don't know. Don't worry about it. Okay, cool. So then by the time that animation ends, we're good. We don't need it to be extra long or anything. So then I want to have another method be called when that animation is over. So animation exclaim finished is going to play this animation that I created, and then we want func animation teleport finished. And then that will move us into the pre-begin state, where we'll have the alien get deposited, right? So let's have that animation get played so we can see this even happen. I don't think I need an animation tree for this, so I won't bother with that. But let's set it up. On ready variable. It's the same orb that allows you to abduct things. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We got lore here. Things make sense. I'm so glad that, and that's what I want. I want there to be that continuity in the game. That's why I'm so particular about, like, you know, well, now we can't have the cows and all this stuff, because I want playing the game, looking at the game, everything the game shows you to, like, make sense with everything else in the game. Animation teleport. I appreciate you, like, sharing that, like, realization. Like, truly, that's, like, very valuable feedback, actually. So now we're gonna put this animation, not that animation player, this animation player right there. And we just have to tell it to play when the exclaim animation is finished. Animation, teleport, play. It says descend, but really we should just call it teleport. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to call it descend. Teleport. Okay. Alright. Then nothing's gonna happen when that ends, but let's go ahead and set up that function since we can. Make sure I save that. We're gonna add a track, and I'm gonna choose the call method track. Sometimes I think that could be a short, you know, just about calling methods in animations. Seems like a nice thing to teach. It's so useful. And then we want it to go to the alien for menu, which has the script on it. Hit OK. Right click, insert key. Animation teleport finished is what we want to play. Now, that doesn't do anything yet, but at least we're ready to acknowledge it. All right, let's see. Let's see the teleport happen. Oh, wait, guys. It's not... Did you know that it's not gonna work? I don't know if you knew this, but it's not gonna work. Yeah, I kind of forgot to have it be triggered by anything, right? Nothing gets triggered. So when we click on it, we have to set a flag that lets that alien know. Shocking news! That lets that alien know that it's the one that should play that animation. Otherwise, it doesn't know which one to do it for. So when we click on one, right, that all happens right over here on the raycast script or the camera script. I did, yeah, I did cut my hand, unfortunately. I was washing dishes this morning, being a good chore doer, and the ceramic bowl I was washing fell while I was washing it onto another dish, and the ceramic bowl exploded, and a shard just went right into my hand. So I had to bandage it up, cartoon style and everything. So yeah. Yes. Yes, the answer is yes. It's funny when you know it doesn't work before you even saw it not working. I know. It just, because it was just like going through my head of like, okay, so it's gonna appear, and I was like, wait a minute, how does it know how to appear? It has no idea that it needs to appear. There's no initiation for it. Yeah. Forgot about that. And then I remembered about that at the same time. It's kind of an amazing moment. It's what I love about coding. It's one of my favorite things about doing this. So, okay, so I'm gonna say that we need to check when it knows that we picked that alien. And that's gonna be menu alien ray. I like that we have an error right here. Okay, I'm sorry. When we click on it, it then is going to emit this game state that takes us to post menu, right? Which plays that exclaim animation and stuff when we click the grab button. But we needed to do something else. We wanted to also set a flag on the thing that it collides with. So I'm gonna need to communicate with the alien menu somehow. I believe a signal is quite good for this. So what signal do I want to create? Well, we could say, I do have a raycast, but I think it's turned off right now. There's the general raycast. Is this running in the main menu or no? I don't actually know. Let me see if it is real quick. I'm just gonna general ray results. I'm just gonna print general ray result, and I just want to see if it's running in the main menu, because if it is, I feel like this might be a good thing to capture at that moment. Because then the other thing would be I could create a new signal, but I already have the anything seen signal, which could be nice to just use that if I already have it. It would be like, appear? What does that mean? I know, exactly. Whoa. Oh, the orb is visible on all of them. Whoa. Oh, wow. So the orb actually, that's what it's gonna look like in the menu, i.e. not that good. Oh, shoot. And you know why it looks like that? It's because the environment is different. I've changed the sun settings and the sky settings, and so the orb isn't rendering the same way that it does elsewhere. So it doesn't even look like the same orb, thus breaking that whole thing that I wanted, which is that the player recognizes that it's the same orb. Yikes. Okay. Well, I mean, I can just design it. We just have to redesign the orb, make it a little brighter or something for the main menu, or for when we're on the alien planet, so that way it has a consistency. More work ahead of us. But as you can see, it is indeed outputting plenty of stuff here. So as long as we're not having an issue about the collision, it should be fine. I mean, that is what the, so you know what I should do? We should look at what is the arrow looking for. That's what we should look at. Whatever the arrow is seeing, right? Because that would be exactly the correct thing no matter what. Something hovered, show arrow. Yeah, something hovered. So I think something hovered is already what we need. So I'm gonna come over to the main menu, or the alien menu script, or the alien that's on the menu. its script. And we're gonna connect a new function in here, or a new signal, pardon me, and then create a function based on that. And it's gonna be, oh, we have am I hovered. Oh, wait, we already have an am I hovered? Oh, for crying out loud. Okay. Excellent. Good. That saves me that time. I could have just scrolled down and seen this, or what if I don't ever have to scroll down again and it's just right up here at the top? So then I have no excuse for missing it. Okay, I do have an excuse, which is oops. So what we want to do is we want to assign a global variable that can be accessed elsewhere. Well, really, we just have to set a flag. That's the variable. Is it an orb as a placeholder for a UFO, or do you just want it to be an orb? I want it to be an orb. I do want it to be an orb. So, okay, this seems like a good time to explain the lore a little bit, Mike. It's the sort of foundation, the basis that I have for what this game is and stuff. Oh, and the program just crashed. Okay. Are you gonna crash every time? Please don't. Please don't crash every time. What? Can I even use this program anymore? Oh, I see. I right-clicked before the pop-up. Okay, here we go. Goddess forbid. Alright, so here is the lore for the game. Alright, although it's starting to change a little bit, but not much. You know, to make the game more doable and stuff. So, these aliens, on their home planet, they look like this, in their nymph form. That's what they look like, just heads. That's it. And on their planet are these orbs that are created by winds that oppose each other. Winds blowing through the air, their atmosphere creates these opposing winds, and pearls, magical space pearls, form in between those winds. And the aliens, as their head selves, are observing this thing that happens, and, well, they do kind of like a snail to a shell. A little bit different, though. Instead of going inside of the shell, they actually secrete something in their saliva on the pearl, if you will, on the orbs, and it then does this awesome thing where it fuses onto their head, and it becomes their body. So their organs kind of drop into there or something, and it's magical, and it fuses into them, and they have the orb body now. So it's kind of like a snail in a shell, sort of, kind of. All right. And then going a little further into it all, there is an alien who is present for a crash landing of a capsule on their alien planet. And out of that capsule crawls a mouse, and that alien eats that mouse, and then it grows mouse limbs. And it's like, hey, everybody, let's go to Earth, since there's going to be an Earth symbol on the capsule. Let's go to this place and let's get more of these things that we can eat and get limbs, because we need limbs. If we have limbs, then we can secrete over more orbs and use those limbs to build buildings and highways and whatever. Have an entire society with our wonderful, useful limbs. So that's kind of like the whole basis for the game. And then they use these orbs for a lot of other things. They're just these magical tools. That's how they teleport around. That's how they abduct things. It's their bodies. It's just this magical orb that does all kinds of magical things. And it also allows them to grow. It's what makes the limbs grow out of them, is that magical orb. So yeah, that's what it is. It is supposed to be an orb. And then if I had time and desire, I might make that orb have like a shader on it that made it kind of like goopy. So it was like, or something where it kind of looked like a little more cool. But yeah, I don't care. An orb works for me. So yeah, that's that. All right, so now that we know that something is hovered and we know that it's the thing, right? Because it's checking to see, am I the area? Because area is the area that's on itself. And then target is the thing that's hovered. So it's checking to see, am I the thing that's hovered? And if so, and it has marker 3D, then it's, doesn't seem very necessary. That doesn't seem necessary at all. That must have been something I added, whatever. But then it's going to emit something hovered. But we can do more than that. We can set a flag and say, was hovered. All right? And we're gonna set that to true. So now we're gonna come up here, create a variable, was hovered. It's gonna start out as false. I'm gonna say, if I think about an orb, I think about a glowing ball. Okay, all right. Very good, very good. I would say that's generally what I'm going for, is a glowing ball of a such. So now we want to say, play the animation that has it abducting it. If we also need this orb to be invisible, right? In fact, it really should be starting up high. Summon Samani, welcome. I'm actually going to be publishing a short soon about that very question. Welcome. The reason why I don't use colon equals is because it takes Godot more time to infer a variable type if you don't just tell it what it is. So if I type colon equals, Godot is going to try to figure out what kind of type that it is. But if I tell it what type that it is, then Godot doesn't have to figure that out. And there's actually some proof that that makes it faster. What was the article? Someone posted it in the Discord. But someone ran some tests, and I'll link you to the blog post, because I think it's pretty fascinating. Not fascinating, but I was, honestly, I never bothered to do this. Statically, so it's called static typing. I never bothered to do it. Here, I put the link in the chat. I never ever bothered to do it until someone shared this article, Pressapire, shared this article in the Discord. And what they found through testing is that doing a static typing as opposed to having it be dynamically inferred, that makes a big difference in performance. So if it's untyped, this is how long an addition operation took on a debug build. Almost 17,000 milliseconds. Typed, it took 12,000 milliseconds. So you could say it's minor, but if you think about it, right? You've got how many variables in your project, right? So many variables in your project. And all of them are just taking a few thousand milliseconds longer. That kind of sounds like that would add up. And it's not just variables. The short that I'm going to put out is only about variables, but I'll make another one. Statically typing functions is also going to speed up performance. Just a little bit, but not nothing. And so this made me completely change from not typing things to typing at every chance that I get. And again, functions are the same thing. So, saying that it's going to return void and stuff. And you can set in project settings for it to do this for you. So if you go to project settings, general, and then you come down to debug, hit GDScript, you'll find all these list of warnings in here. And if you look for untyped declaration and inferred declaration, you can have Godot actually warn you or set an error if you don't type declarations. And inferred declaration would be another one to set here as well. So those will let you know when you do that if you want to catch it and try to fix it. And then, yeah, the other place is for functions. And then there's a way to set it so that functions as well get... I don't remember where that setting is, but there is a setting as well for making sure the functions automatically set too. But, you know, then again, well, that doesn't... It sets it automatically for the default functions that you create. I don't actually know where it is. Someone else might know, but I don't remember where it is. I haven't made that short yet, so I don't remember where it's at. But it's in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. So yeah, it's good to know. Didn't know that. Typing a few characters for types to gain this much performance, even a little, is worth it, right? I know. It's a good question. My gets using Discord in the browser. I am, yeah. It's because it's my stream computer, and on here I have min-maxed my computer build to be as cheap as possible and only as powerful as I need it to be. And so the Discord app is much more taxing on my system than the browser version, so I use the browser version here. That song that just played, you know it from a music production tutorial? Nice. Yeah, all the music that I use on the stream is from YouTube Creator Studio. I've gone through and found every song that is $0 to put on videos and live streams and has a perpetual license as $0. And then I listen to a very large amount of those, and I favorited 200 or so of them. And those are what I play on stream. So that means these are songs that are going to be in tons and tons of YouTube videos, right? So it makes a lot of sense that you would have heard these. Oh yeah, this song. Yeah, this is actually a YouTube channel, French Fuse. And they make YouTube videos. I actually remember looking them up. They make YouTube videos about music. And about their process of like making music. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, absolutely. Completely. French Fuse. Or, sorry, Press Fuse. French Fuse is their name. Press Fuse is the song. So it was whatever. YouTube video search is terrible for some reason. Maybe if I put double quotes, Press Fuse, it'll come up. Barely. Well, it's in there somewhere. They have a lot of videos. I use Discord in browser too. Chrome by itself is hungry. Let's not add another memory hungry app. Yeah, exactly. All right. So we got the was hovered boolean set up, and I want it to we actually need this to be when that animation ends with the exclaim, right? So when animation exclaim is finished, we don't just want to play teleport. We want to say if was hovered, play the teleport animation. In addition, we've got the orb by default, apparently, being visible, which is a little confusing because I thought I put it up high, but I guess not. Whoop. I didn't mean to. I'm so confused with what's happening right now. Oh, the animation player's at the end. Put it at the beginning. Why does the orb appear right away? I don't understand that. Because if the animation hasn't played yet and the orb is by default up, oh, it's the reset. It might be the reset animation that's keeping it down. That might be what it is. Let me go fix that. I will fix it. So there they all are down. Not looking good. I might want to keep it down actually while I fix it. But let's just make sure that this reset, yeah, the reset is down there. That's why. This is actually kind of convenient because I need to adjust the colors to look more like it does in the main game with the normal environment design. Mike, it says, I guess it's because I overspent on my system, why I don't notice any problems with the Discord app. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you know, you should have a nice one. I have a nice computer that I don't stream on, but for the one I stream on, I built it. That was before I had that other nice computer. But yeah, I don't, you know, I just have the minimal necessary settings to do what I need to do here on this one. And then on my other computer, I do my video editing, my much more resource-heavy tasks. I find that especially with things like Godot, I don't really need a very powerful computer. Even with Unreal Engine, I was able to do fine on this computer. Okay, so we need to change this material. So I'm going to make this material unique, right? And we can even save it. I'm going to save it as orb texture 1, but this is for alien planet. Alien planet. Something like that. Not the greatest naming convention, but it'll do. So we're just going to try to make it look gooder. More good. Oh, it's not going to dynamically update because I made a new material, and if I make a new material, it doesn't update at runtime. I have to restart the game run to get it to work. It just is what it is. Just telling it like it is. Okay. Here's a new one. Now if I adjust it, okay, that's not good. Please don't look like that. Thank you. So maybe not a mission. Rim is already up all the way, so not much to do there. Clear coat just makes it a little shinier. Oh, I'm in the way, sorry. You can't see any of those settings I was just doing. They didn't help anyway. We might want to make it less transparent. Wow, that did nothing. Really? That did nothing? There must be something that's overriding that transparency. Because look, if I make it totally visible, it's still transparent. Interesting. Discord app is the same as what we have in browser. It is. It's really, really similar. If not exactly. The app just uses Electron to just give us an exe to start Discord standalone. Not that much difference. That makes sense. Yeah, I haven't ever run into a problem on the website that I don't experience on the app. I feel like there's some like messages they don't show you, but pretty much it's exactly the same. Like sometimes like a pop-up that might be like new feature or something like that. Like they don't do that as much on the web version, I've noticed, but other than that, you know, yeah. I use it on my phone without, because I borrow my partner's phone often, and they have Discord installed, but I don't want to log them out of their Discord, so I just go on to a Firefox mobile browser, and I open up Discord on there, and it's pretty fine. Obviously, it's like the desktop version on a phone, but regardless, it does everything that I usually need. So that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. A lot of apps do this. This is like very commonplace. So what's making it invisible like that anyway? I don't even really know. There must be something else that we're adjusting. Turning off shadows. Backlighting didn't seem to do much. I don't think clear coat does anything other than make it a little shinier. It's a crime to use Discord on a phone. Just clone it. Yeah, oh, right. I could just have 2 apps. True. True. That's actually a good idea. I should do that. Yeah, it's not great. Mine gets built their own PC too. You have a 32 RAM installed. I actually do have a lot of RAM on mine. I think I have 32. My RAM is really high, but like everything else isn't. When 16 was the standard, because I saw the numbers on my old system peaking. I mean, if you needed it, then use it. Shoot. If you need it, you need it. I increased the RAM, especially when I was using Unreal Engine. But it definitely made a noticeable difference to boost that up. But I didn't boost that up till a lot later either. Metallic? Really, really tough in this environment to get it to appear better. Very, very challenging. Oh, it's the transparency mode. That's why. Because we've got it set to multiply. That's why. All that's disappearing. Oh, transparency is off. Change it to mix. Now it's making a little bit more sense. And I know why we did that. We did that so that way for the power-up menu, the icons would show through. But for this purpose, we don't want that, so we're not gonna do that. Okay, got it. And then we can make this like darker somehow, or whatever. It's still gonna be a little tough to get that exact same quality, but we'll get there. Maybe it could be a little bit more solid, bit of a darker color. It's weird how it gets darker, it looks more invisible. You still think it's not gonna cut it. Eventually you're moving from vanilla gaming to modded gaming. You're a hardcore gamer. Dang, you deserve it. You deserve to have a hardcore experience when you're gaming. You know that. I'm just affirming it. So now some of these settings maybe made sense for the multiply mode, but on this one, the blacks are looking very gray. So I need to adjust that somehow. Well, that was easy. Yeah, it doesn't really need to be emissive. Or I can just have the emission be darker, but then there's no point because it's not doing anything. Okay, good, good, good. Excellent, wonderful, looking fine. The clear coat is looking a little weird, so it just puts that little extra glow spot on there. I don't know, it just doesn't look as good on here, in my opinion. But I'll keep it. I'll keep it for now. Okay. This might be about good enough. Other than just getting that balance of darkness and transparency. It looks pretty similar. Maybe a little more transparent than that. Something like that. Alright. So then we're gonna, I think it's already gonna save it, but I'll just hit save anyway on it. If it wouldn't mind. Hello? What are you doing, Godot? Stop it. Save. Okay. Great. Now we got that. I'm going to change the reset track. We want the orb position to be at 5 on the reset track. Save it. All right. Now, I think we can actually test to see if the abduction occurs. This will be interesting. This will be cool. It'll be cool to see. And then, you know, I might want to make other changes to what happens at the different stages. Like maybe they all look at that alien. That seems kind of tough. But maybe I don't want the alien that gets chosen to have an exclamation mark. I don't know. This looks, honestly, this looks freaking awesome. What? That was not my intention whatsoever. Like, what is happening? They look like bizarre clouds. Like very orderly clouds. Wow. Every alien just has an orb floating above it. I almost like it. Like, I mean, you know, I do want to add an atmosphere into here, but I wasn't thinking that the atmosphere was going to be moving and following. But it's trippy. It's like going through a tunnel. I like it. But I'm not, I'm not going to keep it. I'm not gonna keep. It's cool, but the intro menu is still not finished. So there will be other designs that go in there. For now, I am not gonna keep it, I'm afraid. But it's really helpful because now I can see better how far up we actually need it to go. So they're controlling it's kind of cool. It like implies something awesome, like about the world. I like that. I like that it's implying something awesome about the world. I don't know if it's what I want to be implied though. If I'm gonna make that choice, I'm gonna make it wisely or with intention. It looked kind of neat. It's cool to at least have a canvas where things can be adjusted here and there. All right, so let's see if that's high enough. So it's not, because the ones in the back are gonna have it. Now the raycast only goes so far. I mean, obviously it can just appear, right? We could do that. We could have its alpha go from 0 to whatever it's at, and it fade itself in. Because the thing is, the higher up I put it, the faster it's gonna come down. Even though we do have an easing function, so that should make it a little better. So what I'm gonna do for now is I'm just gonna keep pushing it up higher until it disappears, even for the furthest one all the way in the back. As kind of obnoxious as that is. That's what I'm gonna do for now. And maybe it's just too high to even be reasonable. But I wanna know what that looks like before I commit to not doing that way. All right, that's out of frame. I can't see it. I don't see them there at all. They appear out of the way. All right, let's see how weird it looks coming down. So let's click one. Boink. Oh, what? What? Okay. Couple things. Number one, it flagged a lot of them. So it's clearly flagging every single one that I hover over and not the last one that I hovered over and clicked, because we're using the arrow hover moment. We're not saying which one got clicked on, we're saying which ones got hovered. So I need to amend that to only be looking for the one that we actually click on. That's number one, right? So if I hover over all of these and I click, all of those that I hovered over will all get orbs. The other thing is that couple things. The aliens are reappearing at the bottom, and they're not going high enough now. So I gotta fix all of that. Real quick before I fix it, I gotta use the loo. I got to! I've been drinking a lot of tea today. This cup was full, and it is not full. And now those lack of fillitudes needs to exit. So I'm going to help it do that. I was oddly, unspecifically too much specific information. So give me 2.5 minutes, 2.5 to 3 minutes, and I will be right back. Enjoy the music. If you're co-working along with me, feel free to go get yourself a snack, stretch your legs, and even if you're not, it can be nice to take a quick break. Like I said, I'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Yeah, hold on. Be right back. This is the Be Right Back song. I'll be right back. This is the Be Right Back song. The menu screen is a great wallpaper. Let's go. Let's go, wallpaper menu screen. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, I really want to design it more. And, you know, put stuff in there. You know, I'm also trying to think about, like, what's the cutscene gonna be. I want to reference the cutscene in the intro and stuff like that. Maybe design those space winds that are going against each other in the background. Put some alien terrain in there. So hopefully it'll only get greater. But thanks. Okay, so right now it highlights too many of them, or it flags too many of them as having, we don't really just want to know if it's been hovered. We want to know if it's been chosen. So we've got was hovered. No. We want was chosen. But of course. And then, so I'm still not good enough to catch everything. Was chosen becomes true. But that's not actually true that I want it to become true at that point. I want was chosen to become true not only if we're hovering over the area, but if it's the one that we click on as well. That's very important. So if input, let's just look at whatever we do on the camera. That's over here. Is action just pressed? Yeah, that's what I figured, but it might as well be the same. And then we're gonna come to, what is it? Alien for menu. Paste that on in. If input is action, press grab. Then set it to chosen. I don't know if that's gonna work. Oh, and we need it to go much higher up. I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't think I need to reload the runtime. I think I can just adjust that final position that it goes to, and that'll be fine, would be my guess. So I'm just gonna open that up again real quick. Go to the animation player. So our teleport animation. Oh, and then we also don't want the alien to reappear at the end of it. But we need the orb position at the end to go up to 20. I wonder why it reappears. I guess because this animation stops. So hopefully that timing will be okay. We'll find out. And when teleport's finished, we can just say visible equals false. But we need it to be on the same one, right? So I think we have to continue to say if was chosen, visible false. Right? And then if you exit the game, an alien is gonna eat you. What? What? How do we communicate that? Okay, so I'm hovering over a bunch of them. I pick one. The orb comes down on one, picks it up. Okay, couple things. I forgot to tell the alien to also go up that high. And it still is being visible at the end of it. So that did not work. But that's okay. So let's fix it then. I need to make sure that the alien position goes much higher. So let's move that on up. Oh, you won't let me get the gizmos that far away? Wait, really? Nuh-uh. Oh, I just wasn't clicking on it. I was like, nuh-uh. Godot wouldn't do that. Okay, so we'll come up here. Drag that alien up into the orb. Good, good, good. And then we want to keyframe it at that position. Okay. Now, why does it reappear at the end? I don't quite understand that. Obviously, at the reset, it puts it back there. Don't really get that, actually. Unless there's something else that's like making it visible on game menu, but that happens like one time. It doesn't like happen again. Huh. I wonder why that doesn't make it disappear. Print should be hidden. Just kind of curious if it will print that. Maybe I didn't hook that up? I mean, I did. It's right there. So I don't quite know. My headphones are broken at the moment, so I have to use my speakers. That does suck. Especially if you like want to have privacy for what you're listening to. All right, let's pick this one out here. Oh, I probably have to remember which one. Okay, so it's that one right there. Oh, it stayed gone. It worked! Let's go. Hey, what's up, Edward? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Great, that worked just fine. Everything worked. There was no problems. Rest in peace, privacy. Yeah. Sad. You deserve privacy. Well, I'll make sure not to say anything adult. Gab Game says, yay, yeah, because it works. Yeah, we got it. You rarely use headphones? I'd use headphones more if I had nicer headphones. These are not nice headphones, but I need it for streaming. I must. I have to know what you guys are hearing while I'm streaming. So I listen to my own voice, horrifyingly enough, and I listen to the music that's playing and whatever sounds and stuff. Old streaming trick I learned a long time ago. After dealing with plenty of you're muted, can't hear the sound, can't hear sound. Well, if I can always hear it, then I don't have to worry about you guys not hearing it, because I'll know. But, you know, yeah, I tend not to use a lot of headphones either. I used to use headphones more when I had a nice pair, but my nice pairs always end up breaking, so then I just end up with crappy pairs that I don't want to use if I don't have to. Can't without headphones. I do love, like, having, like, a nice, like, with lots of dynamic ranges, and, like, it's got big speakers, it's a soft padding on it, and maybe some noise canceling. So good. Yeah, direct monitoring, exactly. Exactly. All right, let's grab this one right here. There it goes. Boink. the little shadow that just vanishes at one point. It's only a little troubling. That just disappears. All right, it's okay. I feel like there's a lot of like improved feedback that could happen. Like you know, they do a little exclamation point, but I think I would. Man, I hate it because I don't know how to do it, but I'm sure there's a way. But it sounds kind of annoying. But in my dreams, okay, my like dream main menu animation here would be when I click on this one, they all turn to look at that one. I'm gonna let that go for now. I'm sure, you know, because all we gotta do is capture the position of the one that was hovered, right? And then adjust the rotation of the bone on each of, but there are no bones. That's the thing. So I'd have to come and add an armature to each of these, which is doable, but that's some extra work. And then I'd have to set up like a transform basis or something for it to be able to rotate it and somehow know that relative position. I don't know, man. I don't know. That sounds like a pain to me. You can't just get the same amount of quality with a speaker. You can, but then your neighbor hear the quality too. Yeah, that's right. That's right, especially if you want volume. Yeah. And it's really expensive to get like a super nice speaker setup. Very expensive. All right, and obviously, I'd want it to continue to the game. So a couple things. I want there to be a little more feedback when I click it. Like, we see only exclamation points. They go away. I'd almost want to not have the exclamation point animation be done when the orb starts coming. I think it needs to be faster. So, like, if I click on it, I want it to start descending right then. And then I'd love for the one that you click on to, like, react. Maybe it keeps bouncing, right? And the other ones stop. Which is a little weird. You'd almost want it to be the other way around, but I feel like that's going to look more visually like it jumps out. You overspent on speakers? I mean, yeah, they can be really expensive. But I'm not saying it isn't worth it. If you can afford it. Yeah, I'm thinking a jump. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we say that the animation stops on game post menu. That is to say, when we go to the post menu state, the animation stops. But actually, I don't want that to happen. Or it transitions the animation tree from bouncing to stopping. But we're gonna say only if was not hovered. Or sorry, chosen. If was not chosen. The ones that weren't chosen, they will all stop. But the one that was chosen should keep bouncing. But of course, once it comes to grab it, we need it to stop bouncing. So then that orb is gonna come, and as soon as it hits, it has to stop bouncing. So actually, I need to add in some more functions here to this animation, right? So let's look at what we got. The orb is gonna come on down here to our Afro alien. I like that little Afro look. It's gonna come down to the alien. And right here, I need another function. And that would be... And I also want the exclaim. That's another thing. So maybe what I'll do is we won't wait until exclaim is finished at all. Forget all of that. It'll be at the same time as exclaim begin. I think I'd prefer that. That's when it's gonna play the teleport animation. So forget exclaim finished, which means I gotta come back to the exclaim animation player and get rid of this track here. Come over here, instead of animation teleport well, we can keep animation teleport finished, but I want an extra one in here. And we'll say func animation teleport halfway something. And then what that's gonna do is it's going to play this, or it's gonna transition from, on the animation tree, from the alien bouncing to the alien stopping. So we want to say only for the one that was chosen, now transition to stopping. And then I just have to call that function here. So we don't need to add a call method track, we already have one. Let's insert the keyframe, animation teleport halfway, pop that in there. See if that just gives it a little bit more snappiness and feedback. Whenever you're ready, Godot. No, it's okay. It's a big game now. I have 2 very expensive studio monitors and 2 pairs of studio headphones. Wow. Wow, that sounds sweet. I'd like to see that setup. All right. Click on this. Whoa, okay, that was a little fast. Wait, I don't know what even just happened. That was all way too fast. Nope, didn't like that. All right. So we're gonna add another function in here. And that's gonna be func animation exclaim halfway. And that is gonna start the teleport. Just kind of experiment with it, you know? And then I think this halfway one needs to be moved a bit. So come back over here. I mean, it's a little tough because we don't want it to be bouncing out of the orb. So I don't, that should have been a good place. I don't know what kind of went wrong there. It's a little confusing to me. Back to the animation exclaim. We're gonna recreate the call method track. So the exclamation is gonna boink, and then maybe around here, then it will do it. There's where have people shared that before? People have shared that before. Where have they shared it? I feel like people put it in the video section, which doesn't really make any sense. Where have people put that? Someone definitely shared their setup in here one time. What would I even put that as? Photos? Setups? I just kind of like assumed there was a place because one time someone did share it. But I don't think that they were doing it in a way that made sense with where they were posting it. But it didn't feel questionable. It wasn't like, hey, that's a weird, how dare you put that here? It felt good and correct. I don't remember where they put it, honestly. That's weird. Well, oh wait. Yeah, someone shared, oh, they did share a video of something about their setup. J. Jordan shared this, but that is a video. Maybe that's it. Maybe they just recorded a video of it, the other person too. And that's why it made sense for a video. So, I don't know. I mean, a photo section, that feels weird. I don't even know how I would do that. It's tough. That's a little tricky. I guess I'm open to suggestions on what kind of forum channel could be posted or what kind of channel could have that. It wouldn't be a forum. I feel like it would make more sense to just have it be like a list like this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. We're back in 2022. It definitely was sooner than that. Channel name. Computer PC setup? PC, it's just, I feel like it's gonna be so underused, you know? Rate my setup? Rate? Oh man, I mean, that's kind of fun. It makes it fun, and it makes it engaging. That's a pretty cool idea. It just seems like it'll be so underused. But then again, so is food. Rate my setup. But what if somebody rates it a 0? I don't like that it introduces meanness. Even though I know, like, you know, people could be not nice. But so if it's just like PC, like computer setup, studio setup, like how do I even communicate? Like, rate my setup is kind of awesome because it just really communicates it really well. But what I don't like about it is the potential of like bullying coming in there or someone feeling hurt. You know, I don't think that's. I don't want to make it easier for people to potentially get roasted. You know? I don't agree with that. I mean, that's not the kind of community I'm interested in fostering. Like, if people are gonna do that, that's kind of their own business, right? If someone's gonna come and be like, this is an ugly setup, like, okay, fine, you said that, but I don't want to encourage that. Yeah, all right, you guys aren't helping. No. PC setups, computer setups, tech setups, tech setup. Show your setup. Oh, Justin S. Because we got other Justins these days. Justin says, Justin S says, show. Whoa, that's hard to say. Justin S says, show your setup. Show your setup. I like it. Sold. It's good. It's good. For sharing your computer / tech room stuff setups or other technology show offery. Look, I just came up with it on the spot, alright? Alright, there it is. Ed's already using it. Beautiful. It exists. My friend is never gonna use that. He's a bit ashamed of how messy his setup is. Aw, well, maybe some people will share messy setups and it'll get love. I know I'll show love. And then maybe they'll feel better about it. Posting yours right now. Let's go. Let's go. No. So we don't do this. We don't do Discord live posting on stream. If that happens, right, we're gonna take that off screen. There's too much control that y'all have over what appears on screen. It's not safe. Okay. So the exclaim begin, I want that. Thanks for that was cool. I'm glad we got that set up. I'm not that curious. I'm not that curious. 70 megabytes? Whoa. It's in triple 4K. That would be 12K. I'm going to say... Oh, I have to save the script so that function is available. And then I can insert a key for exclaim halfway. It's a little past halfway. I don't know. It is halfway. And then that's going to kick off the orb animation. I was like, oh my god, it's high quality. We'll see how it looks. I probably forgot something that I needed to add, but the Discord distraction made me forget where we're at. So let's just see where we're at. Click on this one. It keeps bouncing. Oh, it doesn't bounce very long. It's better. So the timing is really off. I'm a little surprised. Why would the timing be off? It's almost like that easing function doesn't actually happen in real time. How strange. Yeah, it's more alive. Yeah. Let's go. Okay, awesome. Yay! Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. That's some moral support credit. I gotta start giving that credit out more. Some of y'all have earned it and I haven't given it to you because I only recently realized I want to do that. These credits entitle you to no compensation, of course. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game list, moral support, and my undying appreciation. So thank you. Alright, this picture looks safe. There's Ed's setup. Humble. It's so humble. I like the S. Very nice, very nice. There you go. It's already being used. So see, look, we don't have to have extreme 7 monitors set up with everything everywhere you could possibly imagine and want. We can just have, you know, it's a laptop with it's a nice mat. It looks cushy. It's actually nice. Look at that. It sounds comfy for putting things on there. Ah, put it facing the door. No, that's smart. So you know if somebody's coming. That's actually really smart. Oh, this is a keen observation. Nice wire management. Like you know, there's not too much going on everywhere. Got the little bump for the keyboard to just help your posture. Very nice, very nice. Solid. Absolutely solid. That's smart, though, having it facing the door. You never know. You never know. Unless you do know. So see, I have this animation teleport halfway function. It's supposed to be called as soon as this hits the alien. And so the alien should keep bouncing until this point. Until that orb hits the ground or is on the same level as the alien. When that happens, that's when the bouncing should end. Because that's when we say animation teleport halfway. That's when it plays the stopping. But notice that it stops, I think, a bit sooner than that. And that bothers me. Now I could just move it. You're gonna share your setup, but it's too late? Oh, you mean like later? Alright, yeah, no problem. I look forward to seeing it. I'm gonna click one of these. You see? It stopped bouncing really early, and it didn't even transition it. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because of the animation. The animation that is picking up the alien is forcing it to be at that position before it lifts it away. That's why. That makes sense. Okay. So the teleport animation in the reset, it's the reset right here. Get rid of it. Forget the reset for that. The reset is moving the position of the alien before we even get there. So it was like conflicting stuff. All right. Now, I've now adjusted the timing, not realizing that. So I might need to make another adjustment, or it might actually be better this way. All right, grab this one, keeps it. Hey, I thought I said no reset track. It might not just be the reset track. It might be forcing it into that position just by virtue of this. So, I think we need to do this in code, is what I think. Like, if I get rid of this track right here, which I'm a little afraid to do. I mean, it's not the end of the world, we just put it back in. But I bet if I get rid of that track, I think, then it won't snap out of the bounce too early. I think. And then what I'll need to do is have it get carried away by a different means. Yep, there it goes. But now now it doesn't animate, right? It doesn't get carried up. So I could have another animation that plays to carry it away. That would work too. We could have it at that moment that function runs, the teleport halfway. we could have that do another transition on the animation tree that carries it away. The problem with that is I just have to make sure it's going to the right position and the timing is correct. So the timing has to be exactly matched to the timing here, right? So I have to make sure it's going from what's difference between 2.3 and 4. So it has to be 1.7 seconds long. And it has to have this ease of 2, this ease out here. And we have to make sure it goes to the correct position, which I think was like 18.25 or something. MyGat says it's 2:19 at night in my time zone. I actually shouldn't make it that late, but I'm fine. Okay. I'm glad you're okay. It's good to be healthy. Please take care of yourself. Get some sleep if you need it. I come back every week. I take off on the 4th week of after 3. This is the first of 3. Or the first of 4, whatever. I'm going to be going for at least another 2 hours here. But then I'm even going to be streaming tomorrow. Although it will be a little later. It'll be a couple hours ago tomorrow. If that makes sense. And that'll be a game jam. I'm so sorry, like very sorry, that work necessitates you having to do all-nighters. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve that. Alright, so this is going to drop down. Alright, I think we can do this. So on the animation player for the alien, I'm gonna need to set, I need to actually also figure out what that position was, because I don't remember. I forgot. I think it was like 18.25 or something like that on the y-axis. So I'll grab the alien, move it up here to the place. Oh, it wanted to come down. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Do not do this. Do not snap down. Oh my goodness. Is it because I'm on the reset? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Don't do this. I gotta turn this off and not have it be active. Wait, what? What? Why are you locking down my alien? Why is the alien not moving? What is going on? Why is it stuck? Oh, maybe it's the animation tree that's active right now. Yep, okay, Jesus. Alright, so this needs to go up to 18.75. 18.75. Animation trees can be very aggressive. I used to remember when streams had their own spin on it from Lee's herself, but now they're dull wheel ones. What? What in the world do those words mean? I think it is worth it. I don't need work the next day. Alright, alright. No pressure. It's okay, you like to work at night. It's more peaceful. I relate to that, actually. I completely relate to that. I love how quiet things are at night. Alright, understood. Understood, y'all. Gotcha. Respect. So, I want this alien to be up at 18.75 on this animation player. So we're going to create a new animation, and this is going to be teleport on the alien. I spelt it wrong. I just said teleport. Teleport. And this needs to be over 1.7 seconds. And we start from the starting position, naturally. So keyframe that. And then we're going up to 18.75. Keyframe that. And we need to give it an easing out function, or an easing in function at 2. The time zone I live in, CST, or really CT, because sometimes it's CDT. CT is the time, so Central Time. Central Time! So right now it is 7:30 p.m. Not too late. I used to stream into the wee hours. Man, there was a time where I would do 14 to 20 hour streams on the regular, like on average. This was not a good time for me. But it was when I was yeah, it was a different time. It was a different time. Now I'm much more structured. And I have a better schedule for myself. Alright, so when that animation plays, oh, we need to set up the animation tree so that way it can play. So this animation tree is what determines if the alien is going to be bouncing or stopping. If I can get in the right place here. Good enough. So if I play the bouncing, this transition node on the animation tree will take 0.5 seconds on an, looks like an ease in and ease out curve. It's a bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. And so it's playing the bouncing animation. And then if we stop it, it transitions to the stop animation. This time seek is used in the code to start each alien at a different bounce, so that way they're not all bouncing at the same time. And now I'm gonna add a new animation transition here that transitions it to teleport it up to the heavens. Saman, I'm not sure if let me know if I need to pronounce your name in a more correct way. Salmon. One thing that I think would be cool is to have some kind of jiggle physic for the bubble. It'll look way nicer. I actually do want that, but like I'm just kind of gonna put it off for as long as absolutely possible, maybe ever. What I don't even know what I would look up like a reference, but what I want is like sort of like a man, there's gotta be something out there that's easy to find. Water droplet animation goop. I don't know. I don't even know what am I even looking for? These aren't GIFs. What, I gotta make it look for GIFs? It's not gonna be playing in the browser. Or like maybe, oh, you know what? Maybe like water bending orb or something. Maybe that's kind of like what I'm imagining. I don't even know. But maybe you can kind of imagine what I'm thinking of. There's definitely some part where Katara is like holding like a water ball. Oh, but this one's like spinning. I don't want it to be spinning. Oh, that is nothing. It's not at all what I want. You know, just like a goopy orb that's kind of like distorting. You know, like wavy. Yeah, maybe wavy could be a word. Just salmon is okay. I don't know which one I said. Salmon? I guess you're saying I'm doing okay. I get where the game jams are usually at my midnight. Okay. Yeah, so it's just kind of like after work in my time zone, basically, is when the game jam starts. It was actually in my old time zone specifically that I did that. Oh, maybe, oh, what about like that orb that like it's not exactly what I want, but like airbending, what is it called? When Aang like speeds around, rides the orb. Gosh. Yeah, this one. Oh wait, this isn't a GIF. No, it's not really what I want. I want it to be, yeah, wavy. Wavy's a pretty good word. What's this? Oh my god, what are things called? What are things called in this freaking universe? Whoa, this is actually a pretty interesting thing. You search for wobbly bubble. Oh, wobbly bubble. Hilarious. Kids' toys. Okay, but let's do type GIF. Oh. That's a big GIF. It's taking a long time to load right there. Isn't that it's just like, it's like a static GIF. Oh, here it goes. Yeah. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, like that, except better. less, you know, I want to be smoother. But yeah, pretty much like that. Like that, but smoother. A blob, magic blob rig. Magic blob rig. Yeah, kind of like that. That would be ideal. That's what I'd want the most. Magic blob. Give me animation. Oh, but these are like different. You kind of get what you guys get what I'm saying. This is probably the best image. I should like keep this because I'm probably gonna explain this in at other times as well. I'm sure this won't be the last time I explain it. You know what I could do to make this happen? Shape keys. Actually, in Blender, if I just have an orb and sculpt it in different ways and then give shape keys for each of those different ways and loop through that actually could work. It may not be as hard as I think. But you know, you might have also, Saman, been originally referring to like, you know, like when it hits the ground, it's sort of like jiggles or something, like it's reactive. And that wouldn't maybe not even be that hard either if we just set up some animations that play at certain times. You know, now that I'm like thinking about it, it doesn't seem so impossible. Or like it's gonna be too painful in the amount of work. But yeah, I should save these. Oh wow, this GIF isn't even on here. Pity, I don't want to play a video every time I want to explain it. Well, maybe I'll just do it. Now that I kind of know what it's called, or how to do it, maybe I'll just make it. I should add that to, not that I often look at the Kanban board. I mean to, for my project manager, but I don't often as much as I could. But I'll add it on there on the hopes that I see it. Because that's pretty doable. I do most of the game asset design stuff on Mondays in the member streams, so I'd want to stay kind of consistent with that. Exactly, and how about the characters start rotating slowly in the bubble? Oh, that's pretty awesome. It seems a little difficult because I'd have to like... No, it's not impossible, wow. I mean... Wow. That's definitely a scope balloon kind of thing, but they're good ideas. They're really good ideas. Orb animation effects. Blobby orb shape keys in Blender. I'll at least put this in here. I guess that's more animation, but I'm gonna put that as art. These small details add more life. No, they do. They do. it's a fine line between, is this really necessary, and yeah, I guess it is. And to me, that kind of isn't necessary, if I'm being honest. I think that's definitely overscopey, not important to work on. But it's cool, and it's something to consider, for sure. Definitely something to consider. So I'll at least throw you a credit for game concepts. Dun, 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 dun. We don't have like an animation kind of one. And reach animate, yeah. One for game concepts. But you know, there's the thing is like, it's really important, especially when someone is like live streaming or making videos about their content journey. It's very easy to get caught up with the visual aspect instead of actually making the game. So I don't want to be too worried about that, you know, just because y'all have awesome ideas. I wanna think about the practical stuff too. But that is a good one. Yeah, for polishing. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, that's a really good suggestion. I like it a lot. Thank you. So let's do inputs. We need to add a new one in here, so we're not just going from bouncing to stopping. We want to also go from stopping to teleporting. So I'm going to create a new input on this animation tree, and I'm going to call it teleporting. And now I just have to hook that up to an animation, which I have created. Drag that if it will let me. It does its best. Oh god. What? Click. It keeps right clicking instead of left clicking. Don't do that. Look at that. What in Bugtown? Oh my god. Ugh! If you're gonna have visual scripting, don't make it crappy. Oh, what the frick? What? Why can't I drag it? I feel like you can see what is happening here. It's like pushing my spacebar down or something. Godot and its fun times. My spacebar is not being pressed. Maybe I need to restart the engine. I can't. When I click on it, it just moves the entire thing with it. Maybe there's like a button here. Toggle the visual grid. Toggle snapping to the grid. Toggle the graph minimap. You know what? I'll just restart the engine. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Just do a reboot on it. This is what visual scripting could be described as being like this. Visual scripting is like a general concept, right? That is like coding without typing text. And there's a lot of different, or without solely typing text. There's a lot of different interpretations of visual scripting. And Godot used to have built-in visual scripting, but they got rid of it. And then there are a couple of add-ons that you can get that bring back visual scripting. One of those ways does look like that. I can't really show it to you because it's being broken right now. Yeah. But often it relies on nodes or like boxes that do things, and then you drag a wire between one and into the other, and that hooks things up. That's often the route that most visual scripting tends to go with. There are some other styles, but that's generally the way that it works. And this is very reminiscent of a visual scripting style, especially something like Unreal's blueprints. You finally got into typing code. You know how I feel about it. I mean, I don't recommend it, is my opinion. I was originally only using visual scripting. I swore by visual scripting, and I refused to learn text code. And then I learned text code, and now I refuse to do anything other than text code. I find visual scripting to not be worth learning, in my opinion. Now, with that said, we're all in different situations, right? And so, depending on our situation, it might be the right thing for us. And that's fair. It's legitimate. You should keep doing it. Don't worry about it. But for myself, I found that it was slowing me down, and it wasn't doing the things that I wanted out of code, which was to have more control and to have better readability. I found that text code is a lot more readable, and I wanted to be able to refactor more easily. And it just made all of that so much easier. Documentation is so much better for text code. It just was easier in every conceivable way, honestly. And I thought visual scripting was the easiest. It turned out it wasn't for me. Yeah. But everybody's got different situations, and I'm not gonna judge, But for me, it was holding me back to continue to use visual scripting. And I feel a lot more capable and flexible using text code. So if someone was asking what I think they should do, I would tell them to do text code. But if you're like, no, I like visual scripting, okay, all right, go ahead. I think depending on what engine you're using, your options might be limited. But it does kind of come down to preference with an asterisk. Justin S doesn't really like visual scripting because with big scripts or projects, it can become really messy. Yeah, exactly. But it's a great way for people that don't really code to still implement mechanics. Right. And so you'll see a lot of visual scripting on as like a part of other things. So this is the animation tree in Godot. This isn't really visual scripting in the sense that it isn't replacing GDScript. It's like a node that is configured through this visual interface. You'll see that also if you do Blender and you're learning like materials in a way that is honestly, in my opinion, a bit unnecessary for game engines, because a lot of that doesn't translate into your game engine. But when you're making materials in an animation software or a visual 3D design software like Maya or Blender, they'll have visual scripting tools for designing materials, like block coding. Yeah, there's block coding, right. So that's kind of like Scratch, which is another way to do like visual scripting. Instead of hooking up wires, you're like attaching blocks that either fit or they don't, things like that, yeah. Summon says, if you want the output to be fully to your liking, you have to use text code. Godot is far, far from perfect in visual scripting. Yeah. I saw a new extension for visual scripting that was block-based. Yeah, it was fun. I think the name of it was block coding. Yeah, it's really cool. And what's cool about that one is you can actually get the GDScript code from it. So it generates GDScript code. There's Orchestrator. Orchestrator does not, at the last time I checked, and I'm assuming that's still true. Orchestrator, where's all my... Oh, it's loading them. Okay. Orchestrator does not let you export the code into GDScript. But block coding in Godot, the add-on, does let you convert it into GDScript, which is really, really awesome. So yeah, block coding is this one. So it looks just like Scratch. And again, you can convert this directly into GDScript, which is super, super cool. And then there's Orchestrator, which is sort of more like the Blueprint style visual scripting. But I don't think you can convert it back into GDScript, which I think is a missed opportunity, because I think that inhibits learning, because you're kind of learning this whole other thing separately, and I think that makes it a lot harder to then go and learn text code. Yeah, I've really gone from someone who was a champion of visual scripting to just not recommending it at all. I never used a visual scripting Godot had, but Unreal Engine's blueprint system was really good. Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, right. Yeah. So, I mean, I liked Unreal Engine's blueprints. I've used them a bit, and it's definitely really powerful, but yeah, it suffers from all the same things that all visual scripting suffers from. And I don't like that. Also, Ocean did get a membership, so we gotta sing another song. That's what happens when people gift memberships. I have to sing a lot of songs. Can I sing to this? I don't know if I can sing to something like this. I need a very driving rhythm, or my brain gets confused. I need a little more rhythm. All right, yeah, I can do this. Oh, Ocean, you had the notion to come on through. Ocean, welcome to the stream, Ocean. I'm so glad you had the notion to be here with us. I hope you're doing all right. You like blueprints, but you think they might have problems. I respect that. Ocean, thank you for having the notion to come on through. Ocean, oh, Ocean, oh, Ocean, you have the notion to come on through. Ocean, oh, Ocean, oh, Ocean, you have... All right, this is your member song. It's late. I'm doing shorter ones. This is your member song. You're welcome. I'm also really sorry, but you're also welcome. Salmon says, the good thing about it is it actually generates Godot code. Oh yeah, right, yeah, exactly, yeah. So you can modify the code after you prototype it. Yeah, for sure. The Unity shader graph also, oh yeah, right, shaders, right, a lot of shaders use visual scripting for sure. Right, because people who might be doing visual design stuff aren't necessarily gonna be coders, and they can still get involved with it. Yeah, you do have some professional visual scripters in your community. I saw in your VODs. I have professional visual scripters. I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you know, I did like 30 Unreal Engine live streams, and there are lots of people who do blueprints, and we're part of that. But maybe you mean for the game jams. We do have a lot of people who use Scratch and stuff. That's got the visual scripting. GDevelop, people use GDevelop. GDevelop has kind of visual scripting, sort of. I don't really use Unreal Engine anymore. I'm all in for Godot. Unreal Engine was cool, but ultimately I like Godot better. Shader code is also really hard to learn, at least that is my experience. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of just like another language, you know? It's just like another coding language to learn. So I think it's as hard as just learning a new language, in my opinion. And you know, you're not going to be using it necessarily as much unless you force yourself to use it, as if you're writing code for a game, you know? Alright, so I'm going to set up this animation that teleports the alien from the animation tree, and I have to tell it to actually transition to that. For being good in Unreal Engine, you have to get your hand dirty with C++, and that's really hard. Yeah, I mean, I think blueprints are very capable of doing, like, anything. I think where it gets bad is as your project gets bigger, I think it becomes much more difficult to code and to keep track of things using blueprints. But technically, it can and has been done to make big games with blueprints. So yeah, I'm sure you're right. Like, if I stuck with Unreal Engine, I may well have gone to C++. I think that's true. Orchestrator, if I'm not mistaken, has a few custom nodes built in for it, like make array and sequence. If you go from that to writing code, things like this would presumably cause some difficulties. Exactly, right. And that just, to me, completely makes me not even interested in trying it. Don't even have an interest. Not a single. Yeah, well, there's this website, Blueprints Hell or something. Blueprints from Hell. It's a Tumblr. I don't know if it's been updated in a while, but but it just posts all of these, like, these aren't even that bad. But it's true. They just the visual script just gets absurd after a while, and there's just not much you can really do about it. That just is what it has to be. And then otherwise you have to split everything up into a bunch of different blueprints, and then which honestly makes it almost more unreadable. Oh, forget you, Tumblr. Godot visual scripting I used to show someone. I hated it. I dislike visual scripting, but I'd rather use blueprints if I had to use visual scripting. Yeah, it's definitely, if there's anything, that's the best one to use. Imagine debugging those, good luck. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not that fun. It's really not. It becomes work. It's like, it's extra work. Because I have to do the job of trying to comprehend however it was laid out. It's adding more layers of abstraction between the thing you're trying to do and how to make it do it. Why bother with that? All right, Justin. Thank you. Yeah, I hope you can too. Thanks for stopping by, Justin S. I'll see you next time. Get some sleep. All right, what am I doing? I'm making a game, right? I think I am. Version control. I think there is a way to do it with like blueprints, and so some visual scripting allows you to do that, but yeah, it's definitely better. It's not the same, yeah. Yeah, it's not the same. All right, so we want the teleport thing to happen. Oh dear God. Wow, we must have been talking for 30 minutes. Visual scripting. I hate visual scripting. There's so many opinions about it, and it's fair, but it's just like, ugh. You got something in, Oh, Justin shared a setup in here. Nice setup, Justin. I like it. Nice, the RGB looks beautiful. Is that a speaker? Very nice. Wow. That's pretty cool. Close WhatsApp next to Discord for privacy. I also hooked up my PC to my TV so I can always just move to the couch. Smart. That's awesome. I love that channel's got like life already. What in the friggin' world? I mean, this is just a meme. At some point, we're just talking about a dang meme here. What in the frickin' world, dude? Come on now. Also, when you zoom out, you know, I think they make like all of these a lot larger, but it looks real. This is not just a meme, dude. This is real. Look at all that. Look at all that detail. Somebody made that, man. You can't just slap this together. This was earned. Yeah, I've done it. I've had to debug obnoxious blueprints, and I had no idea how bad it was until I went to text code, and then I realized how much better it is to use text code. It just became so clear that was the right thing to do. Was to use text code. And that's why, again, if somebody's asking me, I'm always gonna recommend text code. Always. Ignore the lemon 8 thing. I don't use it anymore. Okay, I don't know what that means. Forgot that was on there, but this is my setup. Next to it, I have a PS5 and a Switch. Oh, look at your chair. It's so cute. It's such a cute chair. Oh my gosh. I love it. It's awesome. I love that your table, your desk matches, and it's nice that it like has like a corner wraparound. You can like come over here, come over here. This is great. Oh, you got a window so you can get some light coming in. Psychedelic. This is awesome. This is a really good little setup you got here. Oh, you were talking about this. I see. Solid setup. This is really cool to see people's setups. I didn't even realize like how nice of a connection that is to each other. To like, cause that's what we're here doing. We're on setups. That's where we all are. It's like an expression of ourselves. Also, I like the tail. It's so cute. It's so cute. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's up to me to ignore it. You know, it's weird because this community, these live streams are at like a weird point where like, you know, the channel is growing, but it's not like we've hit like terminal velocity and the chat is exploding with messages, you know? So it's like there's enough messages that we can hang out and chat, but it's not like so many messages that I have to like be like, okay, oh God, you know? And so it's kind of at this weird, not even middle ground, but certainly a weird spot where like sometimes it's starting to get carried away sometimes, but that's all right. We'll adapt as things go. It's not on you. That's on me. Resolving merge conflicts with blueprints. Oh, that sounds horrible. Absolute bane of my existence when I had to do it. Oh my gosh. I mean, especially if you think about like positions, right? If you move a node from here to here, but you didn't change the hookups, right? Like, is that gonna change it? Oh man, that's hurting my head just to even begin to think about. Justin is also a member of Crazy Ghost Games, skilled in code. What is that? You keep mentioning Crazy Ghost Games and it sounds cooler and cooler the more you mention it. Justin hasn't left. That's a microphone. I will really go now though. Oh, that wasn't a speaker, a microphone. Got it. I've seen people actually code get like that. Get like what? Oh, the chaos in the Reddit post? I believe it. Thanks, Gab Games. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here, Gab. It means a lot. Gab Games is great with the moral support. Alright, Gab, look, I gotta give you a moral support credit. Just for like saying that you're here. Reminding me that there's support around. Gotta give you that moral support. Credit for that. Thank you for keeping me going in these ways. It means a lot. Moral support, there we go. Bam. Okay. So when does this happen? So this oh, I started the game, but I didn't check where we're at. So when we start this, we click on this, it's bouncing, the orb comes down, and then right there. So once the orb hits the halfway point, that's when we want to transition to it starting to go up. So at animation teleport halfway, not only, we actually don't even want to just go to stopping. Well, it's a little tricky, because I have to make sure, you've become a raspberry. Dear Diary, I can't feel my legs. I think I've become a raspberry. Amen, Cheebus crust. What words are you saying? Okay, so, what in the friggin' world, man? Trolling. I want to say that on the orb animation player, for the teleport halfway. So this is important because it has to, oh, see, we don't want it to be right there. We actually need another one, right? We want it to be right here when this begins. Unless I build this in, no, don't build it in. Put it right here. I'm gonna add another function, believe it or not. So let's come back to the script. Funk, animation, teleport, liftoff. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it'll have to do. So we want this liftoff point, and when that happens, for the one that was chosen, we want to do a transition request to teleporting. We'll see if it actually lines up, but in theory, it may well. Okay, so we've got that added in now. Now I just have to connect that here. So we're gonna insert a key, get the animation teleport liftoff function added on there, and let's see if it works. There may still be something I'm forgetting here that I need to add in. It's also gonna take well, and here's gonna be a problem. It's gonna crossfade for 0.5 seconds. So I might wanna adjust that. So it's probably not gonna be exactly timed if it's crossfading at 0.5 seconds. So we'll see. Click it, bouncing, comes down. Yeah, you see that a little delay where it was like kind of dangling as it came up. That's a tough one. I'm sure I can adjust the transitions crossfade time. It does have a property. Animation, menu, alien. I don't really know how to change the properties. Can I just say, let's see if we can look it up. X fade time. The time to crossfade, default 0.0. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if it'll work. Probably not. But we do want it to crossfade as a thing. We want it to crossfade into it. That's a bit tough. Maybe I would want to even change the curve of the crossfade. Because right now it's doing this curve, but really I'd want it to be a curve that was linear at the start and eased out. Oh dear God. So I'd have to like load in a different curve. That's such a mess. I hate that. I despise that. I could also just get rid of the curve. Oh man. That's a bit messy. Because I do want it to fade out of the bounce. What's gonna make the most sense here? Well, the other option is we do it with code. And we just say that its position moves right along with the orb. That might be the best option. Is that it teleports with the orb instead of trying to animate it, you know? Yeah, I can make it linear, but welcome Precipier, but I don't necessarily want it to be linear all the time. And even if I do make it linear, it's still gonna take extra time. It's just starting to get so messy. I mean, it just kind of depends. So like if we come over here, we look at the bouncing. So there's the bouncing. Right? And then we switch to stopping. That's happening because of this curve. So if I were to come here and make this linear, which sounds really boring to try to figure out. It sounds super boring. I don't want to do that. How boring is that? Ugh. falling asleep just doing this. We got Kai Guy. Kai Guy's got a membership. Thank you for becoming a member. Look back at the help for crossfade time. It had a setter function. Yeah, it does. It does. It does, but like, what I realized is that I don't really want to set it because I do want it to crossfade from the other animation. I just don't want it to crossfade into the next one. It just got really messy. Hello, Kai Guy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's give you your member song. Let's roll this song back a little bit. Get in the vibe. Hi to Kai Guy. Oh, Kai Guy. You're pie in the sky. Hi to Kai Guy. Hi to Kai Guy. You're pie up in the sky. Hi to Kai Guy. You're pie up in the sky. Oh, Kai Guy. Oh, Kai Guy. I say hi to Kai Guy. You're pie in the sky. I don't know what being pie in the sky means, but you're it. Welcome, Kai Guy. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how I'm going to deal with this exactly. And thank you for supporting Ever Game Dev. My goodness, do I appreciate that. I mean, I could transition to stopping, set the crossfade time to 0, and then have the teleport happen, but the timing's getting really weird. I think what is going to make the most sense... Well, but we're already stopped, right? We're already stopped at that point. So I actually don't need it to crossfade in and out. Oh, right, we're already stopped. So actually, maybe I can set the crossfade time. I forgot about that. We'll already be stopped by then. Right? Right? Yeah, because at halfway, it stops. Then at liftoff, it goes to teleporting. All right. Let's try it. So I might not need the setter. And honestly, I often find the setters don't work like you would think for some reason. So let me just try doing this, and it might give me an error. And be like, this doesn't exist. But yeah, the setters just don't often work the way I think that they would. Alright, so maybe this is fine. Maybe I don't have to... Thank you guys for giving advice and thoughts and stuff. I do appreciate it. Alright, click on this. We're probably gonna get an error, but we'll see. Yeah, alright. Sorry, I just thought I'd try it. So yeah, so even though there was that setter, so set X fade time, it might work. Let's just find out. That would definitely be the next thing I try though. Set X fade time. I think that was the correct way. Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully that works. Sometimes it just doesn't. Take your time, Godot. Take your time. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't, like, work. Non-existent function. It's interesting because the last one didn't say non-existent function. I honestly don't know why some things in Godot are so much more complicated than they should be. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it do be like that. I tend not to go to blame Godot if I'm not entirely sure. Sometimes I'm just like, it's probably something I'm misunderstanding. Which isn't always true. Sometimes it isn't my fault. Yeah, it's just saying X fade time. Oh, thanks, Salmon. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a pleasure hanging out with you and chatting with you. Yeah, see you in the next one. Bye, Salmon. I like Salmon. Very nice. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, I don't know. I know, it doesn't make sense. I know. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna look up, though. I'm gonna look up GD script and then xfade_time. Now, it could be that nobody has ever looked this up before. Okay, they did right here. Currently looking xfade. Yeah. Let's see what somebody said. Oh yeah, we gotta do it all this way. Yeah. Yeah, the animation tree is a little complicated. Oh god, what an explanation. Animation trees are weird like that. Oh. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I think we have to do it like this, kind of. Get nodes transition node/transition/node. So maybe we have to say get parameters/transition. I could be wrong about the parameters part. I may have to do more like what they're saying. But if I do it like that, and then we do X fade time equals 0.0. I wonder if it'll accept that. I might need to do the nodes thing that it's talking about. But yeah, animation trees are just kind of different. And I don't find that to be easy to look into. What error are you gonna give me? Come on, give me the error. Just tell it to me. Alright. We got one. Invalid set index x fade time on base nil. Okay, so it did not find this. So, you know, okay. Alright. Maybe I need to do this. Animation tree root get. I'll do that. That's fine. Why do I do /node? I guess, you know, I probably should have just copied exactly this. Probably should have just done that. That's okay. That's okay. Because it is an animation tree, it'll have a tree root. We can get node/transition node x fade time 0. Probably just could have done that. Psychedelic is glad I'm streaming right now because you're so tired from parenting today that you're just laying in bed. I'm here! I'm here! I'm glad it could line up. Yeah, parenting sounds exhausting. It sounds incredibly exhausting. Hey! Hey! Just a little Google searching. Look at it go! Goodbye, alien! Goodbye! Awesome. Phew. Woo! Yeah, it's kind of fun. Alright, see, just our animation trees are just weird. I think that's what's the most complicated thing. Like, I don't know why animation trees are so strange, but they just are. Your kid even had a couple friends over for a couple hours. That sounds like that could either be like nice or like more trouble even. Get tree root probably does the same. Why? Wait, but it's an animation tree. It's different. Wouldn't that be quite a bit different? Because it's not like a tree like a normal node, right? Or isn't that for like a scene tree though? I don't know. You know, I mean, I'm willing to believe you, but I don't know. Haven't messed with animation trees. Animation trees are awesome. I like them a lot. It's just the way that you refer to them in code is just kind of strange. It's not like anything else that I've seen yet. And so it just kind of requires some other things. I mean, that'd be interesting, my guess, if that works, because that would be more familiar, but I don't know if I believe that that's true. Cool. So, I mean, we could try it. I guess that would be the easiest thing. I feel like that's not gonna work though. Get tree.root. Like, what would I don't even know, like, what are you even talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, root called as a function, but is a window. I just feel like that's not gonna work. I don't think that, I hear you, but I don't see how that makes sense. So, okay. What's next? Well, I want to look at it again and think about that. Oh, yeah, having kids it sounds like that could be, like, nice because it, like, takes the kid away so you don't have to worry about the kid. But then at the same time, now you have to manage, like, 3 children. Just, like, more. Oh, I want the exclamation point. I don't want the exclamation point to appear on the one that gets abducted. Okay, my guess. I don't see how that's relevant to this, but I believe you. That sounds true. That sounds correct. Right. The main window node. Right, so we're working on an animation tree, and I think tree root in this context is referring to a tree root relative to the animation tree, not to like the scene tree and window and stuff. But that's, yeah, I didn't know what that window meant. That's kind of cool. Okay, so I don't want the exclamation point to appear. So that whole which is gonna be tough. So we actually need to hide the exclamation point, because if we don't play exclaim begin, then the teleport won't play. So I have to say if was chosen. Not only do we stop them all. It's funny because we're not actually, oh, I see, that's if it wasn't chosen. I see. So we want to say if it wasn't chosen, or if it was chosen, that is to say else, I'm going to have the exclamation point become invisible. I don't believe I put this on here as a note or anything, so whatever, I'll do that. That's not a big deal. I'm gonna onReady variable exclamation point. We'll just say exclamation. That is the type mesh instance 3D, and it is that right there. Guess I might as well access it as a unique name. Don't see why not. Apparently it makes things even faster, so all the more reason. And then, so if you are the one that's chosen, that is to say if you're not the one that wasn't chosen, then I want the exclamation, no, I want the exclamation, whoa. Why can I not spell that? Oh, I spelled exclamation wrong. I was like, I'm pretty sure it has a C in it. Else exclamation visible false. I don't know, I just don't want it to be there. There's still a lot of little changes I want to make to this, but one thing at a time. I did leave the C out of it. It was tripping me out. I was like, Godot, what do you mean it doesn't have a C? Of course it does. Godot's like, look, you told me it doesn't. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Boink. So that one didn't get one. It comes down, then it gets picked up. I really wish something else happened to the other ones. I really want them all to like turn around and look, but that'd probably be more work than it's worth. Wouldn't have happened if you called it bang. That's true. How could I have been so foolhardy? Next time. Let's click on a different one. I'm gonna click on this one way back here. Boing. Alright, so what happens next? There's things I'd like to add in there, but I'm not gonna worry about it too much. So I want to say that as it's ascending, I want it to fade out. You know what I'd really like? I love for the camera to go up. So we're like, I don't want it to completely follow it, but like a little bit would be nice. That's, oof. Yeah. It's not impossible. It's definitely it might actually not be that hard. Actually, I think that would be pretty easy. All I have to do is move the offset of the camera. That should actually be pretty doable. All right, one thing at a time here. So I need to find like a point in the ascent to run this function. So it's going up, 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 maybe like right around there. We got another function. I think I'll need to add a new call method track. Oh, it's gonna be tough. So actually, let's not add a new call method track. I see. So I guess that would be the pre-begin state, right? Where we have the post menu state, which is after we click and the orb comes down. And then as it goes up, we would want to start the pre-begin state before the game begins, which is actually going to have the transition of the camera lifting up, and then we want the camera coming back down and the orb descending. I'll see how much I can do. I'll do as much as I can here. So then what I'll want to set up is another function. We have teleport liftoff, teleport finished. We actually want something before teleport finished. I want func animation teleport ascent, we'll say. And then what this is going to do is it's going to call the next state. So I'm not going to try to remember what that is. It's this right here. We're gonna copy this code, this swap game state code. Come on back to our Alien 4 menu. What's up, God's favorite? Welcome, good to see you. And then we'll paste this in here. So we don't want to swap to the intro, we now want to swap to our pre-begin state. All right. So the pre-begin state is going to happen somewhere in there. Let's make sure that it actually does happen. So I'm going to add a new keyframe in here for animation teleport ascent function. So that'll call that right about there. And now I can go back to my game state script. And we want to create a function for that. So I actually haven't created a function at all for that. So let's do that. This is a match statement. If the globals is game states is on pre-begin, then we want to run the on game state pre-begin function, which doesn't exist. So we have to create that. State menu, state post menu, func on game state pre-begin. Okay, and then we're gonna do stuff in there. Kaiga says, I was a fraction in the past again. Oh no, that's so easy to do. Back to future, Marty. Welcome to the future. I'm so glad to have you here. That's easy to do with the live stream. Yeah, remember to click that live button next to the play button on the video player. If it's gray, if that little circle next to live is gray, then you know you're not caught up. And if you click it, it'll become red, and then it'll catch you up. So let's... Another trick someone also, by the way, told me about is that if you put it at double time, so if you speed up the video to be playing at 2 times speed, whenever it lags behind, it'll catch it up and it'll kind of keep it caught up. All right, so when this moment occurs, I want there to be a fade out, and I want the camera to start lifting up. So actually, we do already control the camera at other times. Right here, we adjust the Y offset. I think if we just change the Y offset a little, it might start lifting up. And you can see here when the game begins, it actually is going to come back to the constant, or what's supposed to be at for the gameplay. And so it should just already lift down. So we might be able to pretty easily tell it to just go up. I don't really want to do a magic number here, but let's do a magic number anyway. You took a peek at the past to see what I did and forgot to hit the gas to 88 mph. I see. Gotcha. That's pretty funny, yeah. Wow, I hadn't thought about that as being a downside to rewinding, is forgetting to fast forward. But you know, it's so nice on YouTube that we can actually go back, that I think it's worth doing sometimes. Okay, so camera Y offset equals, well, how do I want to do this? Can we just like increase it by a bit? Like maybe 10 and just get it shot up a little? Is that gonna work like I think? It might. We'll see. And then I'm gonna want it to fade out again. So we've got that here. We've got these tweens made. So give it a fade out. What's up, Govind? Welcome back. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. I'm working on the game begin animation that abducts an alien and deposits it as the one that you're playing as. It's turning out okay. It's required a lot of work with game states, but it's been nice to get all that set up, so I'm happy. We do want it to fade back in at some point. We actually don't want it to fade back in until the game begins. We could kick it over to that state. We could try this, see what happens. I'm going to get the state change code. We want to say when the fade out finishes, I think. Change the state like that, except instead of intro, we want to go to begin. Let's see what happens. I have a feeling I've done something wrong. But what if not? What if it's perfect? I mean, even if... I'm still probably going to need to make little adjustments here and there. Okay, we're in the pre-intro. It goes to the intro. It plays the cutscene that doesn't exist. We start the game. We're going to pick our alien. An orb is going to come down. That's not the one I thought I picked. Oh, the camera went up. It faded out. And it faded back in. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. There were some things about it I did not like. First of all, that's not the alien I thought I clicked on. So that's a little... Maybe I just didn't notice that I had another one selected. But it might warrant having more of a clear visual indicator of which one you're hovering over. I thought I was doing one in the front, but apparently I did one in the back. Okay, there's one in the front. Orb comes down, grabs it, goes up. So it does lift up. There's obviously some oddities there where we see another orb in the background. Have you concepted or started the gameplay level 1 where you actually start as the limbless alien, I assume? I haven't, no. So the reason for that is because the player character needs to be changed a lot. And so that was kind of part of my task today, was to do that. But do the limbless start. But I'm definitely not going to have time today. And you know, it's probably for the best because I need to make some changes to the player character anyway. But here's what it will look like. So that goes up, this abducts it. You'll see there's like a lot of weird oddities going on there. So we come back down. You can see it comes at an angle, which I don't want. I would want it to come straight down, not be at an angle. So yeah, so as you can see, we have our limbs here, which is not ideal, of course. And the reason for that, I don't know how much of what's been going on you caught, but yesterday I set up a way to be able to change between the old player character model, which is this one, and the new one. And well, the new one looks like that, and it's not good. This versus that. Look at that. Look how delightful and exciting this is. And then we get this shrimpy little thing. So it turned out that my new alien model, I never actually looked at it in the game because I hadn't set up a way to easily swap between them until yesterday. And now that I have a way to swap between them, a snooty wonk. Yeah, it's snooty. It's snooty. Right, it's nothing good. It's not good. And so, you know, I need to redesign it a bit. And so then I'll, you know, figure out how the limbless thing is going to come in. So I need to make some changes, unfortunately. But, you know, I was going to just do like a workaround kind of version of it. And have it like, just appear without limbs, and that's how we start it. You know, but I don't have time today to do all of that. That's a whole entire thing. So we're still gonna start out with limbs today, and then next week I'm sure we'll be able to get it to start with limbs. But I'm still gonna be here for a minute working on this. But I know I won't have time for that. Alright, so as far as that abduction goes, one thing I'm confused about is what is that orb off to the right? Like, I understand all of the other aliens have their orb floating up. Oh, that must be the orb in the main scene. Wow, that's the abduction orb for other things. Do any of the menu buttons work yet? Oh, not really. The only one that works is quit. Quit works. Story is supposed to just restart it, but there's a lot of little snags that keep coming up with the restart that I don't feel like dealing with right now. And it seems to be like when I add new things, it becomes an issue again. Settings does not do anything. Not worried about that right now, personally. And then credits doesn't do anything yet. One day we'll work on that. But yeah, the story is supposed... Oh, the story works! No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Just kidding. Game froze. We got an issue. Yeah, this keeps coming up. So it's like it keeps it's dumb. I don't even want to talk about it. It's just like something I have to fix where basically I have to say if let's see, has node. Let me just look through all the code. Yeah, it's where even... What even was it? What even was it? Something like that. I don't even remember. Oops, get rot. Somewhere we had to check how do I put this? It basically is trying to load something before it's ready to be loaded, and I have to tell it to ignore that. But then I keep adding in things that I now have to tell it to ignore, and it's just getting kind of annoying, and it's like, why am I keeping bothering to do this? I don't know, it's annoying me. So it's trying to make the sun appear, but the sun isn't ready to appear yet. So I need to put a check to make sure that the sun actually exists first. So I have to, like, I don't even remember. What is it? If, I don't even know. It's super annoying. If, what do we say? If get tree has node, I don't know. Yeah, it's annoying. So no, none of the buttons work, but now I've distracted and I want to sort this out. I guess we'd say current scene, if current scene has it or not, would probably be sufficient. If get tree, oh Jesus, current, oh, for crying out loud, current scene. And how do we do has node again? Dot has node. Right, so why is it not giving me that option to do has node? I don't know why it's not auto-completing. I guess I have to let it go. It's super annoying. And then I have to come here and put that in there. We really want to say, yeah, if it does have it, then do everything here, basically. Like, don't even try to run. Really, we just say, oh, I guess it would be return, right? We just do, like, return or something. Name current state called as a function, but is a node. Okay. That's not gonna work, though, is it? I've done that wrong. Certainly. It just looks wrong, doesn't it? Oh, the pre-intro isn't even starting now. Oh, we want to say if it doesn't have it in there. Not if it does have it in there. If it doesn't. No, it's okay. I mean, it's something that I need to fix anyway. So, it's quite alright. Quite alright. I distract myself. Because it's always up to me to decide to ignore what people say. Or to take it and then decide not to work on it. Like, you didn't tell me to work on it. Even if you did, I could be like, no. You know? So you didn't distract me. I'm distracting myself. Which is very different. Okay. So I'm gonna click on this. Oh, I forgot we were testing restart. I just thought we were still doing the other thing. We are not doing the other thing. We are doing this. That is different. We are checking the restart. I forgot. Okay, hit that. Try the restart. So it froze. What now? Something else? Same thing? What froze? Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. It didn't even fix it. It didn't even fix it. What the heck? Why not? I don't even know. I don't even understand it. Don't even understand it. We lost one message, but Kai Guy said, oops. Off topic, but have you recommendations on books or sites for beginner game coders? Not specific to Godot even, but common patterns and practices. I don't really, but maybe people in the chat do. There might be something that as a community we should like gather together, you know, and put like on the Discord as pinned messages. I do not. I mean, specific to Godot, GD Quest is really great. So you can look into GD Quest. They have like a cool like website, an app that'll let you try out code, and they'll give you like it's kind of like a game. It's like gamified code programming learning. So that's a cool tool if you want to learn Godot. General coding stuff, I don't know. I just dove in and started learning. I didn't read anything. So personally, I literally have no idea what to tell you. But, you know, it could be good to start. Maybe we should start something on the Discord, you know, just like in-depth discussion or something, like resources to learn coding generally. Because that would be a nice thing to have, for sure. Psychedelic is learning mostly from YouTube at the moment. Yeah, that is definitely a place to learn some stuff. But yeah, check out GD Quest and look for that little gamified coding learning thing, because it'll teach you those basic principles and it'll teach you Godot stuff. It'll teach you all of that, which is kind of nice. Yeah, so it's like called a certain thing. It's probably easy to find. Learn GD script from zero. That's it. This is the thing right here. And so you can get this app on your phone and stuff, I think, maybe. I don't know. But there it is. Got some lessons. You can remember where you left off. It's like a little game. It'll teach you things. This is definitely a really, really good resource if you're just looking to like learn generally. Not something that worked for me. It's not really the way I like to learn, but a lot of folks really swear by it. So yeah, just diving in. Some of us just be diving in. Yeah, so this didn't even matter. This didn't even help. Invalid index visible on base previously freed. I don't understand what the heck this is. I don't know why it's happening. It shouldn't, if it doesn't exist, it shouldn't even be running the rest of this function. So like, I don't understand why this happens. It's very irritating. That's why I don't worry about it right now. That's a bug for another day. But I'm glad you mentioned it, so I could at least try that and realize I'm gonna need to approach it with a little more intentionality before it's going to be the most useful to me. I monitor the chat on a different internet connection, and let's just say that other internet connection is being goofy. So I just have to pull this over for now. Everyone learns differently. Everyone learns differently. Yeah. Okay. So something I don't understand is... Oh, I do know why. That's the main orb over there. So we need to say that all the other orbs disappear. Kind of none of them should be there. We kind of should say that they aren't visible to begin with, right? All the orbs that are up in the sky anyway. So I'm going to say that the orb is not visible by default, and rather that when we play teleport at that same moment, only if it's the one that's chosen does the orb become visible. So I don't even think I have the orb on-readied here, so let's get it on-readied then. So it is available. And on-ready variable orb That is a mesh instance 3D. Make it accessible as a unique name. Drag it in, put it there. Ed says, did you make a state machine? I did. I mean, more or less. I forget the name of the book. I did it yesterday and I've been working on it today. I forget the name of the book but there's one I heard of for low-level patterns programmers should all know. Like how to think or plan the code, not for a specific language. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know nothing about none of that. I'm ignorant when it comes to any of that. I've never learned computer science, taken a class on it. Sometimes people come through and know about those things. Halloween decorations? Okay, alright. Halloween decorations are awesome. What's up, Justin? Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. I finished making my state machine good, and I've been using it to help me wedge in a work in progress animation that has the alien that you choose in the beginning of the game be abducted and put down for the player to play as. And I'm just sort of troubleshooting some of those, or not, just continuing to get that set up in a nice way. I'll show you some of that progress in a moment. Psychedelic Kitten loves Halloween decorations. It becomes your home decor. Halloween already? Yeah, apparently. Apparently, Halloween already. We made it, y'all. We made it to Halloween. It does feel a bit early, doesn't it? Thanks, Justin. Yeah, it's awesome. So this needs to start when right here. We want to say orb visible true at that moment. So that orb should become visible, but only the one that gets chosen. And then the other thing is the orb that abducts stuff needs this one, or in the main game, this one needs to not be visible. A score dunk, basically. I don't know if its visibility, yeah, we're not really doing anything with its visibility right now. So I'm going to say in the ready function, I want it to become not visible. But then when do we make it visible? I don't know. Oh yeah, my chat broke. Ugh. What a shame. I hate when that happens. Maybe I can fix it if I'm lucky. But probably not. Let's see if I can get it to come back. Give me a second. You're goth alt spooky type of person. Nice. You hate it when some stores try to skip Halloween and bring out Christmas? Skip Halloween? Yeah, I'm not, I don't know, I'm not really thinking about it either. But I'll happily shop for Halloween decorations for use in fun ways. Not that happily. A little impulse spending can be not so good. Gotta be a little careful. Okay, I hope I fixed the chat. It's not the end of the world, but it's nice when it works. But yeah, my other internet is where I monitor the chat and put the chat messages up. Nope, did not fix it. Okay. Okay. try. One more try. Nope. Okie dokie. I wonder if the long chat works. I would take that over nothing, actually. It does not. Chat no load. Chat no load. Yeah, the internet's being goofy. The other internet. Not this internet, the most important internet. That's why we have two internets. It's weird because it's letting me monitor the live stream, but it's not letting me monitor the chat, which is really strange, and I don't understand it. It's okay. Alright, so what are we doing? Oh, I haven't even showed anyone what I'm up to. Oh, so I do want to make the score dunk not be visible, but it needs to become visible when it needs to become visible. And that happens, let's see here, on grab begun. This is what, oh, and then grabbing becomes true. Might want to do it there or something. We'll see. You bet chat monitor promise before it sucks. Yeah. It's okay. It's not a big deal. You know, if you like lose chat entirely, that definitely sucks. So then what is grabbing? Where does that, is that in process? I guess that is important to have in process. I see. So then it makes it visible at that moment. Right, it has to do it gradually, so that's in physics process. So let me see if we can say that is grabbing begun, that makes it visible. And then on grabbing ended, that makes it not visible. We'll see, that might break it, but... so what I'm trying to set up now is that when the alien gets abducted, the camera is gonna follow the alien a little bit up into the sky, and then I want it to fade to black as that's happening. There's still some timing adjustments I want to make there. But here's kind of what I've been working on. So we've got, obviously, the states being printed at the bottom, so the state machine is set up nice. And then when I click on one of these aliens, an orb comes down to the one you clicked on, it grabs it, it lifts it up. Nice, that looks good. Pulls the camera up, it looked okay. And then we come here to this. Now, did the score dunk being visible and not visible actually work correctly? I'd also want there to be another state that it clicks into at some point. Okay, great. The orb dunk. Oh, there's a problem. So when the orb ends, it immediately disappears. Yeah, don't want that. Instead, what I want is it to be, yeah. Well, is it if body exited? Not that. Screen exited. Here is where I want that to occur. So that still might look weird, but hopefully not. So this is gonna make it not visible when the orb leaves the screen. Okay? And then I want to adjust the timing a little bit. So I feel that the camera goes up too high when it ascends. And I think the blackout takes too long. So the blackout takes 0.6 seconds. Let's make it 0.3 seconds. And let's say that it only goes up by like 6 on the offset. I don't love putting this magic number in here, but like where else am I gonna get it from? I don't know. Somewhere. Somewhere. I don't want to worry about it too much. But I should probably get it from someplace. Would be nice. Okay. Come to the intro. Pick an alien. It gets abducted. That was pretty good. I think we could have a bit of a delay on that. I don't really want the camera to perfectly follow the alien. So I'm gonna move when that function, that teleport, the ascent function runs. I kind of want it to be on a bit of a delay. Oh, the orb isn't visible. I see. So actually, let me set in code so that way I can still use it here. I'm gonna set in code that at the beginning, the orb becomes not visible. But I'm gonna have it visible here so I can still test with it. So it goes up. I kind of want it to be a lot higher before the camera starts rising. That's not a lot higher, but it's a little bit. But it's looking better. And then the other thing is when, in theory, the orb deposits the alien back down or the game starts, I want the camera to come straight down. Right now it's coming down at an angle, which is incorrect. It doesn't create the right match on action that I'm looking for. So that goes up. Camera follows, good. And see how it's like doing this. It's rotating in like this. So I'd want that rotation to happen real quick. Just snap into place during the blackout, right? And then we want to see it lower down. So that's going to be a little tricky, but doable. Probably. I should think. I would hope. Wonder, let me try one more thing to see if I can fix this chat. It probably won't work. No, it didn't work. Very sensitive. Very sensitive it is. Alright. Understood. Understood. Okay. So the camera rotation that sets us to look normally, what is making that happen? So we are changing the camera rotation via these offsets right here, the camera target rotation. We adjust it to the main menu camera rotations up in the menu state. But nowhere in here do we see the rotation, the cam target rotation offsets being returned back to normal. In theory, that would be happening on game state begin. So it must be somewhere that this signal is emitted that it's doing that. So I'm gonna search for game begin like as a function and find out where that's at. So probably on cam target would be my guess. When the game begins, right there, there's the tween. So that is animating it so it's rotating in. I don't actually want it to I don't want to do that at all. I actually don't want that whatsoever. I mean, you can probably just delete this, actually. I say just burn it down. That was something I wanted at a time, but that was like before I really realized what I actually wanted. So we're just going to do nothing. No ready function needed. And then back on the game state machine script. Now remember, I want this to happen on the blackout before we fade back in. So before the fade in begins, during the blackout, we want it to snap into a different place. Now the thing is, as soon as it fully blacks out, it's gonna start fading it back in again. So there might be like a fraction of a second where we would see that, but I think maybe not. So we'll see. So what I'm gonna wanna say is we're gonna wanna change the cam target rotation offset. We want that to go back to like 0, basically. Actually, real quick, can it just remind me what all that was? Before I delete it all? What was it? Sorry. So the cam target's rotation Y and rotation X. So we don't do anything to the offset. We leave the offset alone, which is kind of interesting. The only thing that we're changing... Oh, wait. Wait, what is this? Between rotation Y, property self. So on itself, change the rotation Y property to the negative offset. The negative Y offset. Oh, okay. All right. Sure. Why not? So I'm just going to copy this. Let's put this back like that. Come to the game state. Script. We want to say cam target rotation Y gets set to cam target negative cam target rotation Y offset. Okay. And then we also want cam target rotation X to become cam target constant rotation X. That's why it's all caps, because it's representing a constant. Okay. And then when it begins, oh, it's actually also adjusting the X offset. So I would actually want to do that back here as well. And this is on the camera itself. That way it's not coming in horizontally or changing it horizontally either. But I do want it to adjust it vertically so we see it lowering down. All right, let's see what that looks like. Hopefully, we won't be able to notice the snapping of the camera. And if so, then I just need to adjust the blackout timing. All right, click on that, comes down, picks it up, fades out, blackout, it appears. Oh. Oops. Well, that's incredibly wrong. My God. Huh. Okay, then. That worked not at all. I wonder why. I mean, this confuses me in general. I feel like there's something funny going on here. Like, what if we just set it to, if this exists, to like a constant here? Does that exist? It doesn't. We don't even have that. That's not even a thing. What does rotation offset, Y offset, get set to? Pray tell. Oops. Rotation Y offset. Okay, so it looks like what's happening. But why is that different? Man, I almost need to look back at the live stream where I set this up and why I did it that way. Because you would think we would just be able to do the same thing here. Why does that work fine on this one, but not with this one? That I don't quite understand. Well, perhaps, if I... My brain's getting tired. Let me go back. Let me go back again to the cam target. Put all that back. That's all that happens? Is it does like the inverse of the rotation Y offset? The rotation Y offset becomes whatever the main menu rotation offset is supposed to be. And we invert it back. It just doesn't like make a lot of sense to me. We have this at -9. So what's it at the beginning? So the cam target, just to like add clarity to what's going on here. The camera follows a cam target, especially with regards to the rotation. The rotation at X is at -9. So the Y is at 0. So we just want to put it back to 0 then. Okay. That's easy. So let's try this. Let's go to the cam target. And let's create a constant for rotation Y. And that's going to be 0.0. Get rid of all this again. Get rid of that. Get rid of that too. Come back to the game state. Switcher. I think we already added in making it go to rotation Y. And let's see if that is good enough. Hopefully it is. I'm sure it made sense, like, why ever I did that. But it doesn't anymore, and now it's just annoying. Camera stuff can be goofy. Alright, click on this. Abduct an alien. It goes down. It comes up. Dang. It's in the wrong spot. So let me see where it is. Because maybe that's not the setting that's in the wrong place. It could be another setting that's wrong. Whoa! Oh! Well, we're upside down. So that's a clue. It might be the X rotation that's incorrect. Oh gosh, remote is such a buggy thing sometimes. we want to look at the cam target, which is on the player. So that way the camera follows the player. It's gonna take some time. It's gonna take its sweet time. There's the cam target. So then on the right, we'll see, once it loads it, the settings about where it is. So its rotation is negative 515 on the x-axis. So the y was never the problem. The rotation is negative 515. Now what make you think I want that? Why would you do that? Maybe I need to reset the offset? Well, the offsets are apparently all 0. Oh no, the offset is 0.112. And the y is 0.25. Can I change these here? Am I allowed to? Will that work? That'd be pretty nifty if I could. Too nifty, maybe. Oh god, it's so slow. I've already clicked it. It's because there's so many objects and so many nodes that have to be loaded in real time. That's why it's so slow. I don't know if it'll actually apply it though. Oh, it's still applying it? Nah, it didn't do anything. Okay. So for some reason, the rotation is being set to negative 515. I wonder if somehow the rotation is continuing to be applied, even though I don't want it to be applied anymore. Like the offset is still happening. It doesn't really make sense because all the offset is doing is it's going on top of the rotation. So if we fundamentally adjust the rotation, it should go back to normal. So then why did it work otherwise? But it's not working here. Not sure I understand. Because the constant, I mean, I could have it print what it thinks the constant is, unless something else is changing it again for some reason. But I don't know what would be doing that or why. Quite irritating, actually. I guess what I'd want to... You know what would be nice, and it's going to be pretty chaotic, but it'd be helpful to see, like, all the time what the cam target is outputting. I'm gonna say, this is gonna be pretty chaotic, but I'm gonna say print rotation X. Just all the time for me. We're gonna constantly see what the rotation of the camera is. It's gonna be a mess. It's gonna be absolutely chaos. But hopefully it will be informative and stuff. All right, so we can see it's at negative 0.157. That's what it's sitting at right now. I'm gonna press enter, then it rotates to negative 0.045. Okay. Click on this. It adjusted for a second there for some reason. Now it's at negative 9. Which is where it should be, actually. In theory. But then again, it said it was supposed to be... Maybe that was like relative to something else, but now that doesn't make sense. Perhaps that made sense at some other point. The only place where we use that is here. So what if I say go back to 0? I mean, it shouldn't be at 0. If -9 is supposed to be the default, I would think that's where we want it. But maybe it had something to do with the way it was being animated and the way the offset was changing that made this make sense. But it shouldn't be at 0. It should be at something other than 0. It's supposed to be angled down a little bit. You see how it's not angled down right now? It's almost like it's not, even though it says it's going at -9. Is it that degrees to radians thing? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I need to put the degree to radians, which is weird because, all right, that must be it. That's definitely it. That's gotta be what it is. Okay. All right. That's what it is. I know that's what it is now. I got this. So we don't just want to set it to rotation X, we want to set it to degrees to radians rotation X. The version of that would be converted to radians. And you could probably even comment this line out. I bet we don't even need that on the y-axis. I don't think that's even being modified. It actually might be. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, I don't think it is. I'm not sure. We'll see. All right, click it. Comes down. We go up. Oh, no, the Y is. So that was correct. It is now looking down on the right X. However, oh, and see, there's the radian. That's what it's printing in the print function. Is the radian. We actually do need the Y position. We don't need that in radians. I mean, it is just 0. So I guess that doesn't need to be converted to radians if it's 0, because 0 is 0 either way. That's silly. I almost feel like I should do it degrees to radians in case I ever change that. I don't know why I would. Alright, this might be the truer view of what it's supposed to look like. Click on the alien, orb comes down, grabs it, lifts it on up. Nice. That looked great. Now, my only qualm with it is we didn't see the camera rotate down. I want to see it go down, or not even rotate down. I want its Y position to actually lower down. I want to witness that. It's a filmmaking concept called match on action, and it implies it's kind of match on action. It's not exactly that, but it's similar. And the idea is that the thing you saw before and the thing you see after make sense with each other and the way the camera is moving in relation to those things. And if we like go up in one shot and we come down in the next shot, it's going to imply that we went up and then we came back down. And I want that implication to be communicated. So, in order to do that, so here I'm switching the Y offset, and the thing is, the camera is going to interpolate automatically. At least it should. And the camera Y offset should already be a little high, because we're pushing it up right here by 6 points. Right there. So, you know, the only thing I can think of is that it's still fading out. So maybe we want this fade out to be a little shorter. I might even want to say that in this blackout, the camera goes up higher. So we could say camera cam Y offset plus equals something. And then it's going to have to travel further, right? Because it's going to switch the state. Then it's going to do the fade in. And then while it's fading in, it should interpolate that. It just might do it so fast that we barely notice it, but if we go up high enough, it should be noticeable. There's a couple other things that are bothering me, like that the alien jumps out of the orb as it's coming down to abduct it. That'd be a cool thing if there's like an effect on the orb when things enter into it. We actually kind of already do that with abducting things. We should do it for the teleport as well. Alright, grab the alien. See how it bounces out of it? I love that. Goes up. Oh, it's not coming down at all. We don't see it come down. I guess because this isn't interpolating. Surprisingly. I thought that it would. I mean, it obviously does right here. So why doesn't it interpolate here? What if we cut out the fade in or the fade out entirely? Let's get rid of the fade in and let's get rid of the fade out. Well, the only problem with that is then we don't have, so maybe instead of that, let's not do it like that. Let's just turn off the blackout. So I'm just gonna say blackout, visible, false. So that should make that fade in not happen at that point. That blackout and that fade in. I'm just curious to see what the camera is doing. Behind the blackout. Like, does it snap into that Y position? Or does it gradually get there? It just snaps. It doesn't interpolate whatsoever. There's no interpolation happening. It's surprising. It's very surprising. I mean, it must be, I mean, if we do plus equals here, then it does it gradually. But here, if we set it to the constant, it doesn't. I wonder if somehow setting it is making it, I don't understand why that would make it behave differently. So like, what if I were to say, subtract itself from it? So it like puts itself to 0, right? What would that, I mean, I feel like that's not gonna do anything. If anything makes sense, I don't think it'll do anything. But if it doesn't make sense and that's a good thing, okay. I can accept that. So there's no fade out. Look, it went down. It went too far down. So something else must be changing the camera Y offset. The camera Y offset is getting reset somewhere else. Is what I think. Because it started from the right position. Like, okay, try this. Comment that out entirely. So we're not even adjusting the camera Y offset at all when the game starts. And if it's just in the right place, I need to find out what's putting it in that correct place. So that way I can tell it not to do that. We're getting there. It's not in the right place. It's up in the air, where I would have expected it to be. Well, that is surprising. That's that plus 10. And you can see that it even interpolated up there. Okay, so what about this? And I'll try to bring it down to 0 this way. Hold on a second. All right, so I'll try to bring it down to 0 by subtracting it, so that way, subtracting from the offset. Oh, that came down a little bit. It wasn't much, but it came down. So I wonder if I directly set it. Oh, now the chat is fixed? Are you serious? The chat's fixed now? That fixed the chat? Wow. That's crazy. I had to close my chat. That's really weird. I had to close something that doesn't make sense to have had to close and reopen it. Okay, great. Well, anyway, the chat's working correctly. In other news, so if I set the camera cam Y offset to, I mean, I don't even know what it is. I should have probably looked. If I say that it's at like 20 or something, except I'll want to do that before the fade out. So maybe we do the cam Y offset, that's the interpolation, not before the fade out, but right on the fade out. As soon as the fade out happens, jump the camera up really high. And then subtract it back down to 0 gradually. It seems like adding to or like applying like a math operation. I also didn't do radians for that. So who knows what that 20 is going to be. But it seems like when you just set it to something, it does it immediately. Unless it's another radians thing. I don't think so. Now that took me way up in the air. And it pushed me up. This doesn't make any sense. What? I'm so confused. Because like right now it is coming down slowly, but it's just, it's barely. Because it's not up high enough to bring it down as far as I would like it to bring it down. And so I just wanted to push it up even higher. And I didn't particularly want it to interpolate up there. I wanted it to snap up there. So we're gonna go up, and then it's gonna very barely be looking like it comes down. See how it just kind of, a little bit. No. We want it to be exaggerated, like really, descend from the heavens and come down. Like we want to feel that. So I guess I need to track what the offset is here along the way. So Let me pull up cam target. We don't want to be printing all this. If I look at the camera itself, it might even be nice. Maybe I'll print view of the Y offset set to 4. By default, it's at 4. So we don't even want it at 0 technically, which is weird. This all is so strange. Well, the Y position, the interpolation is based on the offset. Okay, that makes some sense. So just out of curiosity, print, we're gonna say cam Y and we're just gonna say position Y, and then I want to say cam Y, or we'll just say Y offset, or maybe I'll say offset Y. It's very particular. Offset Y. Cam Y offset. That's going to be printing a crap ton of things, but hopefully it will be useful things. To give me some insight into what it's doing. Doesn't mean I know why it's doing it. Alright, so we're sitting at offset Y 4. Zoom that in a little. A lot, really. And the camera Y is at 4 as well, so it's barely really offsetting it at all. So now it's the offset Y is set to 1.67 when we're in the menu, and the camera Y is at the same setting. And I click on one of these, it goes to 7.67 and then 5, and it comes down to 3.67 and 3.67. So I see one of them is adjusting gradually, and the other one is like a fixed value. It's a little hard to tell like what's happening and when it happens. I might want to print it with the state changes, what the camera position is and the offset is. All right, pause it. Look at the output. So there you can see it gradually goes from but where did it change? Here. Change in a couple places, right? It was sitting at 1.67 on the Y and the offset. Then we changed to state 4, and immediately the offset got updated to 7.67. So we added 6 on. So that's this right here. That is right here. When the camera Y offset gets 6 added to it on the game state pre-begin, right? That's state 4. And so that immediately bumps this up to 7.67. And then the camera Y position starts to interpolate. And it's going to catch up to 7.67. So there it goes. It's gradually coming up here. Now state 5 happens in the middle of that interpolation. And look, the Y offset has jumped down to 3.67. So it's subtracting 4 from it. I'm telling it to subtract the offset from itself. And if the offset is at 7, why would subtracting it bring it down to 3.6? I mean, it is at 4 by default. You know, it's almost like it's not getting updated information. Oh, we're subtracting the constant. Oh, the constant is 4. Yeah. Oh, the constant is 4. I see. I don't want to be subtracting that necessarily, because that's going to bring it down by what that is set at, which then gives us at this weird number 3.67, which is actually very close to 4. So it's almost exactly at the right spot anyway, which is interesting. Okay. So then, instead of going up to 7.67, which it was going to be at that high point, that's when we see it lift up. It doesn't make the full lift up, but it goes to switch it, and it starts bringing it back down. It actually barely brings it back down. It's very slow. It's happening so slowly. But it's happening. It's coming down. I guess it would be slowly because it's not going as far of a distance, so it wouldn't happen as quickly. And we just barely notice it. It's a very subtle difference. So if I want it to go higher, so I don't want it to be at 5, the Y position. I want the Y position to be way, way up. So maybe what I need to do is, instead of doing the offset, well, but if I set the Y position up, it's still going, it's not going to be matching it. It's going to be adjusting it. We really don't want to mess with the Y position. Okay, so let's see what happens if I... So there it's going up to that value. I mean, we can also just push this up a lot higher, but then it's gonna look not like I want it to look. This is really hard to time. I don't think an animation is gonna help me here. I don't think that's gonna be the best option. Tween fade out finished. It'd be helpful to see at what point this occurs. I'm gonna say blackout. Blackout apex. The apex of the blackout. And then that's when it's gonna start. So it's like blacks out, prints the message, and then it's gonna start getting brighter again. Or the fade in will begin. And at that same point, the camera position should change. Well, really, we can be quite sure Well, it should be right before is state 5. It should be right before that. Technically. But if you think about it, it's happening at the same time the interpolation is going. So it's like, there's just not a lot of wiggle room. I guess I almost want to tell it to wait even longer, right? Could be a good place to throw in a loading screen as well, actually. So tell it to wait. And then in here, what I'd love to see is the camera. And it would be nice if we even tweened it so we can control to make sure it doesn't take longer than 2 seconds. Right? In which case, I'd love to come back. Let's see if I've got that on the clipboard still. Here. We're gonna say tween cam Y rotation, rot cam Y offset. It's kind of wacky. But at least it's kind of clear. And not on self, but we want to say on cam target. We want it to be, or not cam target, on the camera. Cam Y offset. And I want that to go to 20, something ridiculous. 1 second is fine. Okay, let's see if it can do that. And so we should see that reflected if it works. It's kind of wacky. But it's really important to me that this is really clearly communicated visually. Okay. Comes down, grabs, goes up, fades out. Camera should be up high now. Fades in, but it doesn't come back down. Unless it is coming back down, but it's coming back down way too slowly. What do we got? -3? It went too far down. Shockingly. I guess that makes sense. If I do this, so if instead of doing it like that, we create a variable. So let's create a variable. Variable camera ascent. Camera Y ascent. Also, this isn't supposed to be rotation. I'm gonna make that a, well, really it can be an integer. But what the heck, let's make it a float. Equals 20.0. Forgot, I want to be better about making things floats if they're supposed to be floats. And then what we're gonna subtract it by, well, we need to kind of do it by, so we also want to think about this, variable cam Y. I guess we'd want to do cam Y ascent float equals 6.0 right here. set this to cam Y ascent. And then we actually want to increase cam Y ascent by 20 right here. And then we want to push it up by the cam Y ascent. I mean, it's already going to be coming back down or whatever, but that's fine. Push it up by the cam Y ascent. And then when we come back down right here, we're going to subtract the cam Y ascent. Right? Like that like makes sense, doesn't it? Isn't that what making sense is? It's like possible. Should be going really high if it does what I want. Wow, it subtracted it into the negative. Okay, pause it. What I need to check is to see if it's actually going up the way I want it to. So there's the blackout apex. It does not appear to actually be going up. Quite the contrary, it starts going down. So it's ignoring that. Instruction right here. Oh, I scrolled in a wrong way. It's ignoring the instruction right here, as far as I can tell. It's just not even doing that. This is not happening. I don't know why, but it's not happening. So, what if we try this a different way? Instead of trying to do a tween, we just assign the cam Y offset. Well, we add the camera ascent onto there. We've now adjusted what the camera Y ascent is supposed to be, but it's already going to be 6, so we're making it 26 now. I mean, just change it. Just change it to 20. So the camera Y ascent becomes 20 at that moment. And in theory, we should... It should animate its way or interpolate its way up to that position, even though I don't have control of the timing. You know, maybe it's trying to control a tween from far away is like a bad idea, or something else. I don't know. Up in the air. Man. So it comes down to 7.67. So it's still sitting right there. It's like it never moved. It just ignored. Well, it did go up. Actually, it did go up to 27. So that's good. That's a new development. In the blackout apex, the offset jumps up to 27, and the camera Y follows it. So in the blackout, we're going up really high. That's good. This is good. Excellent. And it's at 27. So it's the sum total. Because we need to, yeah. So we do need it to be the camera ascent to have that added on. Okay, I see. So we do want to add 20 onto here. But then it's gonna double it. That doesn't make sense. So I would think what you'd want to do is say the cam Y offset, when it goes back to normal, it's gonna subtract by itself which I think would take us too low, but plus the camera cam Y offset. Right? Oh, you didn't see anything I typed. Sorry about that. That's the trouble with Zooms. It's okay. Just, okay. So what I typed was, we've got the camera Y offset being set up here at the beginning of the pre-begin state to 6. And then the camera Y offset gets updated to the camera Y ascent value, which we assign to 6. And then we wait for the blackout. And right before the blackout, or at the blackout, we change cam Y ascent to be 20. And then we add that 20 onto the cam Y offset. Kind of don't need the variable, but whatever. So now, when we're gonna lower back down, we subtract whatever the offset is, which should be like 27 by now. 26, 27. We subtract that from the camera Y offset, but we add on the constant that it's supposed to be by default. Which might not work, and that last part might not be necessary. But we'll see. Okay, grabs it, lifts it up. We're in the blackout. You can see it's really high. Oh, it went down to -4. But I said plus the camera Y offset. Oh, I guess we don't want to say plus. I guess we want to say minus, because we're subtracting it from that. So we wanted to subtract 4 less. So that way there's 4 left. Almost there. I feel like we're right there. Pick one. It's at 1.67. In the blackout, it goes up high. We come out, it's at 4. Bam! Bam! That was confusing. Sometimes just gotta talk it out. Do a little bit of this, do a little bit of that, and it comes together. Printing it, really helpful. That was clutch. All right, let me see it again. Goes up, comes down. Nice. Now, we don't have the orb descending and depositing, right? That's a whole other animation to do. But at least we get the camera coming down. It's in the right place. Whew. Okay. Good. As for the camera Y ascent, I don't know that that's particularly necessary to set that. You know, it makes it look less, you know, magic numbery. But it really isn't. It's just some local variable. So I'm just going to not bother with that since we're not using it in any meaningful way. We don't need the blackout print. We don't need the camera to be constantly printing its position. I'll just leave it in there, comment it out. Just in case. And then besides that, yeah, I just would want to work on the other animation that drops the alien off back down. But to be honest, you know, okay. That's going to be a little tricky. Because I need to create an entire new alien, basically. It doesn't actually really have to be the player. We could make it the actual player that comes down. I don't think that'll be that hard. We'd want to make sure the terrain wasn't moving. It's kind of a lot of extra stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and say that's a next week task. I think that's what I'm going to say. This was a lot of work and a lot of good work. And it does mean, you know, I'm going to have to come back and get more familiar with this again. But it's really a totally different task. You know, even though it's like the second half of the same animation I've been working on, I feel like it's a different task. So I'm going to call it. If you're still here, by the way, and you haven't hyper smashed that thumbs up button, I hope you'll consider pressing the like button. It helps a lot when you do that. It means more people will see this after the live stream ends. So thank you if you're willing to do that. Today, I set up this nice state machine tracker. I adjusted the state machines. I cleaned up the state machines a bit. I just made it all work a lot smoother and be more comprehensible. So we can toggle this on or off so we can see what state we're currently in. It updates as we're going. Very helpful, very useful. And then I now am having the beginnings of the animation that will set up to have the player's alien choice be made. So if I click on any old alien, we can click on this one out there. An orb will come down, grab it, lift it up, and we see ourselves lift up. It blacks out. We can have loading happening in there, and then it comes down so we can see our player. So we don't have an orb that drops the alien off, but that's a whole other task. We can work on that later. So that's definitely great progress. That took me all day. The other great thing that got done today that I'm quite pleased with is I set up this somewhat intimidating progress report. So now I know a little bit better. Let's go into full screen for that, yeah? Now I know a little bit better what I need to do and what I need to work on. Thank you for lurking, Stoner Jesus. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Hello. You have a wonderful night. I made this earlier at the beginning of the stream. Way longer than 4 hours ago. That's pretty cool that you've been here for that long. That's freaking amazing. I can't imagine anybody was here 8 hours ago, unless you've slept since then, which would be healthy. I set up this whole thing that keeps track of the things that I did, that I have gotten done, what I need to get done still. So this is really, really helpful. I can't wait to put some more checkboxes on here and see if that gets done. Look at this. Look at all these things. This is like the entire game, except in bubbles and arrows. And then we even mapped out the states and how all that's gonna work, and it made so much easier work of setting up the state machines. So I'm really proud of the progress today. Thanks for being along on this journey with me, everybody, including you, Stoner Jesus. Been good company. Let's go, good company. Oh, that's so nice. I hope whatever project you're working on is going well, and I appreciate you hanging out with me, guys. I'm gonna be back tomorrow for a game jam. Yeah, we're doing a 1-hour game jam every single Friday. There's this ridiculous thing we do called a 1-hour game jam. I don't always make the game that I want to make, but I try, and I have fun. I'll be back next week working on this game a little more. If you're a member like Kai Guy, you will be able to see me work on the alien model and animation, because I need to work on it a little. So I'll be doing that in the member stream, but then we'll come right back to where I left off here in setting up that animation of it dropping off the player next Wednesday. And yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. Hey, you who's watching it after the live stream, I see you here. Wow, you made it this far. That's amazing. That's freaking amazing. You can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that we did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next live devlog, and I hope I see you there. All right, good night, y'all. Good night. Good night. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button.